Into the knife round, ladies and gentlemen, but we still have a few moments here to discuss some additional things. I think the biggest surprise, at least looking at Cloud9 in terms of the individual player performances from this side of the team, has actually been just how well Sean Garris has been performing. Realistically speaking, he's probably been one of the biggest, just in terms of overall kills and performance for this team. He's actually been probably the best player so far this season. Or at least in the recent weeks.
That's actually bad. Like, that can't happen. That's one of the things we talked about at the major, is the fact that you have the star players have to show up. Skadoodle and Shroud, they've got to play well. Nothing's got to play well. And actually, that's part of the reason why, eliminated at the major, those three guys didn't have as much of an impact as Cloud9 needs them to have.
So with the knife round getting out of the way, guys, it does look like we're going to be starting off here right now in just a moment. And Cloud9, they're going to be starting off, I believe, with winning the pistol or winning the knife round there. They're going to be able to start off over here onto the CT side. And Complexity, they're going to be jumping onto the T side, and they'll have to work themselves right from the beginning of this. So here we go, and let's take a look at what both these teams have to offer in our first round of the evening here on Inferno.
Aggression down Banana. 3 members of Cloud9 here, but Freak pushes out towards Car. Eats a nade for his trouble. Down to 42. He's got to hit some nice shots. Sean trying to be aggressive. He gets forced back, so this push has stalled out just a little bit. You can see that third member is Skadoodle. He's rotating back towards the A bomb site, but some aggression over towards A as well with nothing pushing apartments. Everything's just slowed down.
And with that being slowed down here too, the rest of Complexity now back over here on the T-ramp is going to make a move to regroup everybody back over here on Banana. Freak is always going to spot this, but take some heat in the process, and is going to end up getting dropped by Semphis, as now the rest of the team, as smoke comes out from the CTs, but nonetheless, the rest of coL is going to push forward. Sean's able to hold things for the time being, though. Picks up that headshot over onto Sanks, and now Skadoodle gets one out here as well. That's going to be a great pop flash, but doesn't really follow up upon it by any of his teammates. And all it's going to do for the time being is hold them back, but this flank from Shroud does have the potential to do some work. Unfortunately, he gets spotted by Automatic, retreating back through middle, and now this opens up the choke point over there in middle to get into the A site, and they're going to try to take advantage on this.
Yeah, Nothing's got to find a kill here, but he's pushed into the closet. He's got to reload. Teammates aren't there to support him, and he's getting pushed upon. There's Automatic with the execute. Skadoodle finally getting in to trade that off, but it's just down to Sean in a 1-on-3. There's really not too much he can do. No kit. He is going to find one on the ground, but a lot of work to do, and he takes a battle over towards brackets. Can't find this kill quite yet, so it's looking like Complexity is just going to clean this one up. Sean out of bullets, coming in for the knife, and jumps right past Semphis. Doesn't spot him, and an execute Semphis with a headshot. It's going to be 1-0 for Complexity.
And that'll be a good start from Complexity, too. Good job catching on to the fact that sort of A site was a completely open door after that initial aggression on B. They were sort of able to just find things open from there, and although they had a little bit trouble executing Nothing, sitting back over in the cubby, once they made it past him, it was easy cleanup from there. So they're going to take the opener, and this is good on a map like Inferno to grab this on the T side as well.
Yeah, no armor investment from Cloud9 either, just pistols and one smoke to work with. That's the big thing. Complexity, that's a really smart call, is noticing that B push and making sure other players come from alternate mid to really force that back so they get the kills, and then that puts Cloud9's defense into this, chaotic rotation, just back and forth, trying to find the bomb site to choose correctly, and just good movement by Complexity across the map, really. Now on this anti-eco, they're just going to slow things down, and while this is slowed down, I'm going to take the chance really quickly to remind you guys there is another match going on. We are doubled up on stream, so over at twitch.tv/ESEA2. The match that is going on is WinterFox versus NME GG, if you guys would like to watch that one play out.
A little bit of a play coming out there from Shroud as he does spot some of the aggression coming through the mid choke point there. Sext and Semphis push into it. Roka actually takes a whole lot of damage there, as I believe he attempts to push his way up Banana and gets a little bit of a punch packed out there from Freak. So he's going to fall back. Freak does manage to spot the bomb as the toss does not go where he wants it to, but he really can't take action upon this with the looming threat of Complexity's members. And Roka is going to be able to regroup with the rest of the team now as Freak's a little slow. Now Semphis, he's going to work for the entry, and he finds it pretty easily, takes down Shroud, just moving into the site and clearing things out at this point. Not a whole lot of resistance, as they're sort of just swiping their way through this at this point. Nothing and Roka just sitting on either side of that smoke right now. I'm sure they'll meet each other in a moment, so they might at the very least find this kill into Roka, but with the weapon investment and the overall control gain by Complexity, it should be easy to clean up the round from this point forward.
Yeah, really easy for Semphis. That's his fourth, and he's going for the ace, and he's going to get it all with the UMP, so he's got so much money. $7,000 going into the third round. That's huge. He's 8-0 right now with the ace on that second round. Well done from him.
And as he said before, this is easily going to give him enough cash now to go for the upgrade to the op as soon as we get into that gun round. They've got one more easy pickup, though, and we'll see actually Cloud9 just taking it fairly laps once again. No armor upgrades, as we saw in the last round. 5-7 at the very least this time coming out of the hands of Freak, but still no big investment, as they're looking to save for that gun round to get the op into the hands of Skadoodle, along with full utility kits for the rest of the team.
This is really nice anti-ecos, though, from Complexity. They nade back Freakazoid, who once again tried to get aggressive. It is a stack on the B bomb site. 4 members there. Maybe just trying to lure them into this hit, but it's only going to be one player probing up. That's going to be Roka with the MAC-10. Just trying to see what he can find. If he spots this stack out, they'll pretty much hit the A bomb site very quickly. And Sean, he's got to be careful. He's getting spammed through smoke. Takes a little bit of damage, but him and Freakazoid, they've been hit just a little bit, but still very slow anti-ecos coming out from Complexity.
And again, this makes sense too, just obviously no reason to push it forward and take the risk on not spotting somebody at an angle and losing some kills there. The more people you can keep alive, that's the risk, that's the less armor and utility rebuys you have to go for, and honestly the less upgrades you have to use too for those that have picked up AKs or even Galils at this point. So taking it slow works out fairly well, 9 times out of 10 on these anti-ecos, and just makes sense for the T side there. So we're just going to wait for them to make the play. Looks like it's shaping up over here towards Banana right now, but Sean is actually going to catch the lurker back over there on the Semphis. Roka quickly finding the trade there, saving his teammate's life too. Valens almost goes down to that, but thankfully the support's there, and now they work for the sentry. You still have that big stack coming in. One did rotate off the highway, so there's only 3 in sight, and they're going to fairly quickly be dispatched upon there as 2 out of 3 go down. There's going to be Sanks finding the third, and now they only have Sean Garris to worry about. He is sneaking in. Nobody generally looking at his direction, so he might be able to at the very least pick up 1 kill, and indeed, that's all he's going to be able to get. Finds Roka, but quickly traded out by automatic to end the round.
That stack was, they make the right call. 3 members there at the bomb site when the execute comes in, but they can't get any kills whatsoever. Roka just cleans house with that MAC-10. Third player, or the fourth player, excuse me, he does eventually catch him off guard, but still, if those three members of Cloud9 get some kills on the entry, that there's a little bit of life left in that round, but instead they just collapse. So Semphis is going to have that AWP just, and he's still got money behind this. He's got $2,000. It's just all those anti-ecos. He got bolstered. Skadoodle's got one of his own. He's going to be playing over towards mid, but hasn't decided to peek down it quite yet, waiting for some kind of a flashbang, and he's just going to grab an angle into alternate. Complexity, a very default standard round on the T side to open things up.
Roka actually burning alive as he takes a bit of a risk there, trying to push his way up Banana. They're not going to expect him to be here, but he took far too much damage from that play through the molly, so nothing is going to be able to shut him down there fairly quickly, taking him out. And now this gives the CTs pretty much full control of Banana if they want to exercise it, but they're not really going to. Freakazoid actually falls back a little bit just in case they come out for a revenge kill, but it's also been smoked out here too, so the Ts are not going to be able to find too much of a way to push through this at the moment, and we'll be regrouping over here towards the mid-choke point and working their way into the apartments as well.
Shroud's going to have a big job to do playing over at the truck, and it looks like they're going to set up a double pit. Sean's also there as well. But still, so incredibly slow from Complexity. 50 seconds left in the round, no real pressure put on. Roka has fallen, and they haven't gained anything for it either. So even with this op now on Semphis, he's the one leading the way, trying to find picks at mid. This is keeping everything very, very slow. They want to give him time to work. He's going to come out lane and peer into pit. Molotov's going to force him back. He's standing at the fire, waiting for a peek. He's brought down to 50 HP. And actually, Sanks is cut off. He can't fall back quite yet. So he's in a little bit of a gun battle at truck, and Complexity's got to put the speed on.
And Shroud's slowly whittling down on the Sanks. He said before the timer gets very low, but now it's opened up the avenue for Skadoodle to rotate around. His pop flash going to hold them back even further. The molly does force Shroud out of position, but nonetheless, he picks up a kill on his Sanks. Finally, automatic finding something, but now more players from Cloud9 just get in a position and close that out fairly easily there, keeping 4 alive at the end of the round and putting their first point onto the board here in the first gun round.
Once Skadoodle gets that kill on the wrap side from Library, the round's basically over. That was the bomb. So a little bit curious why the bomb goes up so far on its own. They really didn't have time to make any kind of slow play. If they were going to go wrap around the site, they had to have a couple players, and they had to do it fast. Fortunately, they just get whittled down. But with all the money they're able to build up, they're able to have a pretty solid buy into this round, even without a plant. 5 AK-47s. Still an AWP on Skadoodle, and he's going to peek down mid with it, but there's a smoke right in the middle, so no one can be spotted quite yet.
And nothing once again. Also slowly pushing his way up just to add a little bit of aggression back over here towards Banana, but nothing absolutely crazy. Still just trying to hold back the actual push from coL, which is working out great. Most of their players still stuck either inside of middle, safely through that smoke, or just trying to slowly work their way into the apartments once again as they try to go for pretty much the same exact take they went for on the previous round.
This time, though, there's going to be 4 members of Cloud9 over at the A bomb site. The deep smoke forces all of Complexity away from Banana. They don't want to put pressure on it whatsoever, so all grouped up towards the A bomb site. The defense is here as well. This is going to be a much more difficult take for them. Skadoodle's got an angle with that AWP over towards Boiler. Someone's going to swing out. Deals a little bit of damage to Skadoodle. He can't find that shot, but now he's going to peek over towards mid. He's going to get a little bit blind, a little bit smoked off. He misses, down to 10 HP. He's got to fall back into the site, but there's nothing. Bails him out of a tough spot before getting traded off.
And now Shroud here going to get some pressure from the balcony, able to dispatch of automatic as he takes him down. They've got that angle fairly secure, but Valens and the rest of the team from Complexity coming around the wrap side. They've taken some heat there as Sanks is down to 13 HP, but Cloud9 have the same heat turned right back onto them as he's sitting at 11 HP over on Scoodoodle. Shroud takes a little bit there, but he's going to return it back there with the UMP. Picks up a kill. Baroka and Valen's combo 2 more after that, so it's all in the hands of Freakazoid, and he's still way over here on Banana right now, trying to wrap things around. He doesn't have a kit. I'm assuming there should be one on the ground somewhere, so it's not going to be completely futile just yet, but it will be a little bit hard to do with very limited info on where these players are.
He's taking a long route, too. Pushes down Banana for the flank up middle, and he's going to come over towards Rap side. He's going to be smoked off in this small pit, so now all of a sudden, he chooses the wrong route. Now he's blocked up by smoke. Now he's got to run through it. He throws one out to cover off pit, and he comes in with a flashbang, gets a nice headshot. He finds one, but he can't find the other. Roka in the side as well. Gets a free kill in the back, and that's Complexity resetting the economy of Cloud9 already. They win one and they lose one. They could force buy here if they want to pick up some Thomases, because they did win the previous round with a good amount of survival. But it looks like they're going to play it safe, just upgrade to some pistols. Cloud9 loses that one. I mean, the problem was that second player in the pit only had a UMP, so once they come around Rap site, he doesn't have the range to do enough damage, and it's just Skadoodle in the bomb site, couldn't get enough kills. And Freakazoid, he stayed at that B bomb site for far too long before rotating.
And that was Shroud, and you could see, too, when he killed, I think it was automatic back over on the balcony. He tried to jump up and get the trade onto the gun, but just couldn't reach it, unfortunately. With all the pressure coming in from the members of Complexity, there was no time for him to go, jump up on top of the truck, and try to retrieve it from there without risking dying. So, wasn't able to upgrade, and although he did pick up a couple more kills before ending it, wasn't able to put in enough of an impact there, and only left things on a Freakazoid. So we'll go into this next round, Complexity with a heavy economical advantage. Valen's actually not going to go for a rifle buy-up just yet. He just sticks with the Tech 9 in the event they lose 1 to 2 players here. They can still scavenge that, and it won't be as big of a loss overall for them.
And 2 anti-eco rounds so far for Complexity. They've only lost 2 members, so they've been very good on these. And this time, their economy is pretty low. Semphis has $0, Sanks has 50, so they can't afford to take too much damage. Valen's only got a Tex 9. He more than likely should be the one to lead the charge, but it looks like Semphis is going to be the one close up. Spots one. He's got one on his right as well, but those nades are going to force him back just a little bit, and they might decide just to run the hell away from this B-bomb site.
The problem, though, is now they've allowed Skadoodle to get himself way over here outside the window, and he's going to see this coming from a mile away. He calls it, and now the flank comes in for Cloud9, but still, with the unsuperior arsenal, it may not be quick enough as Complexity, they're boiling in right now, wrapping around the porch side. Skadoodle's trying to find something, but he's going to get closed down here. Shroud caught in the reload, so Valence is going to be able to shut him down, and now they've already got control of the site. The rotations are coming in, but they've got this crossfire set up, and they're just shutting them down one by one. Nothing's going to be the last player left alive, but he's forced to fall back, and he's not going to be able to do so. Valence is going to take him down, and that'll be Complexity, not losing anybody there on that anti-eco again.
Very, very crucial. This is a good T-half already for Complexity up at 5. Skadoodle's going to have that AWP in his hands once again, but he's got no armor. It's glass cannon. All he's got is a smoke behind it. So this is a crucial round for Cloud9. If they can't win this one, it might spiral out of control. They've got good utility in terms of nades, but no kits across the board for the defense.
So, Complexity again are going to go up against a much bigger offensive this time from Cloud9. With that up in the hands of Skadoodle, we really haven't been able to see too much work done with it just as of yet, but hopefully he can do it this time. And in fact, it's not really going to work out so well. That aggression on Banana finally going to get punished by Complexity in this round. As now Roka is going to be able to pick up that first kill on a free because he overextends himself just a little bit. Sean is still here, and the smoke comes out sort of halfway down Banana, so he's going to be able to move in here and hold up that aggressive position. Still kind of corralling the members of Complexity, but with only one player standing in the way, there's nothing stopping Complexity from just rushing in there, especially with nothing now picking up this kill inside of the apartments.
Double stack in the halls for Cloud9 to equalize things, but as you said, Sean, he's the only one over at B. He used his smoke, and he's able to pick up Freakazoids as well, so he's got a little bit of time to buy here at this B bomb site. He's all alone. No one from Cloud9 has rotated whatsoever. But Sean, he moves himself out of the bomb site, so this could be a little bit scary if they do decide to execute onto the site. They might just get it for free unless Sean can get some kills through the smokes.
Sean even realizes, too, that there's going to be a presence. He's already, like, halfway held back. He's going to use this smoke to get himself further into the site, and it works out, too, because Complexity, they're spooked out by this smoke a little bit, but nonetheless, the rotation was called, so the defenses on the A site are going to be a little bit weaker. Skadoodle watching out through the Rap side outside of Arches right now. And again, this is the round where Complexity screwed up before, too, because they did not leave themselves enough time and were forced into a hasty take situation. But nonetheless, as we've seen here now, only nothing here to try and defend things. He's going to hear them moving in, picks up the first kill. The Molly's not going to be on its mark, and he pops out and finds a second headshot. Unfortunately, though, that Molly actually does spread out just enough, and Roka's going to be able to kill him with that. But now Skadoodle and the rest of the team, they're on their way in. They've killed one of the final players from coL, and it's just Semphis going to try to force the plan, or at least force a couple players out, but might have been easier to go for the plan in that situation because the timer runs down. Shroud's going to take him out, and that's going to be Cloud9 finding a second round.
I believe he dies after the timer as well, so he doesn't get any money on top of that. So he's stuck down at 2,300 without even the plant. They might still buy behind this because they can get a couple rifles. But still, Complexity at another time where they slow things down in the mid round, and it punishes them. Like you said, nothing. He has a Molotov still that entire round because he feels no pressure, so that comes out and it effectively delays Complexity for another 10 seconds as they've got to wait for him to get cleared out. He gets 2 kills, and that ends the round. So Cloud9, still with a very weak economy, they've got to start stringing some together here.
The economy for Complexity is not necessarily roses either, as they've been brought down to 2 pistols once again. Valen's on the Tech 9 once more, and Sempha's actually all the way down to a P250. Sex at the same time on a Galil, so these guys are also running low on fuel as well. And this is in a round that they absolutely need to try and steal away from Cloud9, and they're going to try to do it with a quick takeover here. Nothing's able to pop out over there, pick up 1 kill, but it's quickly traded out by 2 more from Complexity. Semphis and Valens being the 2 that find those, and that'll be a free gun upgrade up to an op as well for Semphis, but unfortunately misses the mark on his first attempt to a kill on Sean as he attempts to rotate back in. But the rest of his team having a little bit better luck as Valens going to find 1 kill. Now Semphis pops out, kills 1, gets the intel on a second. He is going to end up dropping, but now it's just Sean in the 1-on-3, and Complexity should be able to dispatch him. And there you go. Sanks is going to shut it down. Complexity retake the lead, and that's another economy reset for Cloud9 now.
Yeah, this is getting brutal. Absolutely brutal. And that time it's Skadoodle who's in mid all alone. He's got the angle on Rap side. And they just swarm him up there. And with Cloud9 again choosing to stack in those halls, there was no support to slow that kind of a push down for Complexity. So they just completely changed the pace on Cloud9 and throw him off. And how he, like you said, just upgraded pistols once again. So Complexity is just winning this game by economy, punishing Cloud9 for their mistakes, and Cloud9 cannot get a grip on this match.
So they're not going to have anything at all going into this round. In fact, Freakazoid, as he attempts to get himself over here towards Car, is already going to get dropped down to 6 HP, I believe due to a nade that gets hit pretty much right in his face. He does have Sean here for a little bit of support, and he's very patient about this. Roka just on the other side of that panel. He's not looking towards him, but great reaction from Roka there. Only 1 or 2 shots are going to end up connecting onto him, so he's dropped to 76 HP, but he gets the kill on Freakazoid in the process, and I think he realizes there's a player here, but actually Sean's able to pop out and find that frag anyway. Kills Roka, looking for another, but Semphis is going to be able to find a kill with his op. Sean very careful around that angle, but surprise, there's 3 players just around the corner, and now they're going to start this take onto the B site. You've got the rotations coming in, but there's nothing left for Cloud9 to do to stop this now.
Surprise is right. Sean thinks he's going to get a battle with Semphis and just gets gunned down. Nothing's up here, but Valens just comes swinging in with that FAMAS. So 7 rounds now for Complexity. Massive lead on the terror side of Inferno. And this time, Cloud9, they pretty much have to buy here. They can't really let Complexity get up towards 8 for free. And Skadoodle's not going to have an AWP. So this is another very dangerous situation for Cloud9. Hey, this is something where they're not even... I mean, Complexity's really controlling the pace of this match. They're staying very passive early on. They're slowly clearing out Banana, and they've been able to neutralize the aggression. But look at Cloud9. They switch things up. They're going to push some players down mid. It's going to be Shroud of that P90, not spotted. He mows down 2. Can he get a 3rd? He tries to flash to save him off just a little bit longer. There's Skadoodle with the shotgun, grabs 1 more to buy him some time, and this round is all Cloud9. This is a 4-on-1. Just Semphis sitting far back, and no one spots that mid-aggression.
I'm working with the op in such close quarters, too. Not going to let him do a whole lot. In fact, Freakazoid gets lucky, finds the headshot through the smoke, and is going to be able to shut him down. And they do steal away around, which they absolutely had no business doing there. So Complexity, they're going to be dropped down. And again, look at their money. They should be able to go for another buy here, so they're going to be able to make it through this. But again, just hinging on the edge. And the big problem has been Cloud9 have unfortunately been unable to find that extra round that's needed in order to force them over the edge and put them onto an eco so they can finally pick up a couple rounds here.
And it might be too late. Complexity has every round they'd want. Obviously, they want as many as they can get, but going into the second half with 7 rounds from your terrorist side, you're going to be supremely confident in what you've got. And if they reset the economy here for Cloud9 again, that would just be heartbreaking. That would pretty much spell the end of this match, basically, for Cloud9. It would take a miraculous comeback. Nothing's going to be aggressive in the halls once again, but he's going to fall out of it quickly as Shroud moves back towards the pit. 4 members of Complexity in these halls. 1 heading over towards Boiler. 3 are just going to come out of this balcony when the execute comes in. So a lot on Shroud. Flashbang comes. He misses the first one. Misses the second one as well. That's going to be Sanks to take him out. Very uncharacteristic. And this defense has just collapsed. Completely falls. Sean gets 1 kill, but he's gone as well.
Nothing was trying to hold that off for a little bit longer, too, but the pressure was already on. He was trying to toss out a molly, but just doesn't do the impact he was hoping it for. And now those final players from Cloud9 just get completely obliterated. And as you had mentioned, this is, again, another reset that comes out from Cloud9 now. So they're, as you can see, they're couple sitting around 3.5, so they might be able to force up somewhat of a buy here, but it's not going to be anywhere near the strength to stop Complexity. And they, once again, just retake control of the entire matchup and can easily, at the very least, get 9-6 at best for a Cloud9, but probably can grow this into even more now.
This is brutal, and this is kind of what you have to be scared of coming off of a major international land, well, a major to begin with, and having the kind of performance that they have. Very disappointing, and it just doesn't seem like mentally they're into this game. They're getting uncharacteristically beat up across the map. 3-8 now. They still haven't been able to string 2 rounds in a row together, and this aggression out towards B again. Freakazoid and Sean, this hasn't been too effective, and there it is. Sanks gets that first kill. Freak's going to have to fall back. No nades left on the Cloud9 side, just pistols. And here comes more pressure onto the B-bomb site.
And they're just going to roll right in here. Cloud9 catch this, but they're just on those pistols, and they got to get very lucky with their opening kills. Skadoodle does get some damage back over here on the Valens, but is going to be unable to find any more after the smoke comes back in. Actually, I correct myself. He pops out, finds that headshot in the Semphis, but still a 4-on-3 situation. The bomb's on the ground right near that smoke, but Sanks is going to roll, and they don't see him there, and he's going to be able to recover that bomb now and go for the plant here. You've got 2 of those Cloud9 players just sitting on the edge of that smoke, but they do manage to work their way back in. The trades, however, from Complexity continue to remain strong. Roka finds the makeup kill, Automatic finds the +1, and now it's just Skadoodle. He's been found out. They should have a pretty good idea as to where he's from, and unfortunately for him, Automatic's going to get lucky with his spray and find him through the smoke to take him down and give Complexity their 9th point.
This time, actually still, not going to have an AWP in the hands of Skadoodle. And will they buy here is the question. And they will. Actually, that's not even really a question. At this point, they have to. Down 3-9. 3 rounds left in the half. Got to give themselves more of an opportunity in the second half. But the struggles continue on Inferno for Cloud9. They're not able to do anything right now. Complexity is just completely running them around the map.
This is going to be another buy round, of course, from Cloud9, but no op coming out in the hands of Skadoodle. Not that he's been able to do too much with it when he's had it, granted, so it's not going to be a huge loss not having that comparatively when you look at the scoreline, but beyond that, still, it is going to be another power-up and that they won't have in the mix. Complexity not going for it either, and again, Complexity actually going to split themselves up. They're going to go, they actually haven't been working fakes all that much. This is the first time they've tried to make some noise on the A, and now they're going to drive a wedge in the defenses here too, getting themselves through arches and successfully finding the first kill. This is immediately should make the entry onto the B site that much easier.
There's no map presence for Cloud9 up in brackets on the CT side of mid. Thankfully, Freakazoid's there to bail him out of this mid to B split, and Sean's going to clean up the rest, but he runs out of bullets. There's Freakazoid for the save. Cloud9 playing so passive in middle on the defense that it allows Complexity to get up very, very quickly, and Skadoodle alone can't stop it. They're playing double pit, so Skadoodle has no backup. Very fortunate that Freakazoid's able to come over and grab that kill. Complexity not able to trade it out in CT spawn, but the B defense holds strong, so 9-4 now. Cloud9 do win 1. Just 2 rounds left, though, for them to get up to 6.
Can they get another one is the question here, though, as you just look at the scoreboard, and for the past, like, almost 10 rounds now, it's just been the same process, repeating over and over again. Cloud9 win 1, but Complexity immediately pick up 2 more directly after that, so they've got to try to break the strain here once again, and unfortunately their economy's still not going to be in the best place. Skadoodle's going to play up close and personal here with that Mag 7. The rest of the team, they are going to have rifles, but it's the same story for coL over here, and they've still got full utility to work with as well.
More aggression down B. This is going to allow nothing to rotate back towards the A bomb site. Another aggressive push, but Complexity staying far, far back. This time with 4 members at mid. Cloud9 putting a lot of emphasis on this brackets defense. Shroud's still over by pit. Nothing's going to be in the bomb site. Skadoodle and Sean pairing up on the rap side. But with no more smokes, actually, Freakazoid does have one, but he doesn't feel any pressure. Complexity playing this very slow, very cautiously. 2 smokes left on the board for all of Cloud9 for the rest of this round. Shroud's holding his over towards pit for some kind of an execute, but Complexity still hasn't made their presence known, and Cloud9 is scared to be aggressive. Skadoodle's got a shotgun and cubby. It's just going to be nothing baiting for him.
It's going to come right towards them, though, as we can see all the players moving in. Nothing, a little bit hesitant, though. He decides to fall back around rap side, so all the pressure on Skadoodle, but he's holding patient, waiting for these players to move in. He gets the shot, finds the first one, looking for the second, but he can't connect it, unfortunately. And Valens is going to pick up the trade, but now they know the presence is here. Now they know it's moving in, so they can start to rotate those players from the B side over, but even that's a little hesitant, too, as Valens has moved his way in through the archway, and he's now getting in the way, but Shroud, thankfully, still alive and well in the pit. This gives Freakazoid a little bit more confidence to move back in, and Shroud doing some more damage brings one of the players down to just 24 HP, and now there's no time left. They've got to go for the play, but nothing comes in. He's able to stop that by shutting down Roka, and nothing's going to go for the knife staff here. Not going to be able to find it, but nonetheless, now we're going to see another round being picked up by Cloud9 finally.
Yeah, that's just Complexity. We've seen it. Some of these rounds, this is maybe the 3rd round that Cloud9 has won. I mean, this is the first time they've strung 2 rounds together, but probably the 3rd round win in this half where Cloud9 wins it off the fact that Complexity just slows things down so much. They didn't even try and get into that bomb site until 20 seconds are left, and this time Shroud holds strong in pit. And once he gets that first kill and he's just able to stay alive, he can buy so much time. So the round's effectively over from there.
And already here at the beginning, now Skadoodle's going to get his Alp to work with here. Complexity, a little bit overconfident to be honest, but look at Sean burning alive. Just barely makes that a banana there with 6 HP left alive, and definitely not going to want to test that again. Thankfully, there's no other presence there from coL, because he might have been a dead man if he took even one additional shot. Now the rest of Complexity already through the mid choke, trying to work their way around Rap side. Nothing going to be good at holding it off as he gets that molly, and a great pop flash too. Can probably find a kill, but no, Roka shuts it down with a Hwandig over there onto nothing. And now they're going to try to work their way back into this A site with an even score of 4-4. There's Roka with another one, shutting out Freakazoid, and this just evens out the odds with Skadoodle. He's got the op to work with. Semphis, though, to shut him right down, but Shroud in the pit trying to bounce it back. He picks up 2 more kills on Valens and Semphis, and now it's just Roka trying to work this 1-on-2.
If this nade lands, it could be a great opportunity. It doesn't kill him, though. Shroud down to 20 HP, throws out a molly. Roka's got to find this kill quickly before the rotations come in. He's on top of the box. He's actually just going to go for the plant. But Sean is so close. He's got 6 HP. This is very winnable for Roka. He's had a great round so far. Another Molotov comes out. That's not going to spread to him, so they might think this is clear. And there's a nice shot onto Sean. Only at 6, and he's going to get the second one onto Shroud. Huge play from Roka to give him Complexity 10 rounds going into the second half.
And what a huge clutch there to bring things back. The trade's happening on both avenues, back and forth and back once again. But when it comes down to the 1-on-2, Roka clutches it out, comes out of the round with a 4K, and gives Complexity an absolutely monstrous lead coming off of their T-side first half.
Those two Deagles opened it up, and last season, was it last season? It might have been the season before. Roka has been really, really well known, even before the Deagle seemingly got a little bit stronger in the scene. Roka is one of those players who's been doing damage with it for a while now, and he shows that prowess once again. 2 opening kills of the Deagle, picks up the M4 and just wreaks havoc. So Cloud9 with a huge task to do in the second half as terrorists on Inferno. They're down 5-10. Complexity just completely destroying them based on the economic game throughout that first half.
And now we're going to go into the second half. A little bit of a pause before things get started, but we'll go directly into it, guys. So if we do see Complexity picking up this first pistol, that could potentially, of course, bearing they pick up the second round too in case Cloud9 go aggressive on it, that is potentially going to be already a 13-5, an 8-round lead being opened up by Complexity that Cloud9 is going to have to somehow work their way back from here on T-side Inferno if they want to try to come back in this game and win out the map.
Automatic at the window. He goes for some shots, gets Goosh back. He's got some information, but that's a good start from Cloud9, except there's Roka pushing down Banana. He gets a nice one-tap onto Sean, so Cloud9 down 1 member early, and I believe Sean had their utility as well, so that's going to slow things down. They've got to decide what to do from here. They have no smokes. They have no flashbangs. It's 4 members with Glocks and armor, all grouped up towards middle.
And also Roka, too, with being given all this info as to what's happening back over here by the crossroads. They know for a fact it's coming into that A site, so they've gone for the big 4 stack there. Unfortunately, the opener doesn't go so well. Shroud picks up the first kill. Semphis, though, playing from inside of the library here. He's going to be able to pick up another one, but gets caught in the reload, so Shroud's going to find the trade. Nothing picking up an additional one, and now Cloud9 seem to have control of the situation for now. But he's still these 2 players holding off. Automatic taking a bit of a risk trying to chase them as they do realize what's going on. Cloud9, they're not going to take the chance of going for a direct duel. They just wrap over to the B site where things are open and clear to get that plant.
Yeah, the defense in the A site for Complexity, even though there were 4 members there, was very static. No one rotates over to help Semphis, even though they spot 3 members there. And once he falls, the B site is completely open, especially with Roka pushing up mid. So now on a 3-on-2, there is a kit on automatic. He's only got 9 HP, though, so Sanks has got to do all the work. Coming through construction right now, looking for some members of Cloud9, but no one's peeking. Automatic is playing in main. He's going to get picked off by Skadoodle from far back, and now it's virtually impossible for Sanks, but a nice one-tap. Gives him a little bit more time, but nothing. Is able to beat him with movement, grabs that headshot, and it's going to be 10-6 now. Cloud9 win that pistol.
And now they have a chance to get back into this, of course. Barring what Complexity will be doing here on the second round, if they do go for the pistol armor bind, there's a very small chance, of course, they could try to pull up the eco upset here on the second and completely destroy the balance once again of things and just retake that lead. But if this goes smoothly for Cloud9, we can expect them just being 2 points behind the members of Complexity once again, and very much so close to closing up the gap.
This is something we didn't see out of Cloud9 in the first half, is a force-up on the second round. So upgraded pistols, armor across the board for the Complexity members. This might just be because Semphis, even though he's the primary operator, it's a change that happened 2 seasons ago. He's used to using a rifle, a Colt, so he's comfortable not having an AWP going into the 4th round, so they can have this kind of investment. The question is, how much damage are they going to do? Once again, very passive round from Complexity, doubled up in pit. But Cloud9 hasn't really taken any kind of map control, just now starting to clear out these halls, nothing coming up the stairs, making sure nothing's there. But still, they haven't committed to one bomb site or the other.
And Complexity a little bit more nervous about that too, with the timer starting to run down a little bit more. Sempus, after some nades are tossed out here, is going to rotate all the way from the A site. Not even going to hang on highway, too. Just fully commits himself here. And the smoke should seal the deal, but now they left Rap side completely open. They only have this double pit play to worry about with Automatic sitting himself over here onto the balcony. They've got to catch this, and they're going to have to move him back very quickly to catch some of this. Otherwise, Cloud9 should have a fairly simple take on their hands. And then a D is going to look to be the case. They hear the noise now, so Sempus is going to wrap his way back in, but now the hold has to be on here. Shroud's going to take a little bit of heat initially, and Sanks finds a kill, but Shroud trades that back out. Nothing finding an additional one here, so the initial holders have been traded out, and then nothing comes in to kill Sempus as the quick rotes. Doesn't leave a whole lot left here for Complexity to do in terms of retaking this, so more than likely Cloud9 should be able to sail through this second round.
Yeah, the gamble didn't pay off for Complexity. They rotate one back towards the B bomb site. They don't feel the pressure, so they figure maybe Cloud9 has cleared out those halls, and they're just going to fall right back into the default execute under that B bomb site, but it's incorrect. Cloud9 just walks up mid, smokes off Rap side to clear out Porch, and then once that clears, very aggressive on the hit around that bomb site. So Cloud9 are going to get out of this one without more than one death. Except for nothing. He's all alone, and he's actually got a second member of Complexity to his left, so this is a scary part. And he gets just destroyed by Roka. Can't land any shots. Roka's got 100 HP, and they're going to salvage a Galil out of this, so a little bit of a small mistake for Cloud9. Nothing going off on his own once that bomb explodes, and they're going to lose a rifle.
And that goes right into the hands of Roka now for this round. It will, beyond that, of course, be pretty much a full save for most of Complexity. Valen's able to make it through with what he took out of the previous round, but beyond this, we'll just see a couple upgrades here and there. Automatic is going to get tossed his teammates 5-7 there, so we'll have that to use. But again, no armor behind it or anything else, so still going to be fairly light in this round. And we'll expect that rifle to be most of the damage that'll come into play here. And they're going to risk it once again by going for the 4-man stack on the B site. They'll only keep Automatic here, and Automatic is playing this very, very aggressively too. Inside of the bedroom, hoping there's going to be some action in the apartments, and as we can see, Cloud9 already heavily committed to Bananas, so if they go straight forward with this, they might run into some trouble here on the B site.
Yeah, but they only commit one initially, and that spots out the rifle. Roka's put down towards 18 HP. Cloud9 can slow this down now. A lot of utility is used to slow down this attack, and actually, they haven't even fallen back. They're just kind of watching their flank, but it almost looks like they just want to re-hit this B bomb site because Sean, pushing up middle, found the gap with Automatic so aggressive, and he's coming through CT spawn towards the B bomb site. He's got a lot of people to deal with. There's Roka. Sanks with the Galil now, trades it over. He gets one kill. Still a stack at this B bomb site for Complexity. This is a scary spot to be in. Now they try and fall back. Automatic's there, but he can't slow him down. That's going to be a free A bomb site for Cloud9. Even though Sempus, he's on the rotate, he might be able to beat him there, but all he's got is a Mac 10. So this should be a second round for C9 unless Sempus can pull off some kind of a hero play.
And we saw Sanks too. He's gotten aggressive. He knows there's no presence on Banana, so Sempus would have had to come out huge and be prepared for that take, but he's just not there. And unfortunately, Sanks now being left with a choice to save or go for a very futile 1-versus-3 retake with no kit and no armor. Probably just going to sit back, look to save this for the gun round, and to let Cloud9 get that 8th point.
That might actually be huge. Not having to buy an M4 next round, he's going to be able to have the Molotov, the smoke, he's going to be able to have a kit. Those are all things that Complexity is going to need moving forward because they had that second round buy. You can see Valen's is at 1600, Automatic at 1900. So this one Galil could provide him with a lot of utility that's going to be crucial in the future. But Cloud9, good start to this half. It's exactly what they needed by winning these first 3 rounds, not getting reset early. They've got to build this lead up quickly.
So now with Cloud9 getting their feet back on the floor here, we'll see if they can try to bring back this lead off of the hinges of the first gun round. Lexi going to be able to go for the buy as well. We'll see how big it's going to be. Not expecting the op to really come out here from Sempus now, as he's just going to have to stick with the M4 for the time being. And that'll be the story with the rest of the team here as well. Valen's downgraded to a FAMAS, so a little light, but they've got the utility they need to work with for the most part here. Cloud9, of course, armed to the teeth with everything they would require here. The exception being Skadoodle's op, but considering they've kept most of their players alive, wouldn't really be necessary to go for that upgrade and leave an AK on the floor to die.
3 members of Complexity on this lane side. Heavy pressure put in, and Cloud9 just going through the motions, clearing out these halls, making sure no one's here. They push back any kind of aggression. Now they have map control. Now they can fall out because that forces Complexity to get a little bit more passive. Sempus the only one in lane now. It's a double pit. No one's watching Rap side, though, so actually there's a little bit of a gap in this defense at the moment before Sempus now finally starts to rotate. But Cloud9, much like Complexity in the first half, playing it very passive, not committing to anything quite yet. So that allows Complexity to get a readjustment. This is a crucial round for Cloud9 as well. Much like Complexity did in the first half, winning this could allow them to control the economy moving forward into this matchup.
We can see too, Sean just very, very patiently waiting to see if there's going to be any extra aggression coming down Banana. Semphis now the guardian over here of Rapside, trying to hold things out. Goes for the pop flash, but again, no commitment from Cloud9 just as of yet. They're still playing it back, still waiting for their chance, but now finally going to peek out. Semphis may have caught this, but in the meantime, he's going to put himself inside of Library. You can definitely hear those footsteps coming, so he's going to make the call, and he does shoot a bullet out there, so they know he's inside of there. Freak not only finds the first kill from Pit, but turns around and catches Semphis as well. Automatic is going to catch one trade, but now he's trapped, completely surrounded by the entire C9 roster. And look, he's actually going to try to make his way out. He's in the smoke. Nobody spotted him yet. Pops out, finds one kill. Quickly traded out by Freaks. That puts it into a 3-on-2. The rest of the Complexity, they're here now, but they've been smoked off completely. And Valen's still stuck outside of middle, working his way into the apartments right now as well. So the time is going to tick down very far before they can even attempt this two-man retake.
Yeah, Freakazoid takes complete control of the Rap side, opens the bomb side up. Now Valens, I don't even think they're going to go for this. They're just going to go for some exits here. Roka's already fallen back in the Library. Valens has just grabbed an angle. He could try and go for some kind of a ninja, but still, Cloud9 players are aware. They're a little bit slow exiting. Freakazoid gets picked off by Valens, and now they know exactly where he is. Shroud's already pushed towards CT spawn. Valen gets one more. That's really good damage done, even though he's fallen, so he's keeping the economy low. But the fourth round goes to Cloud9. Now they've got a shot. Now they've got a chance. They built up some money in the bank. It's going to be a save round from Complexity here. Roka's got an M4. He could do some work with that. But other than that, Cloud9 had complete control early on.
They're actually going to buy up. Yeah.
Of course. Complexity buy up.
I was going to say, it wasn't looking so bad when you look at the fact that Seg still had 4,900 in the bank, so they're still able to afford a full rifle buy-up with armor behind it, so they're going to go for it in hopes of maintaining the lead.
Yeah, that comes full circle to him saving that Galil. Since he didn't have to buy up, he had plenty more money. So, force buy here. This could catch Cloud9 off guard, but this is a huge round for Complexity in this half.
So here we go now, Cloud9 actually going to take it fairly aggressive, and you can tell they were expecting this to be an eco with their investment, so Sanks finds the first one. The second one's going to be caught, as I think Nothing kills himself by dropping off of the balcony, and beyond that, Complexity just completely floor the offensive there from Cloud9, leaving only Shaw to try and work this 1 versus 4 outside of Boiler.
Oh my lord, they got annihilated, not expecting that kind of a buy whatsoever, and they just get mowed down coming out of apartments, and Sean is just like, dang, what do I do now? 1 on 4, bombs down in pit. This is brutal for Cloud9. They do have plenty of money, though, going forward into the next round, so not too bad. But Complexity with an aggressive call, it's going to pay off for them. Now they can upgrade those FAMASs to some AK-47s virtually for free.
And of course, there again, the big key factor, as you already mentioned, was the fact that Cloud9 just did not expect a round like this to happen at all. You could see they had MP7s in the mix, had I think a MAC-10 there as well, so they definitely were not expecting this to be a big buy-up at all, and they just got completely floored as they attempt that 4-man waterfall push to come outside of the balcony.
That's rough. That's rough for Cloud9, but it is going to be another buy out of them this round. They have plenty of money, like I said. Shroud's got 8,800, so he can drop some guns, but Complexity, they've grabbed it right back, 11 to 9 now. They get their first round of this half. Still no op-out on the board for Semphis quite yet. We've seen him use it plenty on the CT side of Inferno, but they do have full utility, basically. I mean, Semphis is the only one really short. He's got a smoke, so they have 5 smokes. They've got 2 Molotovs, 2 kits. Complexity looking good, and this is the last buy before Cloud9 will have to save if they lose it.
And again, they're going to take it a lot slower this
time. Look at
Sanks. But, yep, Sanks pushed up to this very good position. Fortunately, not really going to be able to do too much with it, as Shroud's going to find the quick kill. They do catch the presence in middle at the very least, but with this happening so early, unfortunately, Complexity not going to be able to do too much off of this. They get the deep smoke back over here into Banana, so Valen's along with Roka, they're going to push this a little bit. They control this angle for the time being, and I imagine they're going to re-smoke it to keep that held back, so they should be able to corral the rest of Cloud9 to hopefully go into an A push with that fear of what could be on the other side of this smoke, but there's no absolute guarantee of that. And that's going to be a little bit of a risk that'll be taken.
Yeah, nice spam by Cloud9, still playing. I mean, this locks Roka into the corner. He's got to throw this Molotov just to help himself get out of there. But Cloud9 have slowed things out massively since grabbing that player advantage. They can just whittle down this clock, make Complexity very nervous. They're going to have to gamble where the rotations are coming. You can see Valen's trying to cheat towards the B bomb site just in case. He's playing in CT spawn. If this gets smoked off, he's essentially going to be useless. So this double pit setup from Automatic and Semphis is the safest thing they can do, and it's got to come up big.
And Cloud9's now slowly working their way into this A site once again, trying to toss everything over there to hopefully force the player in cubby, the non-existent player in cubby as it would end up being here. Charles got to be careful around that. Valens finds the opening kill. Charles does manage to pick up the kill with only 15 HP, but now the bomb's going down, so they know it's coming into this site. Automatic picking up an additional one. This forces the porch players to move in, and now they're going to attempt to do... nope, they call it off. It looked like they were going to go inside of Arches to pull off the switch, but they're going to commit to this site anyway, and that catches Semphis completely off guard. Automatic, though, firing blindly from pit, brings the timer down to just 6 seconds. They're forced to plant it. Automatic Automatic may try to pop out, but he sees Skadoodle there with the up, so it's going to be a little bit risky. Nonetheless, he picks up the kill into Automatic anyway, and again, it's Roka's time to clutch this out in the 1-on-2. Moving very swiftly, gets himself over here to the edge of Rap side, and now moving in. Skadoodle is going to be able to see him from the edge, but he misses the shot. That will act as, I guess, a distraction there, as Sean's going to be able to pop up off of that and get the headshot to finish things off.
Sanfes has got to be enraged right now. He's watching Rap side from balcony for so long, and as soon as he takes his eyes off it, they wrap around and get him for free, basically. So Automatic left in pit. He tries to stay alive as long as possible, trying to grab intel, but he falls to Skadoodle with a nice shot. Good round from Cloud9 there. And now Complexity on that save. They were at the brink of it, and losing that round pretty much seals the deal. Roka's got that deagle back in his hands, which could be a scary situation. He has that over towards the B bomb site. But Cloud9, they've only lost one round in this match. It was that aggressive buy out of Complexity that threw them off a little bit, but now they're going to take it so safe, so slowly, making sure they don't get caught by the same thing once again.
An almost perfect nade comes out from Sean at the beginning of this round, too. Brings Roka down already to 30 HP, almost a head-on collision. And he's going to have to hold back a little bit more. Well, maybe take a little bit of a risk to try and find out Sean, but all Sean's here to do is make noise anyway. The rest of the team have already gotten themselves through the mid-choke point. They've gone onto Rap side, and Complexity, again, very passive about this, just sitting inside. Automatic's getting the first bit of aggression back over here. He's inside. They haven't even seen him just as of yet, and that boiler presence is gone too, and they held up as well. 2 kills go by the way of Complexity. Now we're going to see Automatic popping up, but Automatic can't perform as Cloud9 trades those 2 kills that happened earlier back out, and with Automatic missing his opportunity to pick up some of these kills, that's now going to throw some of this away, and we might not be able to see the clutch from Complexity after all. Shroud picking up an additional one. Automatic does get the trade, but it leaves Automatic as the final player alive in a 1-on-2, and he still has no upgrades at this point to work for, so more than likely, although it was a bit messy, Cloud9 should be able to finally tie things up at 11 points.
Actually, they should not be in this position in this round with the kind of setup that Complexity had. It was beautiful for him, just a couple key misses at the wrong moment. Now Automatic in this 1-on-2, he's going to find some nice damage onto nothing, but can't clean up the kill. 11-11 now. Cloud9 has made the comeback. They've tied things up despite a terrible first half. And all of a sudden, Complexity, their backs are against the wall. They're basically... They're going to buy up here, but this is another situation. Losing this, they're going to have to save. That losing bonus has basically been reset by that 1 round win, so much like they did to Cloud9 in the first half, they've continually been resetting that bonus. Now they're the ones that have a tough job to do. No kits on their side, only 1 Molotov. 1 smoke is used immediately out towards Deep Banana. But Complexity's got to find some kind of a defensive stand, because Cloud9 members, they're coming alive on this terror side.
You mentioned the Molotov here. That player already playing a little bit aggressive once again, trying to work his way out towards the card angle to try and see if he can find Sean. Thankfully, Sean does end up flashing himself, I do believe, so he ends up pulling back there, and that will get postponed for the time being. And again, Cloud9 just going for this very passive strat once again, not really working their way into any of the enemy's territory just as of yet. They wait out, see if they can find any early aggression to pick up a kill or 2 here to start things off, and then they'll slowly make their way into the site when the timer starts getting a little bit lower.
Well, this is a cool boost from Complexity. Sanks boosted up on the head to try and peer over the top of the smoke. Gets blinded, but he hasn't appeared quite yet. Hasn't seen anyone. He jumps up, but he's blind when he jumps, so once again, he still hasn't seen anything, and Cloud9 pressuring very close to the smoke, thinking they want to come through, and they just fall right back down mid, so they clear out brackets, and they fall away, but there's Sanks. He swings and he peeks. Skadoodle can't land the shot with the op, so a 5-on-4 now for Complexity as Cloud9 rotates back towards this B bomb site. Roka hears it. He smokes off the choke point, and 1 more kill for Complexity. This is going to slow things down. There's Valence peering out. Molotov behind the smoke is going to slow down this hit. Roka gets 1 more, but Shroud, he's the last one left in a 1-on-3. He's at least going to get the bomb planted, but this is such a difficult spot for him to win in.
The damage has been done at this point, as you said before, so now it's down to the 1-on-3. Shroud is able to retreat back, but they see him running from a mile away, so Zemphis easily picks up the final kill to defuse. No problem will be had in cleaning that one up. They'll actually get a free upgrade in the hands of Automatic, but I imagine they'll get traded out in just a second. Going over to Zemphis so he can get the op to work with, and now Complexity, although it got very close for Cloud9, Complexity are going to be able to regain the lead once again up to 12 points.
This is very close matchup now. With that plant, Cloud9 should be able to get 1 more buyout, but they're going to be put right up against the brink of saving. See those AK-47 start to come out. Freakazoid's going to be on a Tech 9, the entry fragger for Cloud9. They've played it very, very slow, though, throughout this half. Very patient. So that Tech 9, actually, it's not a huge deal because Freakazoid hasn't tried to do any kind of bullying, over towards the B bomb site up Banana like we normally see out of him. But still, very sticky situation for both teams. Neither teams have built up enough money to be comfortable quite yet.
So now for Cloud9 again, they might actually take this a little bit faster pace this time, already lining up to take that aggressive push over here into the mid choke and just go over towards ramp side. They're going to be allowed free reign here once again. Automatic to try to contest it as he pops out, finds one, takes a little bit of heat back from Ska, but he waits for it. Going to be rewarded with a second kill. Now Shroud coming around, not going to be able to catch him before he retreats into the site, but he does find one player in pit. However, Semfis will be there, finds an upshot over onto Sean to take him down. Shroud is still alive, but a perfect pop flash. No follow-up, unfortunately, as he does fall back inside of Library. They still have the bomb carrier coming back over here through the porch side as well, but now that Shroud's taken some heat, they've lost nothing, so the bomb is on the floor, and Automatic is going to be able to clean things up. Perfect hold from Complexity. Cloud9, unfortunately, not going to get anywhere on that round.
Now, what a round from Automatic, holding very, very nice angles on ramp side. Doesn't even need any flashbangs to get 2 kills. He's holding angles that'll basically allow it to be one-on-ones, and he can fall back and take a brand new angle, get another kill, and then he just stays safe in the bomb site. So Cloud9, that hit doesn't even come to fruition. Nothing gets going for him as they wrap around the bomb site, and they just get whittled down throughout that hit. Now Semfis has this AWP in his hand as well, so he was in pit. He gets a free kill coming up lane. So a good defensive stand for Complexity. Now they've taken control right back, 13-11. We see a pause coming out, most likely for Cloud9, because they have no money. They have nothing to spend this round. They might be able to upgrade some pistols or get some smokes, but no rifles are going to be on the board. And this is a really tough spot for them to be in now.
And at this point, all just discussion about what not only they're going to attempt to do some damage to the economy in this round. You still look at Complexity. They're still not, for most of their players, in a really secure spot in terms of the money. 1.9 on Valens, only $250 post-buy for Sanks. And the same story for Automatic, sitting at about $1,800 right now. Semfis and Roka are in a good position, but won't really have enough in excess to rebuy up for their teammates should the rest go down. So it'll still make probably a full eco going into the next one if Cloud9 could somehow swing an eco. More than likely not going to happen, as we'll see them probably having to go for a pretty preservative round here in hopes of saving up and try to contest them on that 14th point to try to make the comeback happen once again.
This is a really interesting time for a pause. It makes me almost think that they kind of want to buy up in this round, and they were thinking about doing it to maybe try and catch Complexity off guard, but to call this timeout on a save round, coming up with a more than likely a tactic for whatever they choose to buy. I would assume it's going to be next round, because if they were to buy here, they'd only be able to have one Galil onto nothing, or he'd drop an AK-47 over to someone with armor, but the rest would just be pistols. So that'd be very, very weak buy. But Cloud9, they've got one more chance in the bag here. If Complexity gets up towards 14, that means one more mistake from Cloud9, and they're going to have tie point. They're going to be on match point. So tough spot to be in, really. And this is a Cloud9 that we can see they just came out flat. And that was the thing. That first half went so south for them so very quickly. I mean, they didn't really have much of an opportunity. They did even things up in the second half, but once it got to 11-11, it's been Complexity all the way. These last 2 rounds have gone their way. They've regained control. And Cloud9, they are going to stay onto this eco. No more buys coming out.
And the unpause does come through, so nothing really being invested this time for C9. Complexity should have things pretty much in the bag in terms of finding that 14th point, but they're going to have to get through at least one more gun round before they can absolutely secure this match, which hasn't necessarily been the easiest thing in the world for them here on this second half and try to close things out for the CT side. Of Cloud9 have made some progress, but have definitely lost the way now a little bit. And we've seen Complexity retake that lead using their first half's victory. That's definitely a pretty big springboard to maintain it now. So for Cloud9, it's just going to be pretty much almost all 5 players directly working this very slow push-up banana. They'll try to just push their way into the site. So it's basically just going to be Hail Mary. Let's roll in here, see if we can catch anything. Already taking some heat on the way in, but no kills being traded out by coL as of yet. They're getting closer, but there's Valens. He picks up the first one. Roka finding another one, and this so far not really going anywhere as of yet. Finally, they're going to bait Roka outside of his cover spot a little bit there, but again, another nade kill comes back in. Also going to drop Freak down to just 1 HP, so it's Freak and nothing, trying to work a miracle in this 2-on-4 situation. No upgrades obtained by either of these players either, and another HE comes in. That's going to close out nothing. Easy, one little shot that's needed to eliminate Freakazoid. That will be the 14th point as we expected for Complexity to go on the board. No plant happening that time either, unfortunately.
Now, that nade from Semfis was crucial in stopping the plant. The plant would have been so nice for Cloud9 if they were able to have a little bit more buys. That would have allowed Sean to have an AK-47 with some utility behind it as well. Same with Freak. He would have liked to have a couple more flashes more than likely, but either way, Complexity denies it. So now this is Cloud9, their last chance really in this matchup. They've got to win this one to give them a little bit more breathing room moving forward. Plenty of money built up on the Complexity side. Look at Semfis. He takes the aggressive angle. That fire not really reaching him whatsoever. So Cloud9 might think that this is just, that's cleared. And Semfis actually just decides to fall away from it basically for free.
So he's going to move out there. Cloud9 not really going to exercise any additional aggression for the time being, though, just for the safety reasons in case somebody did manage to get to a quick position behind the car. Not going to be able to find it just as of yet, but in very close quarters right now. In fact, I think Automatic might have heard a footstep coming up towards Boiler. He's going to see it now, and Sanks picks up the nice little one-tap headshot. Shroud finds the trade, but he calls it clear, and now we're going to see another one coming out from Automatic. He finds a second kill into Shroud in the meantime as well after taking down Skadoodle, and they've got good control. Sean and Nothing trying to work for something. Nothing killed with a headshot with his knife out, and now Sean's been found out there by Automatic. All they've got to do is box him in at this point. He's going to be a dead man at the hands of Roka, and Complexity pretty much have this match in the bag at this point.
Another really nice hold from Automatic. He's up at 24 kills, but to catch Nothing out with his knife out like that, Nothing just not prepared for that kind of aggressive peak. And you can see it's Automatic with 24, it's Roka with 25, the rest hovering just below the 20s, and then on the Cloud9 side, it's just Shroud who came to play tonight. 23 and 19 for him, 15 onto Nothing, but Skadoodle, Sean, and Freakazoid with 12 kills each. Cloud9 getting bodied right now by Complexity.
And we'll see the full Tech 9 buy-up coming out from Cloud9, the exception being, of course, the Deagle on the Ska, but overall, the odds not looking so good in terms of what we've seen from their ecos so far in this entire match. The aggression coming right out there on Banana. 3 players push it, immediately dispatching of Skadoodle. The rest of the team going to try to work this into a take onto that ace site to move in for control, but Automatic's handling himself well. He finds 1 kill. They spot the movement coming in from porch side. Balen's a little bit messy on the spray, but he's got the teammate there to help him out. Nothing in Shroud, though. They will actually be able to take out those 2 offenders, but not able to pick up the AK just in enough time there, so Roka's going to shut him down before he can do any damage with it. It's all on Nothing now, this 1-on-3, and Semphis with a nice headshot there on the op to close things out. That's going to be the final scoreline here, and it will be Complexity to take the match against Cloud9.
That's absolutely brutal. So Cloud9, they've got a doubleheader tonight, and coming out flat in that first match is a little bit scary. I mean, now they're a little bit warmed up. They're going to have an easier matchup next. It's going to be Threesup, who made headlines earlier today because they picked up Wabbit as not MoTV, decided to step down to be a 6th man. So they're going to have a new player in the roster, but that's no slouch-off match. I mean, Threesup has been playing really well with Mo, and Wabbit's another very effective opper, so it can be a scary situation, and Cloud9's, they've got to get their head back in the game.
And that match, guys, is going to be coming up here in just a few minutes, so stick around for it, and we'll be coming right back to you with the second match. Once again, it'll be Threesup versus Cloud9 here at the ESL ESEA Pro League right here on Twitch.
It's the greatest. Here we go, though. We're into the knife round, and it's WinterFox versus NME on Cobblestone. This is a map. XP3 with the AWP, he's got to be solid. Obviously, Kusta anchoring down that B bomb site as well. Going to definitely be having to put in a very solid match moving forward here as well. But really, it's going to be who's going to get onto that. You know, we've argued back and forth in the past as to what sided this map is. I still say, at least in the North American scene, this is a CT-sided map. I 100% wholeheartedly will say that. Now, if you go international, it can swing a little bit more towards the terrorist side. I think that when we saw DreamHack, we saw some very strong CT performances on this map, which I'm sure Moses can agree with since he was there. So I'm going to say Enemy GG, they've got to have a good CT side half here because WinterFox, with them playing with all North American pings right now, will be able to lock it down on their CT side. So 9-6, 10-5, Enemy GG, they got to get this big half.
Yeah, the big thing to watch here, and I think as we saw it at DreamHack Cobble 2015, that the B bomb site is so easy to get here, so that'll be something to watch as we go. But early on here, we've actually got WinterFox going up towards the A halls, and there actually looks like they're going to work an A split early on. And the CTs had stacked that B site, so they're going to be able to get in here pretty quickly.
And it was actually a really, really well-placed pre-nade up towards the B halls, or the long A halls, pardon me, that actually shut down mainline, stopped him in his tracks, and Desi just cleaning him up. And that's actually something we didn't talk about before. Desi, who was playing for Team Coast before, or Fallen Esports before they, pardon me, I'm getting confused. They played for Fallen Esports before they lost their sponsorship, which is now SKDC, is actually playing for WinterFox tonight. So that's actually a really solid addition to their 5-man roster that they're playing with this evening. You can just see it. There it is, Anger and Desi just cleaning house that round. 3 for Desi, 2 for Anger, as all the remaining CTs tried to filter through the double doors there into the A bomb site. But shutting it down, WinterFox, I don't think they actually, no, they didn't lose a single player that pistol round, so that's going to do nothing but help their economy moving on.
Yep, we just build that early, and like you said, so they're going to pick up some SMGs here as well. So without any of them dying, they're going to be able to pick that up, have plenty of their money still on their back, and if they farm some cash here, give themselves on that economy advantage early on, it's going to be a great momentum builder for them. But again, they're actually going to work basically the same strat. The bomb is going to work up towards these A halls a little bit faster this time, though. But again, the CTs have stacked up on B, expecting the take to come there on their eco, but now they're going to have to do the quick rotate and try to retake onto this A bomb site, excuse me.
Yeah, and just a real quick push. Nice read there from the CT side, from the terrace side. They just get right into that bomb site. They're actually going to boost XP3 up, and this is a dangerous position because he's just going to come right around the corner here. From some reason, my camera decided to switch to somebody completely off on the off. Yeah, I don't know why it does that, but he's going to be right behind here. He finds the first one, looking for the second one. He's going to get him as well, so that's a ton of money. Anger and Flowsick finding some MAC-10 headshots as well, so that's just nothing but bankroll right there. $600 a kill, so that little exchange there netted XP3 1,200 and his two teammates 600 on top of that. Plus Lex with the MP7 going to find another $600 in the bank. So WinterFox, they're already just going for that money farm, picking it up. You can see over $6,000 for XP3 to start that out. Anger's at 5,750, and you know, Flowsick, that's his only kill, but he's at 4,150. So once we get into the first gun round, they're going to have an extremely healthy buy.
They're going to head straight towards this A bomb site once again. Just continue to head that direction. The CT is finally going to stack up that direction, so we'll see if that's going to make much of a difference. They actually got a 3-man stack of the A hall, so they're going to run into him very quickly here as Anger as well as Desi are pushed up quickly. Desi picks up one on the main line, Anger gets his own on the Kusa, and Flowsick picks up the last one there at A hall. So they cleared that out very quick. Now they just got a Anomaly in mid and Uber back in the bomb site, and those get picked up by Lex and Desi respectively. So third round goes to WinterFox. Real quick eco take there, or rather anti-eco take by them, and now they'll have to deal with the op of Kusta, so I imagine we'll see that over towards the B bomb site. Which way is WinterFox going to go?
Well, we'll find out here very shortly. You know, it could always be the rush B, don't stop, but it looks like they're favoring towards this A bomb site, and they're going to test their metal right here because Anger is going to stick on that MP7. XP3 does have the op like you talked about, but it's going to be Kusta actually over here at Long Halls. Going to be looking for some damage early on here, trying to get that AWP working very early in this matchup, and he's going to have Lex right around the corner. They're going to throw this pop flash out, and it might just catch him enough. But there's the peek. Kusta punishes Flowsick, peeking out a little bit too soon, and that smoke is going to go down and cordon that area off, so Lex can't progress any further in the A halls. That gives Kusta a lot of time to rotate on around, but it's going to be Desi looking for this smoke to fade, and he can't find it fast enough. Skylar shuts him down, and that is an early 2-man pick-off for the enemy GG side.
Yeah, and so now, like you said, with the 2-man disadvantage, what are WinterFox going to be able to do? They've got that op on the back to XP3. He's going to head over towards the B side, but they have to deal with the relics as well as Uber here. Over here is sort of guarding op. He's just going to pop flash there, but there's no one dropped down quite yet. They are aware that they have the players to deal with the relics. He's going to have to see if he can pick up 2. He does pick up 1. Did he spray it down on the Lex? And yes, he gets that frag, so the bomb is down. Now it's all down to Anger by himself. Gets picked up and drop. And Enemy picks up their first gun round. So as the guns come out, Enemy picks it up, defends the bomb site well with the early aggression from Kusta there at A halls, getting op shot, as you said, not being scared of that pop flash, getting the shot, and putting them at the advantage early.
Yeah, and on the other side of that, if you look at the economy for the WinterFox side, obviously they have no problem buying here because of how successful they were with the SMG farm in the opening 2 rounds. But now you've got a double up setup here on the enemy side. You've got Relics and Kusta both yielding this off, and it's going to be Kusta to find the opening pick in mid again. So that's just a detriment to the WinterFox side early on. Explosive goes down, a little bit of spam being thrown the way of, I believe that was actually Anger down in that area, but Kusta finds another one. Lex just getting way too aggressive for his own good over there by the long halls, and he pays for it. Kusta already with 2 on the round, and that's not a player that you want to give any kind of an advantage to because he's so quick.
Yep, and now, like you said, they got to figure out what to do here. They have gotten in a drop, which is hugely important in this map, but the bomb has dropped down in B hall, so someone's going to have to go back and get it. But with this drop control, they might be able to get out into the B bomb site, but it's not going to matter if they don't have the bomb, and XP3 actually gets picked up by Relics anyway. So now they're down to a 2v5, and at this point, they have to think about trying to be able to keep those guns. But Anger's going to push out. He does pick up out of Uber, and they get one more into Relics, and all of a sudden, oop! It's a 1v2 though, so Desi has a chance, but he has to find the frags with only 40 seconds left. The bomb down in B halls. He's going to go back and pick it up, and where is he going to go from there?
Well, his only option is to just barrel on towards the A bomb site. Well, he's going to go back towards B, and I don't know if I really agree with this. He's going to drop down, and Kusta is going to be right around the corner here just waiting for this peek. And, I mean, honestly, Desi doesn't really have time to wait for this. He has to go. He's only got 15 seconds. He's got to get into that bomb site. You can see one player already around the corner just waiting to line this one up, and he's just going to peek right into it. Desi actually wins that fight. He can get into the bomb site now and get the plant. and that's exactly what he's going to do. So he is going to be in a position to clutch this one out if he peeks around the right angle at the right time, and it's going to be Kusta versus Desi in a 1v1. This round is just turned on its head. Desi looking for it, but Kusta swings on him and finds the frag anyway. So a scary round there for enemy GG. It was a 2 versus 5. And WinterFox bring it back, get the bomb plant, so that's money in the bank, so they should be able to buy this next round as well. But very, very scary for enemy there.
I mean, that's how powerful drop is. Once you get in there, there's a lot of cover coming out whichever direction you go, and so being able to get out and get those frags, you know, Anger picking up 2 quick ones, getting the guy at chicken coop after picking up the one up close, really what opened that up for them. But that's the danger of giving up drop. If you don't have a player posted up there, even in a low man situation, you open up a lot of options for the terrorist side. So, like you said, did get scary, but they pick it up. That it does hurt their economy quite a bit, though, so that's something to watch. If they pick up this one, they'll be on an eco very early on. But right now, WinterFox working towards the A side once again, putting a lot of emphasis here on the A halls as well as mid.
Yeah, and it might pay off for him this time. You can see how turtled up they are on the CT side. Anomaly playing all the way in the backside of the site. Kusta from Boost. He's just looking for anything over in that area as the flashbangs come on out. Smokes as well. Kusta's got to get in front of this, and he's going to have to take a cheeky angle. He misses the opening shot, but he hits the second one on the legs, drops him. Anger, though, is able to respond, but it's Kusta again on the XP3. Still waiting for him to cross, but it's finally Flosik who somehow managed to get himself behind him. Picks up 2, and now the man advantage swings back to WinterFox. Bomb planted in A. Uber and Relics for the retake, and it looks like they might just call a save, possibly. No, Relics pop flashing out. They both go outdoors. So they're looking for any kind of aggression over here, but it's going to be Anger from the backside of the APC. Relics cleans them up, but it's still 2 players over here. They don't realize that Desi is still in that same position as the other player, and he cleans it up. But a nice retake attempt from enemy. They actually clean up 3 kills there to almost close out that round.
Yeah, considering they let Flosik, I think he pushed up, got behind them in heaven, actually. He pushed up through that smoke and dropped down on top of them. So, considering they let him get there and drop on top of him, get the 2 frags, that got really scary. But as we said, because of those, huge frags from the rounds before, enemy going to be on an eco here. I don't think they're in a safe situation where they'll be on a double eco if they lose it again, but it'll be close. But in any case, they're going to have to deal with WinterFox coming towards the B side. This time, bad nade there early on, but didn't do much damage to the team, as the bomb is in the B halls. But they stacked up 2 players back towards mid as well, so they give themselves the option to rotate back towards A if they feel that that's the correct option.
Yeah, but again, I mean, this is just going to be a slow play from WinterFox. It's going to keep enemy guessing because typically speaking, when you go towards that B-bomb site, you do it in a hurried fashion because you can get towards the broken wall almost the same time that the CTs get over in that area as well. But this time they've given them the chance to establish themselves in the backside of that site. So they're going to work a pick here, try to find a different avenue of attack. But Kusta, he's just getting a little bit aggressive here, and he's just going on an information spree, trying to find as much info as he can. He's got XP3 above him. He might be able to take him down because XP3 is on 6 HP, and there it is. There's the kill. There's an AK picked up as well. Or pardon me, actually, that's only a MAC-10. But nevertheless, you know, you do see him start moving in towards A, but this is where all of the remaining CTs are. Uber's going to be able to find one. Lex trades it out, actually finds mainline as well, but they've got so much more work to do in this site, and Kusta on the flank now, looking for anything. Uber finds a second. Lex again trades it out. Now just tapping from behind, Relics finds Lex, and it's all down to Anger. So this is an extraordinary eco round, and Anger's got to play this one really, really smart. 19 seconds left. He's going to be able to go all the way to the B bomb site, but he's only got 32 HP. He does have a rifle advantage for the time being with him having the armor advantage, but they're just going to be rotating so fast. He's got to take this fight with Relics, and he's got to win the first battle.
Yep.
Oh, they lined up. He almost got it. Relics, though, is there for the trade, and enemy are going to steal one away.
All he needed was some late utility. If he had a smoke or a molly or anything to give himself a better position after getting that plant, he might have had an option there. But unfortunately, he had to take the peek early to try to get it down to a one-on-one. And he does a decent job. And like you said, had they lined up a little bit better for him, he probably could have picked it up. But Relics does win the round. And so now enemy picking up that round. They're going to be able to buy here and have quite a bit of economy. Kusta's going to pick up that op here in just a second. So they'll be a full buy against WinterFox, who will be on that eco. So we'll see. So far, WinterFox has sort of favored that A side on their ecos, but this time around they are going to head towards B, and it looks like it's just going to be a very quick rush here out. So we'll see what Mainline and company can do.
Well, this is what I want to see right here. I want to see him just barrel on out into this B-bomb site, get in their face with those pistols. Those nades have already done so much damage. Desi and Flosik lit Mainline's going to be able to find the first one. That's going to be Flowsick down and out, but they've already lurked a player out behind him, and all of this smoke is Anger just waiting for a push. There's the peek around. Mainline finds one. Desi going to try to make something happen, but Mainline is just cleaning house in this bomb site. Kusta on the flank control is going to find one, and Mainline finishes it off, so he just capitalizes it, dots his I's, and crosses his T's, and is able to finish that round. 4-4 now, enemy GG in a position to actually take the lead if they so pick off this next round. But that bomb plant from WinterFox, that's the money in the bank that they're looking for, so it's just going to be a rifles arsenal for them right here.
Yeah, just brilliant play, as you said there, by Mainline, though. The positioning around those smokes and getting himself in a spot to find the frags without getting over-aggressive.
Oh, yeah.
So, great movement there by him, but we'll see. Again, WinterFox going to split up across the map this time around. Again, putting a couple players in towards those B halls. Bomb going to sit back there, actually drop down towards mid, and only put the one player over here towards B. That is Desi, who's going to try to draw them off, although actually, as I say that, they dropped the bomb in B halls once again. So, just trying to find themselves a pick early on, and Lex is actually pushed all the way up in mid, and right now, Enemy has no idea, so he has a lot of information for his team.
Oh, he's getting a ton of info for his team. And Kusta actually getting spammed up through this smoke. He's down to 25, so he's going to have to maybe fall back from that position. But it's just anomaly to try to find Lex and Flowsick here on the bottom side of mid. They pulled the rotation off of that A-bomb site as well. Mainline fully committed. Uber's the only one remotely close to anywhere over there. Kusta is going to be able to open up on XP3, but it's going to have to be Anger to hold these guys over at this B-bomb site while this rotation comes in. You can see the smoke goes out. Lex pushing up by the APC. He's going to look for something, but that's anomaly. He gets fully flashed, pushing through the smoke. They actually trade places. Anomaly doesn't see him. Flowsick gets in behind him. He could be able to peek this one out, but he's not going to be able to win the battle. Kusta finds Anger as well, and Lex able to find one. Desi as well, so we're back to a 2 versus 2 until Mainline comes in and just eliminates Lex. But now it's going to be down to a 1v1 as Desi answers back. It's Kusta versus Desi. One bullet will seal his fate. Kusta with the AWP, Desi with the AK. One bullet either way will most likely finish this round out, and it's going to be Desi holding very close here. He's going to try to go for the vent push. He's all the way to the left, direct left. He spots him, not able to finish him off, and now Desi is just going to hightail it to the B-bomb site. He might be able to get in there and get the bomb plant if all else fails. He's just going to barrel on in. He's got time. He should be able to get the plant
Wow.
here. So close, and now Kusta versus Desi. The 1v1 continues. The tension rises, and Desi gets himself into a great post-plant position. Kusta coming on this push towards the B-bomb site is actually going to go through drop room. Never mind, he's just going to pick up an AK and work back towards the double doors. But Desi, he's got a nade to work with as well, and that could be the fate of Kusta here, as it's just going to be all over the place this round. Desi's still looking for it, just biding his time, waiting for him to tap that bomb. Desi goes for the peek, and he wins the round. So a crazy finish to that round. I don't even know what to say. The lurk up mid at the beginning of the round was just suspect. Anomaly able to find some frags as well as Mainline and Kusta, but they just couldn't finish it off. WinterFox comes back on the backs of Anger and Desi, and they finish the round.
God, I don't even know. I thought Desi was actually going to win that earlier on. I thought he had the positioning to go ahead and get that frag anyways, but the fact that he turned at the last minute and almost got shot in the back and still manages to get in there.
You squeal like a small schoolgirl.
I'm sorry, I'm getting hyped. It's exciting.
Halloween's over, man. Nothing to get scared about.
Oh, man. But in any case, I mean, that's the same noise I would have made had I gotten almost shot in the back when I'm playing.
Do you think Desi made that noise?
Maybe. I hope so. If he didn't, he should have.
He's just a TeamSpeaker mumble.
Anyway, okay, one of our mics
boy.
is too loud. I don't know which one it is. If you could tell me.
Is it the guy with the deep voice or the guy with the deep voice?
Perfect.
Slow round right here, though. Look at this. Anomaly is actually... I'm trying to figure out where he's at because he is like... Okay. The name tag isn't actually over his head, which is weird.
Huh.
I thought that he was actually like right directly under Anger, but he wasn't. Now he pushes up, but Relics and Mainline actually shutting down this B push, but that's not where the hit is actually going to be coming. They're actually working their way in towards the A bomb site. Anomaly caught a little bit out of position here, but it's going to be Relics to clean up Anger, finds a nice shot. Anomaly coming back from mid and Kusta, so it's a clean round for Enemy.
Yeah, like you said, picked it up. The execution was a little... I think a tad slow there by WinterFox trying to get into those bomb sites. Allowed the rotation to happen by Enemy. So with that one here, again, we're going to see WinterFox on one more eco, and we'll see which bomb site they favor this time, as it looks like it is going to be that A side of the map, at least for now. as we're going to see Anomaly getting aggressive one more time. We'll see how far he decides to push up. Just up on that door. He's going to get some aggression here early by P3. He sees one across, and now he's just going to throw that nade and try to fall back and have his teammate help. The Molly comes in, holds off that push, and he's actually going to get aggressive, gets taken out by Desi.
That's a mistake. That's a big mistake. Luckily for him, Kusta and Uber were able to clean up Flowsick and Desi, but that was just a big mistake pushing in towards that Molotov. Mainline's going to be able to swing and take down Lex as well, but it's going to be Anger and XP3. Now just XP3 is Mainline. He's having himself a bit of a match here. I don't know if you've realized this, but he's slowly been climbing up the ranks. Anomaly's the one that's slow to start, but it's Kusta, Relics, and Mainline that are holding things together for enemy. Desi, kind of the... some people were saying that he's a ringer. Some people were saying that he's not a ringer, that he's actually joining Winter Fox's squad here. But he's doing work right now, 12 and 6 on the scoreboard. Anger right behind him at 10 frags. And it's nice to see Anger kind of waking up because it feels like he's kind of been slumping a little bit lately. He was one of the biggest impact fraggers the last season that we had for ESEA Invite. So it's nice to see him strutting his stuff a little bit here on Cobblestone. But it's a double save from Winter Fox.
Yes, it is. So pushing that A side again. I did adjust my mic, so please let me know if it continues to be an issue, guys. But
you're too loud!
We're here into the 12th round. Again, a Nico by Winter Fox pushing up. They get flashed here at long, as the CTs do have a pretty good presence, and actually they're rotating over already. So I think they're going to have a fourth player to deal with. Anomaly picks up one. He's going to spray down through that smoke. He does pick up a second. Now he's getting pushed on. Uber helps him out. That's one in exchange, and now Desi has picked up two, actually, and now they're pushing to that site, but Uber cleans it up. Lex and Desi go down to him, and now enemy 7-5 with the lead, extending it a bit further.
Yeah, and I told you, they need to get to at least 9. If they want a chance to take this matchup, they need at least 9 rounds on their CT side. If they can pick up the pace and hit 10, that would be absolutely beautiful. And I did see somebody in chat actually point out that XP3 is 2 and 9 right now. He must just be so giddy that he's engaged to Emily. She is a pretty lady. I've met her a couple of times. She's come to Philly. I'm sure you met her at the last Fragadelphia.
Yes, indeed. Fragadelphia, ESEA lands, etc.
There you go. So he might just, his trepidation is a little too much. Nice boost here from Uber, though. He might be able to catch something out. This is going to be big. Anger down and out, and if he falls back, he's going to be able to get out unscathed as well. So kudos to Uber. Nice push there to start this round out.
Yeah, getting that frag early is it's really tough on that terrorist side. The execution is going to come here on the B side, which I believe is the easier side to get out into as a terrorist, but actually Relic's playing there, gets flow sick, and now they're going to try to execute with only 3 men, and the rotation's already happened. There's 4 CTs to deal with. Uber picks up one onto Desi, who came out dropped. Lex does know the Relics is there, but does get him. Mainline returns, though, on XP3. Anomaly flanking around. Lex going down there in that long B side once again. So one more round for enemy. Picking it up 8-5, but still, are they going to force here? No, I think we're going to see one more eco here from Winter Fox going in the last round. Yes, pistols probably. That's about it.
Yeah, it really wouldn't be a bad call here to save this one. Try to get that bolstered economy. XP3's having a little bit of a rough matchup here, as well as Flowsick, who's 4 and 10. Lex, he's had a couple of really nice plays, but unfortunately, some of the kills that he's gotten really haven't mattered too much because they came on rounds that they lost. I know that he had a big 3K over there in that A-bomb site that ended up coming down to, I believe it was a 1v1, and Winter Fox ended up dropping that round. So a nice nade through the smoke, though. XP3 is going to find some good damage there on the Relics, dropping him to 63. They got to know that he's playing on this platform. He's been here almost every single round, and now that Molotov should be a dead giveaway. They're just going to barrel on through drop right now. Uber's caught out of position. Mainline with a flash out. He's going to get caught as well, and it's going to be Uber to try to quell this damage, but Flow6 swings. He's picked up 2. I just talked about him kind of struggling a little bit to start this matchup out, but he's going to be able to start off very strong in this round. Bomb gets planted. If Winter Fox is able to steal away an eco round here, that could be absolutely detrimental to enemy GG. And we could be looking at that 8-7 scoreline. Nice spam through the wall, actually. Anger goes down to Uber, and it's going to be Anomaly to answer back on 1 and 2. And now it's Flowsick caught out in the open, and Kusta takes him down. So enemy GG is round that looked very scary at the beginning of this. Ends up being not too terribly bad for him in the long run.
Yep, but getting that bomb plant is going to allow Winter Fox to go ahead and buy full utility here this round and get the op on the back of XP3. If they so choose. Nope, they're going to go full rifle setups. They're not going to put that there, but they're going to have full armor and nades on this last round. We'll see which way they want to execute. They've spread it out quite a bit. Normally we see on Cobble, as I mentioned a few times, it's B after B after B, but this time around, Winter Fox has sort of spread it out. They played a lot of picks where they can get information, and again, this time around, Kus has actually pushed all the way up, but now he's got to fall back. He got flashed out of there. He's got his teammate to back him up, so if they do push mid, they've got 2 to deal with. if they can get past the op of Kusta. But right now, they're going to fall back. No early aggression. As, again, just sitting back, trying to find those picks across the map.
Yeah, and the big thing is again, they're very spread out here on their terrorist side, and Anomaly, he's just kind of got free reign of this mid corridor. Kusta with the backup. And just not a lot that WinterFox has really been able to accomplish. I mean, they won the pistol round. What have they done since then? They've only won 2 gun rounds the entirety of this half. It's been really all enemy GG on their CT side. And like I said, they needed to have a very strong CT side showing. But it's really going to boil down to whether or not they can capitalize on this last round. And finally, XP3 is going to be able to get on the board. He finds Relics on the back of that. Flowsick is going to lurk mid, finds Anomaly rotating in. So this is a good start to the round, and Mainline should get taken down. XP3 with the second one. Mainline does get one back, but Anger trades immediately, and it's all down to Uber in a 1v4. And Anger is going to clean that up. So a 9-6 halftime score. Enemy GG, that's good for them. Still not bad for WinterFox. If WinterFox pick up the pistol round, then they're going to be able to cruise back into this one. 9-9 should be the scoreline. But we could see a 12-6 scoreline before all said and done if enemy GG do steal away the pistol.
Yep, well, it's the question of getting that pistol and then converting it to the next 2, which, as we know, is way more difficult here. Trying to pick up that second round, especially depending on how the first round goes. If you may see a pistol armor by the terrorist or the losing team, not necessarily terrorist team. Depending on how that first round goes. But, as you said, just waiting here. So again, this is WinterFox versus Enemy GG. If those of you who are wondering, potentially maybe you found your way to the secondary stream rather than the mainstream tonight, but you're wondering where Cloud9 versus Complexity is, that is over on twitch.tv/ESEA. So that match is going on. I'm not really sure what the score is. I don't have it up on my other monitor or anything, but that match is going on over there. So, this match will go on now. We have another simultaneous cast. The next one, I think we will have... What's that match? Conquest versus SKDC, I believe, will be the next match we have here.
Currently, the score of the Complexity Cloud9 matchup, which is on Inferno right now, is Complexity 10, Cloud9 8. Complexity won 10-5 on their terrorist side, and Roka is going off in this matchup. He is currently 21-9.
Wow.
So Roka's smashing. Simphis has an ace in the matchup. Roka's got a 4K, a 1v1, and a 1v2 clutch. Sanks. I'll just give you guys the box scores for this one real fast while we wait for this one to start back up. Simphis 15-14, Roka 21-9, Valence 9-10, Automatic 9-12, and Sanks 11-10. On the opposing side of Cloud9, you've got Nothing at 15-3, Skadoodle at 11-13, Shroud at 13-12, Freakazoid at 9-14, and Sean Garris is 9-13. So that is the way that the box scores are for you guys right now. So again, Roka just beast moding this matchup. I'm just going to hit refresh real fast to see if anything changes. No, it doesn't.
You're spoiling rounds.
They're not watching that. They're here.
Well, maybe they're watching both. Maybe they have multi-stream up.
Well, you know, they needed to know, okay? So I just let them know, and then now they know, all right, Holden? So when you know, you know, you know?
Otherwise, you wouldn't know.
Exactly. So we're just going to go into this pistol round and just forget about everything that just happened. So back to the match again. It's going to be WinterFox and Enemy GG. This time WinterFox on the CT side. Flowsick, XP3, Desi, Lex, and Anger against Mainline, Kusta, Relics, Anomaly, and Uber. Take us away, Holden. Boom!
Right, you said. So pistol round going to be, well, as the casters say, going to be huge. We'll see if WinterFox can position themselves to get back into this one. But right now, big B stack up here from the enemy side. They're actually, I think, 3 players up here towards drop, maybe 2. Actually, yeah, that's 2 at drop and 3 coming out. They're going to execute on that B bomb site. The easier one of the 2 to take. They do get out. Lex does pick up 1, but Mainline is in that site now. We'll see if they can take out the remaining trailers of WinterFox. Lex is still sitting in that site. There's 1 back chicken coop. Desi has dropped down. Lex does return, and now it's down to Flowsick, who's back in that chicken coop, as well as XP3, who's rotating around from the flank, and now they know he's there.
Yeah, XP3's got to come up huge right here, and he actually drops the bomb carrier. Flowsick drops in the meantime, but it's going to be XP3 to really try to lock this round down. He's got to take this fight with Anomaly, and he's got to win it. He's got to do it in a hurry right now because he's just going to... They're playing the bait and switch, and it's going to be Mainline to take him down. Mainline with a very quiet round in terms of... We didn't really say his name a whole lot, but he picks up 4 kills anyway. But you talked about how important that pistol round is. Actually, the funny thing about that is that with the scoreline the way that it is, that's not as big of a pistol round as some of the other ones that we've casted. Because WinterFox, even if they lose that, which they did, they're not really too bad off, they're still going to have a handful of rounds to work with. And that's really kind of the big thing. I mean, obviously, you want to win the pistol round, you want to get the anti-ecos, you want to build the early money. But in this situation on a map like coBel, the rounds can be back and forth so much that, you know, WinterFox can get themselves in with an eco round victory going into the second round. And that's kind of one of the things that Moses has pointed out in the past is with these overpowered pistols, the anti-eco rounds are anybody's ball game. It's just like a gun round. You know, you got to treat it like a gun round.
Well, it's really a matter of the conversion on the second round. If you win pistol, can you convert the next two, basically?
Yeah, and that's the scary thing about it.
Yeah, and it's like we said, and the reason behind that is right now you see WinterFox, they pistoled armored. So you have 5.7s in armor across their backs, and so that's really why this gets scary because of how strong those pistols are. And actually, whoa, Lex gets dinked there by mainline from drop, and Lex is by himself in the B bomb site, whereas NME is kind of spread out. They're actually, what is happening, right? They've given up basically the bomb sites right now entirely.
Yeah, they actually killed the only player that was over in B, and now they're going to walk into the stack of CTs over in A, and this is going to be very, very scary for him because you see Desi's actually going to be able to pick up a couple. Relics is coming through. He's going to be able to find two, and it's going to actually leave Anger in a 1 versus 2, and he's really not able to line a whole lot up, so enemy actually falling off that B bomb site and working towards A, and they actually run right into that stack, which was very, very scary for a second for him, as you saw a couple of those frags go in the way of the CT side of WinterFox, but unfortunately not able to lock it down, and it's just going to be Uber to clean things up in the long run. But 11-6, now they're going to be on that full reserve pistol buy. You can see XP3 with a little extra money in the bank is going to be able to buy up onto that CZ P250 in the hands of Desi, but the rest of them are going to be on stock pistols, so this round should be an easy cleanup for enemy GG.
Yep, and they're playing that same stack again, so Lex is going to be the only one over there towards that B site. He's just going to try to hold them off if they come in there. And actually, they're going to push out heavily towards mid, and Kusa picks up one, Anomaly gets another. So that's Desi, XP3, and Flosic have been taken out. One more onto Anger. Lex gets traded out there as well at the B bomb site. So, quick clean round there by enemy GG, just taking out the aggression from WinterFox, who pushed up towards mid. And now, we'll see the guns come out for the WinterFox side.
Yeah, and this is a big round right here. This, you know, you talked about how important the pistol round is. This is probably the most important round of the second half. WinterFox needs to snatch away the momentum from enemy GG. They need to start stringing rounds together. They need to build their community back up, and they need to push on forward here and start having a very strong CT side. But enemy, they look solid. You know, their cobblestone, it's something that we've talked about before. Either they win big on this map or they lose big. And right here, this could be a big win for them.
Yep. And they've actually basically lined, so the CTs there lined up all the way across the two bomb sites, basically a flat line, stacking two up towards B, one in drop, one in connector, and one in A. And right now, enemies just trying to figure out which direction they want to go, not getting a whole lot of information other than the fact that I'm pretty sure they know there's that Anger, or one player, happens to be Anger playing in drop. Desi's going to be able to rotate quickly from connector to help him if they try to execute on there. We've talked about how important it is, and with two CTs there to try to hold it off, it's going to end up being big. Anger actually falls back and does the pop flash, so he should be able to pick up Uber. He does. He gets hurt down to 19 in the process, though, so he's got to be a little bit careful. Mainline still lurking up there.
Yeah, that was actually Lex that picked up that kill with the assist from Anger, so Lex actually bailing his teammate out. He might not have won that battle if it had been a little bit longer. Uber was only on a P92, so he did a lot of damage. He did his job, so the little scouting mission, and now it's going to be Relics to push out onto the back B plat. But the hit's going to be coming towards A, and this is going to be XP3's territory. It's his time to shine. He's got to be very, very good with this AWP. Lex actually finds that lurk over at B as well on the Relic, so that bomb is going to start working in, but they've bitten on this, and Desi is actually rotating in the wrong position, and it's going to be XP3 actually just gets dropped by Anomalies, so they've got a free bomb site, and they got to push in, but it's Desi to drop the bomb carrier. They've got to get the bomb plant. Anomaly is going to be able to get that down, but it's going to be a 2-on-4 hold in this bomb site, and Desi, he's not done yet. He finds another one. They're going to push on around, and this should be a cleanup. There it is. Lex is going to find Anomaly, takes him down, and that will be WinterFox picking this round up. And that's a big round victory for him as well, because they had 4 alive, and they get the ult back.
Yeah, so they picked that one up. Desi, like you said, I think the key there to them being able to do that retake, Desi has this sort of reputation of being recklessly aggressive, and it can hurt you, but in cases like that on a retake, with how aggressive he was to get into that bomb site, it basically opened the retake up for them because enemy couldn't peek at all. They couldn't hold off any of the connections because Desi had already pushed up into the bomb site. So that's one of the sort of attributes that he brings along, that sort of aggression and sort of recklessness. While it can be dangerous, if he's able to get in that bomb site, it opens up everything for you. So good on them picking up that round. 7-12. See if they can turn around again. They're going to force, or be facing, excuse me, full rifles against enemies still, though, and full equipment. A lot of nades on the back of enemies, so they can do what they want. But Anger does pick up mainline, who was getting a little bit peaky there at drop.
Yeah, and that's one of the big things here, too, is that early pick is just going to net absolutely no information for enemy. And now this late boost comes in, and there it is, Flowsick. Nice timing on that one. Spots Anomaly, takes him down, and now this B push is getting completely annihilated. It's going to be XP3 on the back plat to try to find something through this smoke. The smoke starts to fade, so we might be able to get a little bit of a line of sight here, but they're going to molly him out as well. So he's going to have to resign from that position. Another molly and a nade comes around the corner, and XP3 down on 28 HP. He's still holding Stalwart over in this position, just waiting for any kind of a peek to come out. He's looking for it, but he's only going to get a headshot from Relics. And that's just, XP3 is just not having a good time in this matchup. Nothing going right for him.
Yeah, just having a really hard time landing anything. Uber does come in, get one on the Lex, but gets traded immediately by Anger. Anger's had a nice round so far, picking up 2 or 3, actually, excuse me. And now it's all down to Relics by himself. He's got 2 CTs to deal with in the site, but he only got 15 seconds. He's got to try to make it 2 one-on-ones. The smoke is helping him get himself into position, but he has to go for the plant now. He actually fakes it. He's got one pushing him. That's Flowsick, who does get the frag. So time not on his side, unable to get the plant, and he gets dropped there. And now WinterFox, 8 rounds, starting to build some momentum. Enemy going to be on an eco here this round, so you would think it should go WinterFox's side, but they got to be careful about a potential aggression play here from enemy with those pistol armors.
Yeah, and the big thing right here is that finally WinterFox breaks the bank of enemy GG. They should be able to clean this round up without any kind of a crazy exchange. They just need to keep... The big part about these rounds is not just winning or losing them. It's keeping as many players alive in a win situation as possible. And that is exactly what WinterFox wants to do here. They want to keep as many members alive. They want to be able to just shut this one down and have absolutely no problem moving into the next round. No rebuys, no unnecessary weapon drops. And it's going to be starting with Anger right here. And he might actually get caught out, and he does. So he goes down, and now that split's coming towards A, and Relics is not done yet. They find another one. Finally, Uber goes down, and the flank from Desi fails. So this round could just be in the bag for enemy. This is just a tragedy for the WinterFox side. You can see Kusta trying to get himself in. That spray down actually does more damage to Flowsick than it did anybody else on their team. And now the nades come around the corner. That's not going to catch anybody out, but Lex working his way around, and it's going to be Relics around the corner. Finds another headshot. Now it's Flowsick, and Relics with the 3K shuts it down, and enemy GG steal away that pistol round. So that's huge for them.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, that's sort of a matter of you kind of have to be aware of situational Counterstrike. They should have known that they broke that economy. They took a lot of very close-range battles against those pistols of enemy. And as I said, you know, knowing that they're going to be on those pistols and probably try to play aggressive up in some positions there, you got to be a little bit wary of that. You know, play the distance game when you have the rifle advantage, but... In any case, they do lose that eco round to enemy, and now they're on an eco of their own because of that.
Yeah, and it's going to be Uber spotting Anger here at drop. He's just going to lob a nade out over the top, and that's going to find a healthy little 23 damage, but he gets dinked in return, so he's got 7 HP. Mainline gets dinked and taken down. What the hell is happening in this match right now? Flowsick should go down in a second to the AK of Relics. He's just looking for it, and he does manage to find it. Now Lex getting cheeky over here is looking for something extra as well. That bomb finally working around towards the B halls, but they got to deal with Desi. They do that. Now it's XP3's turn to peek out, but it's Lex to tap him away. So we're on a 3v3, 7 HP for Uber. He's going to hightail it the hell out of there. And this round is just, again, it's another one of those rounds where it's like, all right, let's see how many 1v1s we can give up.
Yeah,
they actually go through drop. This is really kind of scary for enemy because they're all bunched up here. If Anger can find anything playing behind this flower pot, that's going to be massive for him. Anomaly comes in. They don't check the angle, but they are going to turn fast enough and take him down. So 14 on 8 for enemy GG now. That was very scary for him.
Yeah, like you said, and it really turned out they lost a bunch of one-on-ones, and then finally to win that round, they all just poured out of drop and into connector, and were able to take those battles together to win that round. So that's this sort of dangerous game you play with sort of the picking game. When you try to send one player out to get the sort of entries into there, you got to be careful on those ecos that you're not, you know, giving up easy one-on-ones without someone back up there to trade. So Desi actually was pushed all the way down towards mid, so he's trying to get a little bit of information on this round. It is a full guns from each side. Kusa does have that op. They're going to pop flash out and try to see if there's anyone A-halls. There is nothing. And so now Are they going to be able to work up? They actually have one player. Desi he did get some information that they crossed. He's actually going to peek out towards A halls. He gets flashed, though. He's going to be able to catch out one, but not be able to get the frag. Now he's going to molly it. He mollies himself, though, and now he's got to push out and gets dropped by Relics because of it.
Yeah, a little bit of a miscue right there, and actually they are working their way towards that A bomb site, but the bomb is outside of the B halls right now, so we might see that shift on the terrorist side towards B. Look for it right now. His main line's going to work his way back. Kusta's slowly looked like he was inching his way back off mid. There you go. Uber's making his way over as well. Kusta's finally going to go on over, and Relic's trying to sell the fake, and he actually does. They rotated everybody off, so this is just going to be a 4-on-4 brawl in the B-bomb site here very, very soon. As you can see, they're already in. Anomaly at the backside of Statues looking for something. Flowsick's got to find this kill, and he can't do it. Uber finds him first. Flowsick down and out, but Lex drops the bomb planter, and that's a big frag to go into this one because now they got to get in there. They got to recover, and it's going to be Anger taking down main line. It's Uber and Kusta left in a 3 versus 2, and Kusta goes down. XP3 finally on the board. He's got to double this round. That's a third of the kills that he had going into this round, and Lex is going to find the last one. So, again, another good stand for him. XP3 picking up the AWP, and personally for me, I don't want him to have the AWP. He's gotten more kills with rifles than he has with the AWP. Every single time he's gotten dropped almost instantaneously when he's had an AWP.
Yeah, and he actually bought up there for Desi, so we'll see where he decides to take it. It's been, like you said, been pretty rough for him so far this map. So which direction is he going to go? He's smoking over there towards B side for them, so it looks like he's actually going to play down towards mid. Actually, he's going to play all the way up the top of mid, so they're going to play a heavy sort of B rotate presence there for him. As I say that, never mind. He's going to make me look like a fool, so I'm going to stop guessing. He's going towards A halls.
Stop!
But NME here, they are towards that B side of the map, and it looks like they potentially are going to go for this drop play again, as XP3 does pick up one on Akusa, so he wins the AWP battle there at long, and so now is this take going to happen on the B side? 4 out drop, actually. This is really going to be tough for WinterFox to be able to do anything, as already Uber picks up 2.
Yeah, Anomaly on the board as well. Desi's going to go down here to Relics as well, so this is just all on XP3. This is going to be match point for enemy GG. There's really nothing he can do. He's got one close quarters on him. Anomaly right around the corner. Oh, whoop. Hi, how you doing? All right, that was a little awkward looking at. But Uber spins around and gets the Taparoonie onto him, takes him down, and XP3 falls. Enemy GG on match point.
Yep. Losing, like you said, losing drop. And I mean, it was like, they didn't have any presence there. They had basically given it up entirely, and losing drop, just like we mentioned the last half when WinterFox did the same thing, it opens up too much for the terrorist side. It opens up too many gateways into that bomb site. So tough to defend. But now on game point for enemy, we've got a basically force buy here from the WinterFox side. Deagles and armor and nades, and that's about it for equipment. So unless they pull off some crazy 1-deags, which this team has been known to do, this could be GG for them.
I thought that nade down through drop was going to find a lot more damage, but it only finds 3 onto Anger, and you can see actually they're going for a little bit of aggression here. XP3 is actually, where is he? He's just peeking over his smoke there in long haul. It's not going to find anything in that avenue of attack, but it's going to be Flowsick in the back of the B-bomb site. Desi and Lex as well as Anger trying to hold on for dear life right now, but enemy GG, they look good. You know, this is one of the things where, like I said, either they win big or they lose big. There really haven't been too many terribly close matches in their repertoire, and Mainline's going to make sure that this one is a big win. So he finds Flowsick to lock down that back plat on B-bomb site, and he's just going to waltz on out. It's going to be Lex to try to lock this down with a Juan Dig, and there it is.
Yep, so they pick up 1 and drop, and Lex gets the one coming out. The B halls there, and so now it's an enemy has to rethink their strategy. And as I say that, the bomb is going to rotate back towards long, and I think that's because we have Kusta, who's pushed up pretty far, and so now he's going to be able to get up towards. Oh, is he going to be able to catch XP3? No, so XP3 goes to heaven. Is actually going to get into the site, so this is going to make it very difficult for them to get in there unless they happen to see that. He's going to play back very close on that. Get over to him as they enter in that bomb site. He does pick up the frag onto Kusa and Anomaly, so cleans it up. They pick up the round, 10th round for them. Let's see if they can fight their way back into it. Again, an eco round win. We've seen a few of those, and WinterFox picks up that one to keep themselves alive.
Alive they are for the time being, but it's, you know, it just doesn't really help their economy too terribly much. They steal away an eco round, they stay alive, 15-10. They've kind of reset the money a little bit here on NME GG. I mean, neither side is well off. And WinterFox, if they win this round, they need to have at least 3 players alive moving forward. Otherwise, they're going to be resigned on the pistols and FAMASs for the residual round afterwards. But it's really all about not losing to another damn force buy. It's happened 3 times to them so far in this matchup.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got a little animated on that one. But Jesus Christ, I mean, come on. 3 times they've got anti-eco'd in this matchup. I mean, NME GG, let's not take anything away because if they're making it happen, this time it's going to be Uber through drop to try to find Anger. He does half his damage, but unable to get the headshot with that close-range Tech 9. But they're just allowing them to get in their faces over and over again. You can see that. Look, they're just going to be pushing back towards that drop area, and there's 2 players over there just to try to make it happen.
Yep,
Not
Desi
this
does.
time.
Yeah, Desi does. I mean, the benefit here this time around is they did play a little bit more off this time, so they didn't actually try to take those fights in drop as well. They played off and forced the terrorists to come in through the entryway through window there. So Kusid has gotten into this A bomb site, does pick up 1. He's got a player up in heaven, and the rest are all rotating that way as well. So there's 3 players up in heaven. Kusid picks up 1. Can he get a second one? No, he's going to fall off. But is he? Nope, Lex does get him in town. Never mind. It was down to Anomaly, but Lex gets that one as well. Cleans it up, so 11 rounds here for WinterFox. Enemy, their economy, still not great, but they are going to buy up the AKs here.
Yeah, and that's the big thing here is that save round, that force buy, pardon me, wasn't even a save round, it was a force buy, but this time they aren't successful with it. Their money is in shambles right now, and this is actually a good opportunity for WinterFox to get themselves back in. XP3 is going to be on the AWP, slow to get out of spawn, but that's all right because he's taking it towards the A halls. He's got 3 players actually encroaching on that position that he's going to have to come up against. That's Uber, Mainline, and Relics, with Kuster's assistant, Kuster. Kusta's assistant's down in the lower halls, and XP3 actually misses that opening shot, so he is really just struggling to hit his shot. He's struggling to find his frags here. I guess he's not used to playing with 30 ping. He's used to playing with 120 after the last couple of weeks, so a little bit of an adjustment. He probably feels like he's playing on LAN, but like his first LAN ever or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it is a huge adjustment. I mean, he was opping a lot, hugely opping. That's his role, but especially with that high ping, they were opping all the time, as often as they could get one, just because defensively it's way easier than try to spray down with a rifle. So it is an adjustment to make. So just see if he can warm himself back up, but he does miss that shot, and now Enemy's going to be able to execute into here. Can they hold off this push as it's coming in from mid as well as the A halls?
Yeah, and he's got to do something from cannons here. He's got to do something, and he can't even get that done. Kusta's going to be able to trade him out with 9 HP left, and Desi's going to come in for 1 and done. Flosic answers back. It's just trades across the board. It's down to a 2v2, but with 25 seconds and site control, they are going to be able to get that bomb down, and now it's going to be a nade over the top. Not going to be able to find the damage. That's the Molotov. And Relics actually gets caught there. Lex is going to find him, but it's down to Mainline in the backside of the site, and he's in a position he can clutch this one out. If he takes this fight with Lex early enough, he's going to be able to make this happen, and he finds the first. But Flosic is there, but he's burning alive. He actually goes down to 10 HP. Very risky play, but he gets the clutch, and he stays alive just barely. WinterFox going to squeeze out another victory here, but the big part about this is they have no money.
Yeah.
They got a little money, but Anger's got no money. Lex has got enough to drop an AWP if they so desire, but they got to go for basically another full buy and drop guns. They've got hardly any money.
Yeah, I mean, they can't afford to lose. The only good thing that they have going for them is the fact that Enemy was on a force buy that last round, and so this round they're just going to be on a Tech 9 armor. So they again, we talked about this. They can't afford to lose. Not only can they not lose this round because that's the game, but
they got to keep people alive.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So they got to be careful. They can't take those close battles, as a lot of those enemy players are stacked up here towards the B. Long B side. I thought they were going to boost Flosic up, but they decided not. He's going to fall back into the site, and so now they're going to do this smoke take into the B bomb site.
Ooh, and Lex actually fully flashed. They were already out beyond these smokes. They didn't throw anything to the front side of the site, and Lex just spraying and praying. He actually catches the bomb carrier. Desi's going to be able to take down Kusta as well, and now Lex has time to actually reload, but Uber coming around from the backside of Chicken Coops is actually going to find one. Relics under the smoke finds Desi, so they're at least punishing them early on in this one. Relics trying to get that bomb plane. He's going to be able to get that down, and now it's going to be Lex, but he gets caught by Relics, and now it's going to be finally cleaned up by XP3 and Anger. So, two stay alive, but the old adage in Counterstrike, and I know that you've heard me say this before, Holden, is 3 can drop 2, but 2 can't drop 3. You saw they were already dropping guns in the last round. You've got 4,200 for Anger. they're going to be able to buy just based off of the fact that they've strung a couple of rounds together. But, they're not on good buys here.
No, if they have to continue to buy the amount of equipment that they are, I mean, okay, look at it now. So you've got XP3 with 150, you've got Anger with 500, you've got Flowsick with 100. If they, even if they win this round, if they drop 3 players, they're going to have a few players forced against, what'll probably be pistols. I just hit my mic. I apologize if that was loud. But, they'll be against, even if they win this, they'll be against, potentially, a Tech 9 armor with weak guns. So they got to be very careful here that they don't drop too many players.
Yeah, and that's the biggest part about it is now, look at WinterFox. They're actually gambling 2 players over here on this A bomb site. The bomb is over in the B halls, dropped right now. So there is no full commitment yet from NME GG. And now Desi is going to hightail it over towards that B bomb site to try to support his teammates. Anger and Uber might go to battle here. There's going to be 2 players over by drop. That's Uber and Mainline. Looking for anything over here. They drop a flash out around the corner. My camera switches like an idiot, and now I can't get back in Anger's eyes. There it is. Okay. So still waiting for this one to come around the corner. Another flashbang goes out, and that's going to be Uber's chance to pounce, but Anger finds him. Anger looking for the second one, does half damage to Mainline, and it's Anomaly getting spammed up, but he beats out XP3. And now they're going to just waltz out onto the back plateau of that B bomb site with a man advantage. They are going to salvage the bomb as well, and I'd be interested to see if they work that bomb back towards A, because there is only 1 player over there. But Lex is cheating towards that A bomb site, and this is the smart play. It's actually Kusta lurking out at B, so this is a little bit trepidatious here for the terrorist side as Desi's going to find the first one. They're still looking for that bomb carrier. There's the pounce from Lex. He finds one. They find the second one. They drop the bomb carrier, and WinterFox recover. We're looking at 15-14. We're looking at potential overtime now.
And Kusta's just going to have to save this up. He's going to want this to have for the next round, so he's going to just be very careful, not get too aggressive, see if he can catch an exit, but no one's going to push him. Smartly so, because
you're going to
see...
Don't waste the extra guns.
Yeah, so with the money on the back of Desi, he should be able to drop one over to XP3, and they should have a very good buy here. They didn't lose too many players, so they're all right onto this round. So WinterFox, full buy, full equipment, against another full buy and equipment here for NME, basically. So this is what it comes down to. Can they force overtime, or are we going to see NME GG pick this one up?
And again, it's just going to be a little bit of firepower advantage over towards the CT side. They do have the up on Kusta, but he has been relatively quiet throughout this second half. Haven't really been saying his name too much, just predominantly on those pistol buys. And looks like they actually want to go for the boost up here. Uber is in the back lines. They're looking for Anger to get up here and spot this one out. That smoke is going to start fading, and Uber, ooh, maybe, there it is. Nice job from Anger. So he's going to draw first blood, and that's going to be an early advantage here for the WinterFox side. I would have liked to see him push that boost a little bit more throughout the half, but it's going to be Kusted now over there. The bomb is on his back. He's going to work back towards the A bomb site, and this is just going to be XP3 just scouting for information. He's very, very exposed, and they actually spotted some over towards the long halls, and that's going to be Mainline to answer back. Desi's down and out, and Desi has been a heavy fragger for him so far. Lex actually at the top of the scoreboard, but he's 3 frags behind his comrade. Now the push comes out. XP3 can't decide who he wants to shoot. He takes the wide peek again and actually pays for it. So we're down to a 2v3. Make that a 2v2 as Lex again chimes in with another frag. The bomb is still down, and they catch out Flowsick, so it's Lex versus 2 to try to clutch this for OT. 19 seconds on the clock. Lex is working his way around. He's got relics to beat, and he does just that. He's looking for the second one, and he clutches it. Boys and girls, we're going to overtime.
Whew, what a rotate and being able to get into the bomb site. I was a little bit scared. Flowsick actually being aggressive. I said, okay, they're actually going to have a pretty good retake chance here, but he just got caught out there by the side of the APC. So in any case, they're able to get in. Lex doing a good job knowing the situation, how much HP had to be left on that planer, gets in, gets the frag. And so now, like you said, we go into overtime. Right now, WinterFox clearly with the momentum advantage. They won a lot of rounds there in a row to go ahead and tie that one up. It was, what, 15-8? I think something like that.
They won 5 in a row to close out that, so it was 15-10. Well, when they got to 15, it was 15-9.
Right. So yeah, I mean, they went a lot there to go ahead and close it out, push that overtime.
I mean, that's basically the North American MO right there. Is you get the match point and then you choke and then you go to OT.
All right.
I mean, Cloud9 versus Fnatic, anyone? What was that, 15-8?
Yeah, I mean, this has been. I mean, we've mentioned in the past. You know, everyone harps on CLG and Cloud9 both having issues closing out games. In reality, I think it's a mentality issue in North America. I haven't seen a team in North America that's been very solid closing out matches, just in general. And I don't mean to be a psychologist. I have no idea what the issue is, but I have to imagine it's some sort of mentality thing that you can't. You just continue to play your game to close out a match. But whatever it is, they don't seem to adapt enough to pick up the round to win it. So in any case, just waiting here on the LO3 for overtime. Someone maybe taking a bathroom break. I'm not really sure.
I see a couple of players over there in CT that aren't moving. It's actually Desi. Well, he's back. Lex is there as well. A couple of players on the terrorist side. Relics is just sitting over there by his lonesome next to Uber. So just waiting for a couple of these players, maybe a quick potty break, and then they're going to be back in their chairs ready to game. Overtime rules, $10,000, max rounds 3. You got to win 4 in order to be victorious. So the magic number we're looking for in OT number 1 is 19. The first team to get to 19 is going to be the victor. If they leave it at 18-18, we will go into overtime number 2. Now, obviously, Winter Fox, they are kind of familiar to this position, at least Lex and Anger, when they were on Luminosity and played against Keydstars on Mirage. It went into 5 overtimes. So they're no strangers to the overtime game.
That is correct, but here we go. Everyone's back. Everyone's sitting down. Maybe got a sip of water, ready to go here to overtime. Again, Winter Fox going to continue on that CT side for the first 3 rounds. We'll see if they can continue that momentum that they had gathered. We are going to see that op on the back of XP3, who's been a little bit off with it. We'll see if he gets any battles early on. And enemy full rifle buy, interestingly enough, not deciding to put the op on the back of Kusta, at least in the first round here of overtime.
Well, to be honest with you, Kusta on their terrorist side actually got a grand total of 0 kills with an AWP, so I can't really say that I blame them. But look at this. They've given up complete mid control, and it's going to be Desi actually getting out in front of that smoke, but XP3 is going to answer with the first blood, finds 1 kill, gets a nice headshot there on Kusta, so they're answering back, and they actually dropped the bomb as well. I'm not sure XP3 realizes that he's got the bomb down in that position, but Flow6 is going to find 1 anomaly or last man standing, turtled up at the backside of the site. They don't know that he's here! Oh, Lord, he lives on Anger. Oh, that was embarrassing.
I think he probably should have tried to take the frag on the closer one first. And
he should have taken down Anger first, but he should have tapped him on his head as opposed to just going for the spray. And that was, yeah.
Well, I think he was I don't know if he was expecting another player to come out there or what. I feel like he waited a hair too long to take that fight anyways. But in any case, he does whiff that, and so Winter Fox picks up the first round of overtime. What can they do here? XP3, ooh, he's got to be careful. He does pick up 1. Now he's going to be able to get away with that smoke, potentially. Yes, he actually gets Kusa as well, who's being aggressive in mid. So he picks up 2. Now he's going to be able to fall back and get the help from his teammate. Desi picks up 1 into drop. And now with a huge advantage to Winter Fox side here in the second round of overtime.
XP3 has woken up in OT. That's definitely something to note. 2 kills in that opening round, 2 kills this round as well. And we're not talking about sissy little hold an angle and shoot him in the back kind of kills. We're talking about getting aggressive, getting in their face, and finding some monster kills. And that's going to be the difference for Winter Fox. Now he's just got to translate that over the T side. Just picks up the 3K. So he's now moved himself up above. He's actually catching up to the rest of his team. We saw him actually start off that second half of the match with 6 kills. He's up to 20 and 23 now, so he's bringing it back, and that's a good sign for Winter Fox. He's starting to get more comfortable with that 30 ping. Actually, it looks like Winter Fox is landing. Look at their pings; they're all 30. I just realized that maybe they are all landing together.
It could be. I mean, I know that both Lex and Anger have been in Chicago together at some sort of apartment of some sort, so I don't know if they all ended up going that direction and they're all landing there, prepping for, they've got the iBuyPower tournament coming up, I believe, as well as the RGN, so maybe they're doing some land prep for that, but picked up the first 2 rounds of overtime, see if they can pick up the last one. Obviously, enemy losing those 2 have 1 player on force, that's Relics, and they're trying to get into this B bomb site too, and they actually have gotten in here, but there's plenty of CTs to fend it off.
Yeah, and again, you know, it's XP3 to find another nice kill. AWP working wonders for him here. They've got the rotation back in. They've prevented the bomb plan. It's actually on the back of Anomaly over here on back plat. And he's just looking for anybody to peek out, and he's not going to get any line of sight right now. And now it's going to be XP3 to adjust his aim, looking for that op shot, and he's just going to push on up here. And if he gets up here in time, shot in the back. So WinterFox with a flawless CT side. They're on match point. They've brought this one back, and their run continues. That's 8 rounds in a row that they've gotten so far. And they were down, again, they were down 15-9. They brought it all the way back. And it's just, you know, 8 rounds in a row. That's huge.
Yeah, it's and that's where you want to be. I mean, it's pretty. I don't want to say easy, but winning a round on this version of coL as terrorists is it's not that hard of a task. It'll be interesting to see if they just try to win it early with some sort of quick execute onto the B site.
Yeah, tell that to NME GG on their T side.
Well, there's always those that try to disprove. Well, I mean, they won rounds. They just couldn't win a round that mattered, right? I mean, they won 6 rounds on their terrorist side. They just couldn't win the one that mattered. Which now that's what they've got to do. They've got to win 3 that matters and force a double overtime. But they're on their CT side though.
Yeah, they did have a good CT side. 9-6 was the scoreline, but again, it was the same route for the opposing side of WinterFox as they brought that back on their side. But OT goes fully force towards WinterFox. Now we're going to get back into this one live on 3. Match point in the grasp of WinterFox right now. Great recovery from them throughout this remainder of the first half and OT number 1. And NME GG, they got to be flawless here. They're going to put that AWP back in the hands of Kusta. They're not going... Here, it's flipped again. XP3's not going to have the AWP here onto the terrorist side. So, definitely kind of switching things up. And you can see just across the board, you've got Anomaly at the bottom for the CT side. You've got Flowstick at the bottom for the terrorist side. But everybody else is just kind of fragging together here. You know, top fragger on the server is Lex now at 28. And then you've got 27 on Desi, 25 on Relics. 24 Anger, 23 Mainline, 22 Uber, 22 XP3, and 21 for Kusta. So all across the board there, everybody's kind of fragging evenly.
Yep. I sort of mentioned it going in. Are they just going to do a B take, try to get into that bomb site? It's the easy one to get into, and they are going that direction, but they have Kusta to deal with. He does pick up actually 2 frags early on. Flowstick gets 1 in return, but all of a sudden enemy has shut down this take, and now it's just down to no one. As WinterFox trying to get in that bomb site, really down to Kusta getting those 2 frags quickly there from Fountain with that op. So shuts down that take. They didn't really send anyone drop. That's the way you got to try to get someone in there to help you out, get the flank action happening, but unable to get in there, so they just try to force everyone out towards the B long. And this time around, they're going to have, obviously, max round 3, 10K. Full rifle buy. We'll see what they can do here. They've got Kusta pushing up very aggressively with that op. He's going to get flashed, but then he's going to take the peek and pick 1. And now are they going to know that Anomaly was there? Nope, they didn't. He gets 1 as well. Now Kusta's going to fall back with that op. He's got 1 aggressively on him. He doesn't know it. As Flowstick does pick up the frag. And so now it's a 3v3. And WinterFox might be able to get into this bomb site, but they have to worry about Uber here, who's back in that corner.
Well, they know Uber's there now. He's going to be able to find 1 and 2. Finally, Anger answers back, and now it's down to a 1v1. This is it. This is for all the marbles. Relics has got to be flawless. And he's going to take a little bit of a peek here. They don't know that he's actually up in that little sunroom there on the side, but Anger is just going to bide his time. He's just waiting for any kind of a peek. He's got tons of time to work with, so he could do anything at this point, but it's just going to come down to who's going to win this aim battle. And as of right now, they're both very, very even across the board between these 2 players. And now we'll see. Flashbang to heaven. Anger just biding his time, waiting for the peak to come out. Still looking for it. He's going to drop down. He doesn't spot him. I don't know if Relics actually saw him or not, but Relics is going to work his way back towards door. And 28 seconds now. Anger, he's got an opportunity to flank him out if he does so choose. He's just going to be looking for anything in this area. 20 seconds now. Time ticking down. Relics playing this one smart. He's going to come towards the door. And now Anger has got to hightail it into the bomb site. And he's going to get in there just in the nick of time. But Relics is so close that he should be able to just pounce on him with this bomb plant. And he's going to come around the corner and he's going to get the clutch. So back and forth that round goes. But where it stops is on NME GG as they pick up that round. And now Relic's going to salvage that AWP from long. Go back and defuse the bomb. 17-18. We are looking at a potential double OT.
Whew. That was, I mean, we knew where the positioning was, obviously, because of X-Ray, but, you know, the sort of mind games going on between those two. Relics did, I think, saw on the crack as he saw Anger cross over there, which actually drew him towards the door, which allowed Anger to get the position that he did. So, ended up being very nerve-wracking there for a bit, but the plant does allow WinterFox to have a very good buy here on this last round of overtime. So that's the benefit. They get that bomb plant, and they're going to be able to have a good buy. So they still have a chance here to pick this round up, or we will see, as you said, that double overtime.
And again, now we see the slow play from the WinterFox side. Now this is not what worked for them whatsoever in the first half. Actually, Relics just throws a flub nade. I don't know if you caught that one or not. Banked it off the tree, trying to throw it down towards Plateau. But again, this is kind of the same situation that WinterFox was in the first half when NME GG was just rattling off their CT side rounds. They spread out. They don't really take over much map control, try to sell a fake towards A, and then get punished at B. And it's just, you know, it's one of those kind of things. Now, Kusta's just lined up and ready for this. They're going to be able to spot him out, but he's just up there on the perch, able to lock it down. And Flowsick's going to look to take a battle, but Kusta's going to win that. So that push towards A yields them nothing.
Not even, well, they got one player to rotate, but that's about it. But Mainline's still playing the drop position, holding that off, and now they're going to try to get in here from the B long area, and Desi does pick up one, but now they've got Kusu, who's already rotated, as well as Relics, and so Desi and XP3 trying to get in here. They do have Relics, who's on low HP. Can they get up and get that frag? No, Kusa does pick it up, and so now it's down to Desi by himself, or XP3, excuse me, by himself. He does get Uber, but we head into double OT. So, first match of the night here on ESEA 2 heads into double OT. As I'm not sure the status of our next match. I'm sure at this point it's close to starting if it hasn't already, because we are at... This match has been going on for over an hour.
Yeah, no, this is a great start to the night, man. I wanted to see some exciting matchups. I honestly didn't think that this was going to be that close, especially with all of the WinterFox players playing with their North American pings, obviously. Everybody on 30 ping, but this is a very, very interesting matchup, back and forth the entire way. You know, WinterFox flawless on their CT side of first OT, and now you got NME GG flawless. It's really just going to come down to who's going to win a terrorist side round. You know, we talked about this the last time that we saw when it was Luminosity versus Keystars on Mirage. It was just like flawless CT, flawless CT, flawless CT, flawless CT over and over and over again. And then we saw the first team get around on terrorist side, and then they flawless their terrorist side, and then it went back the other way, and then they got all 3 rounds on the T side. So it's kind of one of those things. It's just really ridiculous back and forth. It's awesome to see, though. I mean, great matches are great matches.
Yep, so while we're thinking about it, this one's about to go live. Over on the main channel, they have started their second match of the night. That's Cloud9 versus 3Sup. So that one is going on over there, but I'm sure you don't want to leave because we do have, as we said, this double overtime going on here. As soon as this one's over, assuming it finishes without going into 18 overtimes, we will hop over to Conquest versus SKDC. But before we get to that, we have overtime number 2. WinterFox on the terrorist side to start this one.
Yeah, and again, they're going for that same strategy over towards mid and B. It hasn't worked for them hardly at all on their terrorist side, and they keep trying to beat this dead horse. They got to deal with the anomaly, and if they push up fast enough on long A, they should be able to get themselves into a position to be successful, but they're not executing on those avenues of attack. They're not jumping up on these quick at the beginning of these rounds, and now they're going to pop flash anomaly through, and that push is netting him a kill anyway. XP3 can't lock it down. Lex has got to trade it.
Yeah, and now they had a bit of an entry into that bomb site, but they didn't take it quick enough. Mainline's already rotated over, as well as Uber in that connector. And actually, Uber's going to fall back because they think it's potentially a fake. Right now, WinterFox is set up for this, but they're going to have to execute quickly before Uber has a chance to rotate back. So they're going to walk up here towards the long A halls, all 3 of them going in that direction. And actually, there was some spam laid down at the B side, which I think is keeping Uber from moving too much. And now he's rotating back over as well. So now all 4 members of WinterFox are coming up. They're going to execute 1 in mid, the rest coming out A halls. They got Mainline and Uber, who just dropped in to the back of the site.
Yeah, but they don't clear their cannon, and Mainline just houses them. Kusta bails them out, and just And Winter Fox just not clearing their angles there. I mean, what can you say? They never even cleared cannon. There was nobody else shooting at them, and they just walk in and mainline has a field day, finds 3 of them.
Yep, I mean that's one of those things you see. I mean it shouldn't happen, but on this particular map, it's one thing that happens more frequently than other maps. That's for sure, with the number of corners that are there. But as you said, that's one of those. You don't have anything else is happening. There's no gun even shooting elsewhere on the map. You know, check that corner and get in there. But early on, Flowstick does pick up one onto Anomaly, and so at least they have that going for them, as they're gonna again spread out across that map.
That's a mistake. Anomaly overextending himself. Why would you switch up what's been working for you? There's no reason for you to go for an aggressive peek there. Just turtle up like you have been in the past and just continue to play that angle game.
Yep, as you said, interesting decision there by him, but now they do have to play with the man disadvantage, and they have to actually spread out. As I said, they have to basically play a 2-2 on the bomb sites now, because Winter Fox did get that early frag. They can't really stack up and allow one player to be isolated.
Yeah, not at all. And you know, the big thing is now with Anomaly gone, they don't have anything to hold back any of this long aggression, and they're just going to have a free reign on hitting this A bomb site. They got to deal with Kustu, who misses the opening off shot, but it's going to be uber close, and Flowstick hits a nice shot on him. He's just going to drop the Molotov into the back of the site and eliminates Kustu. So this should be a round for Winter Fox, and we're looking to go into the second half of second OT at 19-19. Oh wait, this is only the second round of OT. Ha! We got one more.
Correct, but this is, if they pick this round up, this is a good one for them to get. But Mainline's already picked up 2 as he's trying to retake, but he goes in by himself. He had time to wait for Relics, but now Relics by himself in a 1v3 does pick up 1 onto Lex, but then the exchange, XP3 picks it up. So Winter Fox picks up that round, and they do pick up 1 on their terrorist side of overtime. So can they convert it to 2 and give themselves a really good shot going in to their CT side, or is NME going to bounce back?
And that's the big thing right here, is we talked about maybe the first team that wins a terrorist side round is going to actually win this thing. Well, Winter Fox has got a tally in the win column on their T side. It comes in the second round of second OT, first half. And now it's just going to be, can Enemy GG kind of neutralize the threat now? Can they bring this one back, get that momentum right back in their hands, and win around here on their terrorist side? Because now they've got a little bit more work to do. Now they don't have to play on the back foot moving on forward. And now we see Anger trying to get aggressive, and he's going to get caught out. Uber with the boost, and Drop Room is going to be able to find that first one.
Yeah, they were trying to get some aggression there. Desi actually does peek in to the B bomb site, so he's in there. Can he get another frag? That's the question. He's got a lot of angles to have to deal with. He's got Relics by the fountain. He knows that, but right now he's not going to take that battle. Now he's going to have to from that flash, but Relics gets the better of him. So now that bomb still dropped back in B halls. Winter Fox got to figure out where they want to go, as Enemy GG has taken the advantage.
Yeah, and this is the big thing right now, is now Winter Fox, they're down a man, but they've pretty much got clairvoyance on this B bomb site. They're going to be able to work their way in without too much. And Flowstick getting down through drop is going to be able to find one, and now he's just going to be able to harass this player over here. Gets caught throwing out a nade, but that just diverts the death from beyond the grave. Uber getting a little overzealous there, actually runs into that and did spot out XP3 up on top of the plat, and it's going to be Lex behind Water Fountain to try to make something happen here. And Lex is going to take the peek. He meets his demise, but XP3 is there, and Winter Fox able to pick up 2 rounds on their terrorist side, and their CT side has been very, very strong, at least in the first OT, and to close out the second half of regulation. I see Winter Fox taking this one.
Yeah, based on the trends we've seen so far, I absolutely agree. I mean, I don't see Winter Fox not being able to pick up 2 here on their CT side, just with how the momentum has gone so far and what they look like, especially in that first overtime CT side. So we'll see here. And considering, again, they won 8 rounds in a row basically on CT side, so that's been very strong for them. I'm just waiting here on the restart. So those of you that are wondering, yes, this is double overtime. And again, as we get into this, if this ends, we will hop over to Conquest versus SKDC. But until then, we have a second half of overtime, number 2 to go. Winter Fox leading 20-19.
Yeah, this is nuts. This is a crazy matchup going on right here. So we are live now. Winter Fox, they got to win 2 rounds to close this out. Enemy GG, they got to win 3. 2 rounds will tie it up, and we'll see whether or not Winter Fox can finally put this one to bed, whether or not they can capitalize and finally get the W out of this. And they're going to put XP3 up top. They're jump peeking to try to spot it. And they're actually just going to bomb nades over, and that's a beautiful start to the round. Anger goes down. He was the high HP player over there. They're going to try to smoke it and hold it. And it's just going to be XP3 with an up trying to hold things out. He throws a little bit of a miscued flash, but he is going to be able to get out of that. But Lex down to 25. Those nades were such a disaster.
Yes, sir. So a lot of damage done to WinterFox. They have to be very careful here, taking those range battles now. As NME actually, again, has pushed up 2 players here on the B long area, but I think they might fall back. That bomb has been dropped. They're not ready to commit quite to that B site, even with that good start. So they're going to play back just a little bit, trying to pick out one more player before they commit. They've actually got Anomaly pushed up all the way at the A halls as well, and he might run into Desi. So if he can get that information, that'll be good for NME. But right now, I don't think that's going to happen. Desi playing very smart over here, just fully aware that there could be potentially a player coming from A long, but the XC is going to happen over at the other bomb site.
And Relic's actually opening up this round. They're going to get lurked out here, and there it is. Mainline coming around from the backside. He's going to be able to find one. Flow6 spins on him just fast enough to get that frag. He's got to get himself out of dodge right now because he's got an angry terrorist around the corner, but Relix is going to finish him off. And just like that, we're back to tie point.
Yep, so they picked that one up. Now, WinterFox, obviously, with that op on the back of XP3 last round, their money going to be a little bit lower, especially getting clean sweep there. So they do have, actually, I think Flow6 bought the op because he had a little bit more money. Buys that op there for XP3 so they can get the equipment that they want. But they do have weak economy, so they got to be careful here if they lose this one, actually.
Yeah, that's heavy investment. They're all in right now. It's going to be Anger to miss a couple of crucial shots there at drop. He had a good opportunity to take a player down, but it's going to be Flow6. That tiny little gap there in the smoke nets him a kill into Relix, and that's a nuisance down. Relix has been great at harassing this B bomb site throughout their terrorist side. Now it's going to be Uber to fall. Now it's going to be Mainline to fall. Anger cleaning up too. WinterFox looking to go up to match point here and put enemy on the back foot, and this is a good play from him. Now playing very deep back is going to be Anger. He's going to see this flashbang or this Molotov. That's a little off the mark, but it's going to be Kusta to try to push up behind this, looking for something. Both remaining terrorists are over here by drop, and let's continue to follow in the eyes of Anger right now as he's going to spot the top of Kusta's head. And Kusta's going to be able to find that frag, so a little bit of a residual kill there coming enemy GG's way. They've still got a lot of work ahead of them.
Yep. Kusta's still going to train in there on that drop. He's actually looking towards window, and XP3's just got to be very patient. He's actually going to fall off. So I guess maybe that bomb was heard or spotted by Desi as he rotated around. And so now they're going to basically turtle up, put 2 at each bomb site. Kusta does get taken out by Flow6, and now
that was
it's
a
all
knife
down to
battle.
Anomaly.
I don't know if you saw that.
I did not.
Yeah, they went at it for a second with knives out. Pretty hilarious. Because you got put on Desi's cam, which is nowhere even close to the action. Stupid auto director.
Well, I went over there because the bomb was over there, so that's on me. The bomb was over on that side of the map.
Oh my god, Holden.
But with that, WinterFox does pick it up, 21-20, but enemy plenty of money because of picking up that first round. And so, can they pick up this round and force triple overtime?
We'll have to find out. My snacks are ready. You ready to get this one going, Holden? Let's go. No? Not ready to rock?
Not a big
Cool.
fan of hearing you eat chips, to be honest.
Bruh. Spicy nacho Doritos. Let's go.
Okay, all right. So we're here.
I figured you were going.
I
I
was-
was stuffing my face with nacho cheese Doritos again, man.
Okay,
Delicious.
continue to do that here. Anger whiffs that flash at drop, so he's going to hold that off one more time, but the enemy team is stacked up there, so they're going to try to do this split. The bomb has been dropped, so not fully committed. We'll see if they get the flash or the nade down into drop and can take out Anger. But as it is right now, they're going to wait. Here comes the molly, so they're going to try to force Anger out. Kusta there with that op. Is he going to be able to get the shot? Anger's just held there. He actually has 3 players to deal with, so he's got to be careful. The head's peeking one at a time. He does get taken out by Kusta, and so now drop is open. Lex is going to molly it, so they don't have free reign of it, but they can get in there if they wish. And now he's actually going to fall back, so they do actually Did they drop down? No, they're still sitting back, so they're not committed yet. Now, Op Frag on the other side of the map. XP3 picks it up. So now 4-on-4, still on the B side with the bomb. Enemy GG.
Uber's going to be able to find first blood coming into this B-bomb site, but it's going to be a very quick rotation here, but they do have the man advantage on the terrorist side. We're looking at triple OT unless, well, I was going to say Lex can come up, but XP3 goes down, and now it's a 1v4 for Desi. We've got a 1v3, and that's going to be it. OT number 3! Let's go! Get hyped and chat, boys!
Oh, these teams close out a game. In any case, so we move on. It's just been a matter of, I think, NME that time around on their T side, they did something different. I mean, they mixed it up on WinterFox. That nade stack on the first round, like you said, really did a lot of damage. It was something that they had seen from WinterFox getting that boost on there. They decided to play towards it and nade it down. So Enemy GG doing some things that WinterFox hadn't seen and be able to pick up a couple more rounds that time for him. So we'll see. XP3 with the op one more time on the CT side. Again, money reset on the third overtime. Who picks up the first round?
Wait, are you asking me?
No. It's a rhetorical who's got it prompt for you to begin your play-by-play casting.
Okay, well, taking over the play-by-play role is going to be Mega Man this round, and we're just going to get this one crack-a-lacking as we do see some aggression coming towards that B plateau. Lots of CTs over here to try to lock this one down. It's going to be Desi, Flowsick, and Lex all popping shots. Lex does draw first blood, but Kusta over top of the smoke is going to find Flowsick for the trade-out, and that's going to leave it on a 4 versus 4. Holden, take us away.
Anger still here trying to hold the drop. He's going to get mollied out one more time. Is Kusa going to continue to win that battle? He's still fighting him there. And now the smoke's going to come in, actually put out that molly, and now Kusa's going to fall back. So the bomb has been dropped in B. Halls one more time. Kusta's rotating all the way back. The only one here at the A side of the map is XP3. He's going to rotate aggressively. Kusta picks him up. So the exchange has happened. Desi did pick up one over at the B side, but now they can get into this A bomb site. So they actually have Anomaly pushed all the way up. Another player as well. That is Kusta. He's in there, but now 2 CTs have already rotated into full rotation has happened. Kusta does pick up 1, picks up 2. Kusta is just going nuts, almost gets the flick, and now it's down to Desi in a 1v2. He's coming here up towards heaven. No, he's going to fall back. He's going to take that battle against Anomaly. Doesn't get it. Does some damage, but Anomaly picks it up. So Enemy GG 22-21 picks up the first round of overtime number 3.
Yeah, and that's good for them to start off because now they're going to start to whittle down that economy here on the CT side. You can see actually picking up the AWP and tossing it over is Lex onto XP3. And that's a huge investment. You can see, actually, look at how low the money is here on the WinterFox side. If you don't mind hitting tab or Reno for me real fast so we can see the chings on the pockets of the CT side. WinterFox, I mean, Desi's the only one with any kind of an economy, so this is a must-win situation for WinterFox if they want to get anything on their CT side and have any kind of breathing room going forward onto their T side. So this is a big round. This, I talked about the first gun round of the second half being the biggest round of the match. This might actually be the biggest round of the match right here because if WinterFox drop this, Enemy GG's looking to go up 3-0 in the first half of triple OT on their terrorist side. And then all they need is one CT round, and we've seen predominantly CT-heavy performance in this match.
With both teams' inability to close out a match, I don't care how disappointing the final round is. If it is disappointing, I'm going to take whoever can win the match. That round is going to be the biggest round of the match because this has been dreadful trying to see a team pick something up and close it out. As one more time, Enemy actually does have drop control, so WinterFox got to be very careful about that. Mainline's going to peek out here on Desi. Desi does get the better of him. And Anger has now pushed up, and now they have that drop control back, so good for them. He picks up 1. Kus is there as well. He actually picks up 2, so spams it down, and now WinterFox fully in control of this round.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need to have happen. They need to keep as many players alive in this situation as well. You've got Relics and Anomaly both looking to push out through the long plateau, and they've got Flowsick behind the pillar. She's going to jump.
Oh, Relics.
Disgusting. What a shot from Relics. He's not done just yet. Anomaly's going to be able to find another one. Desi finally trades it out, but with only 10 seconds, Relics is just trying to do as much economical damage as he possibly can. Surely he can't get a bomb plant. He's going to find another one. No time left on that bomb. Lex is going to go for the peak anyway, and he's going to fall. So Relics just nutty that round. Just completely annihilates everybody on the CT side with the exception of Desi, who does salvage the AWP for the finale of that round, but just ridiculous from Relics. Look at how expensive he made it. Their economy is in shambles.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the scary thing there. They pick up their round, but with how many players died, and now at this point, they have the disadvantage actually going into this round. So we'll see, what they're going to be able to do here. They're sending 4 towards B once again, so they're going to stack up on that B bomb site. And actually, put eyes over here. I thought they might try to go for that boost into the drop one more time, but they're not going to. They're going to play back a little bit, but they got Anger and Flowstick. They've actually now stacked up here, so are we going to see that boost? Just going to throw some nades, and Flowstick working up slowly. And here comes Anger with that boost, I believe. Nope, they just trolling me.
Stop! Lex actually gets up, down, and taken out by Kusta, so that's 2 on the round for him, and this is a big round for Enemy GG if they're able to find the Flowstick getting flashed out here through drop. Kusta's going to find another position, and he gets another frag. He does get dinked this time down, but he's picked up 3 for the round so far. They've smoked it off, and now Mainline's going to be able to work his way down behind this smoke here by a drop. It's Anger and Desi to try to lock this one down, but they're coming towards A, and Kusta with the 4th frag on the round. It's all down to Anger, Mainline and drop. Anger coming around the corner. They spot each other. And there it is. Mainline takes him down, and it's 2-1 for the first half of OT number 3. So now we're looking at 23-22 scoreline, and Enemy GG 25 is the magic number.
This this match is really intense, just from a matter of in this overtime specifically, no one's really been able to get on a roll other than the first overtime. The first overtime, both teams just sort of won out, right? I mean, we saw 3-round wins, and all of a sudden it turns around. But just the back and forth here, and so far it seems like a lot of mind games. We're seeing a lot of adjustments being made. They're minor, but just a lot of adjustments being made on either side, especially on the terrorist from Enemy GG. So it was nice to see that they were able to pick up those 2 rounds. But what does WinterFox have in store as we head in here to the 46th round of the game?
Math is hard.
It is.
Yeah. Nevertheless, we are going to see this one go live very, very shortly. These guys, I'm sure they're itching to get this one done. I don't even think that we're going to be able to catch the second match because it's probably going to be over before this. Yeah, it'll be over before this finishes.
Yeah, most likely.
They've hypothetically played almost 2 full matches at this point. You got to think about it that way. I mean, 60 rounds is 2 full matches, and they're already up to 46. So 14 more rounds, and that's going to be a 60-round matchup. And we saw a matchup earlier a couple seasons ago when it was...
that other game is over, by the way.
Yeah. It is?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ, who won that?
Well, spoilers if it's actually in the last round because I'm ahead of the game, but 16-3 Conquest.
There you go. So that one it already played and finished before this one ended, which is now currently on the verge of going into quadruple overtime. Enemy GG need 2 rounds. WinterFox need 3. 2 rounds on the T side will put it at least at tie point again. So 24-24 is double overtime, quad overtime, and then 25 is the magic number to walk away with this one. So again, what can WinterFox do on their T side? They need 2 rounds here. They've been unable to string 2 rounds in a row so far, but it's just, this is ridiculous.
Yep. Enemy this time going to push Kusta basically by himself up towards mid, but there's not a lot of aggression there early from WinterFox, so eventually he'll fall back. So he can get that support from Anomaly as he needs it. And slowly, as I said, he is walking back up that mid-ramp. So there comes Anomaly. He's going to push down closely in mid. Kusta's going to fall off. But now, right now, it looks like this take is going to happen onto the A site from WinterFox. That bomb is going up through the mid stairs up towards A halls. And actually now, they're going to split it up. Bomb is in mid, and they're going to have to deal with Anomaly there, who does pick up 1 onto XP3. On the other side of the map, he's the biggest one of his own. But as I said, the bomb's over here. Desi picks up 1, and now they're trying to get in this bomb site. The rotation's happening. Uber's coming over, as well as Kusta picks up 1.
Yeah, we're looking like we're at least getting up on a tie point right now, as this is a very strong hold from enemy. It's all down to just flow sick. You can't get it done. Mainline cleans it up for alive, and that is going to be a very, very strong hold from the enemy GG side. 46th round now behind us. Into the 47th we go, and it's 24-22. Enemy GG, we need one round to put this one to bed, and it is just a slobber knocker here on Cobblestone.
That is correct. So we'll see which direction WinterFox wants to go this time. Again, they played their sort of, I don't want to call it default, but they've had a lot of rounds where they've spread out across the map, and that particular time they lost a lot of the 1v1s early on. You know, Uber picking up one on the B side of the map, while Anomaly did get the frag into mid. So this time around, very much similar, although the bomb is on the B side, as XP3 has pushed up very aggressively with that op, and Kusa is there as well. Which one wins that battle? Kusa's going to take the shot and then get aggressed on by XP3, who does get the advantage there. So now WinterFox.
That's a nice find.
Yeah, so with that, Anomaly's going to have to fall back into this bomb site on his own. And we'll see if WinterFox is going to try to take advantage of it early or allow the CTs to rotate. Right now the bomb is a little bit more towards A, but still in those B halls.
And Anger's doing a good job holding this rotation at the B-bomb site for the time being. He's still got Uber and mainline just committed over here on this hold, and if they push up, they might be able to isolate an Anomaly in the backside of that A-bomb site and find that pick, find that avenue of attack that they're looking for so desperately to get this one down. But the bomb is still dropped in the corridor between mid and B tunnels, so just waiting for any kind of aggression to come out. Uber just playing right around the corner. Anger still making some noise up top here, and Uber actually peeking on out. He's going to be spotted, and Uber finds the shot, takes down Anger, so a nice return frag, and now they can rotate freely onto that bomb site. But the bomb is lurking up. They got to be careful because Relix is playing this back plat position that he's been so successful at so far in this matchup, and Desi is unaware. There it is. Snaps on him. Doesn't get the shot on XP3, who is able to trade that out, but they've got to deal with Lex, and Lex is going to fall, and now it's XP3 versus 3 for the match. This could be as good as done. XP3 going to get aggressive, and mainline takes him down. That is going to be GG.
Whoa.
Triple overtime, 25-22. Enemy GG finally able to close it down.
That was one hell of a match. You know, a couple things to take out of that. Enemy, who has been off and on, obviously this time around they didn't have a, you know, normally a lot of their matches have been blowouts because their CT side has been so strong. They were able to fight back, you know, even though giving up 8 rounds in a row to allow WinterFox to force OT, come back, win it in overtime. On the other hand, you got WinterFox, who's now got players all in North America playing for him. Their ping is looking a little bit better. And this team, the lineup, I don't know if it's simply the pings, but they looked considerably better, I think, as they get practice. If this is the lineup they're going to hold true, I'm not really sure. As far as I know, they still told me that Devil Walk is on that WinterFox squad. So who really knows all the full details of what's going on there, but a lot of really good things to come out of both teams, and it always feels good to win a match that goes into triple overtime like that.
Yeah, it's absolutely nuts, and that's one of the things, you know, it was just, it's a beautiful thing. Obviously, Enemy GG, they had a huge lead going into that second half. They weren't able to close it down, but finally they're able to get it done. So that is going to do it for that one, and I don't know. Are we going to have another match now?
No.
Because hold on, let's go ahead and jump into the Conquest matchup real quick. Okay, it's over 16-3. Conquest take it. So that's your second matchup of the evening. GG's to Conquest. Unfortunately, we couldn't get in there fast enough to see it. So that's actually going to do it for us tonight here on ESEA 2. Now, be sure to tune in tomorrow night. All 3 of the nights that we're casting this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, are going to be doubled up because we have so many matches. We talked about it before, but we have more people in chat right now. So ESEA and ESEA 2 are going to be streaming matches all week this week for the next 2 days. So not really all this week, but a lot of Pro League matches that need to be made up, a lot of matches that need to be played, and it's going to be the same for next week as well. Coming back from the CEVO land before IEM San Jose all takes place, a lot of matches to do this next week as well. So make sure that you guys tune in for that. But that's going to do it for us tonight. If you want to follow us on Twitter, you can follow me at MegaManTV, and you can follow Holden where?
Nedlo, ESEA TV.
There you go. It's Holden backwards with ESEA TV behind it. So we will see you guys tomorrow night. I will be on stream number 1 with Moses, and then Holden will be joined with Blue tomorrow night for some more action on ESEA 2. So you guys don't want to miss it. We'll see you then.
That's right. Have a good night, guys.
I just said.
Well, I muted you mid whatever you just said.
who like has gone nuts in the past, so he's no slouch. Much the same as Mo, like an aggressive impact opper. So it'll be interesting to see here on Train. Cloud9 in the past has been pretty good on this map. I just like this slump that, or like not the slump, but like coming back from this LAN. I mean, we just saw Liquid lost a match as well in their first back, which is very, very rare to see. So I think just the travel and like the mental exhaustion and everything like that is just kind of into effect right here. So that could make this match a little bit closer than we think.
Professor Chaos gonna go crazy on the knife round there, picks up 4 kills, pretty much carries the knife round for 3s up, so they're gonna get their start over here on CT side. And that point is definitely true too, to go back to that. I actually was casting another match earlier. Virtus Pro lost to basically an unknown and unsponsored team 2-0. Over in Star Ladder like 6 hours ago. So definitely been affecting some other teams, not just Cloud9, even the European ones that had a little bit less travel.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. I think I slept for like 20 hours on my trip back, so it's just exhausting, especially for North American teams like you said. But there was a little bit of a pause, which is curious. We had that in the last match too, like a pause during the opening pistol round freeze time and then just immediately unpause. Weird.
Indeed. But as this match is getting started, guys, we do want to plug one of our sponsors here really quickly. If you've missed any of the action tonight, be sure to go ahead and check out the Score eSports. They've got a nice little feature on the app where you can actually keep up not just with the round scores, but all the individual stats of the players and teams and whatnot throughout the season, available on the iOS App Store and Google Play. So remember, go ahead and check out the Score eSports. Anyway, the pistol round gets started immediately. 1-for-1 gets traded out there. Wabbit finds the kill on Sean. Nothing trades it back onto Professor Chaos, and it's going to be a take onto the south side yard. So far, 3's up, holding up pretty nicely, though, and that's going to be 1, 2, 3, and 4 kills right from the get-go there. They shut down that offensive, and they pick up the CT-sided pistol.
Wabbit getting a hot start. He comes in, he gets 3 kills, he's up in the sniper nest, and Cloud9 can't clear him out of there. So he gets a couple nice kills. He opens up with 1, and then he just stays patient. Gets two more really good ones, including dropping the bomb over by E-Box. So really no chance for a plant to come in for Cloud9. Once again, they're going to lose the opening pistol round, but this time, with some range on this map, you can see Shroud, Sean, and Nothing have all picked up Deagle. Freakazoid now adds 1 in as well, so they're going to go for some of those long-range tags and see if they can clear him out later on in the round. But they're going to be going against 4 rifles, so 3-Step has a really, really good counter to this. They can play far back, and they can actually use that range as well.
And we can see here, too, Cloud9 just looking for those opening pot shots here at the beginning. Shroud fishing for something back over here in the alleyways, but not going to find any of it just yet. Jason R looking to maybe test his limits here as well, but still all the noise is coming from all sorts of different places. 3's up, honestly, not entirely sure what to think, because these could very well be decoys too, as they haven't actually spotted anybody just as of yet, but now they're going to see something. Sean starting to creep back out, and there's the first one, D. Shroud's going to be able to find Professor Chaos. Sean, nobody looking over here towards ladder room. He's going to try to creep out, gets a second headshot there. Arya finds a response, but Shroud picking up another one onto Arya. Jason R finds a response. Now 3's up, get back control, but 2 kills right after each other. Cloud9 gonna upset on the second round.
There's those Deagles coming into play, so nicely done from Cloud9. Get a couple picks, and from there, they just trade effectively. So they win that second round. That's huge for them. I mean, that's the thing, is especially if you come out flat in your first match, getting a hot start is massive, especially on the T side of Train. So they're going to be able to have 2 Famuses. And look at Skadoodle. This is really, really curious and a little bit scary. You don't normally see this. He buys a glass cannon AWP in the 3rd round. He's going to be going against pistols, so the aim punch is going to be very difficult to handle. And losing this gun, that's a massive investment.
And now we can see, very quickly, already looking to take control of things that are going on outside. 3's up actually tried to catch them back over here in the White Halls and back B, but there's nothing here from Cloud9. And while all this is happening, Wabbit actually still alive and well somehow, but Shroud, thankfully, as soon as he catches him, going to be able to very quickly dispose of him. And the rest of 3's up, unfortunately, not a whole lot left to do at this point. Still mainly grouped up, nobody really even going down through drop. Thankfully, Jason R, who had sort of stuck around and fell back after that initial push failed, he's going to find a Juan D kill over here on Sean, but beyond that, way too much time has passed now, and unfortunately for 3's up, they're just not going to be able to do anything about this take.
Yeah, but 3 members in T-Choke, this is where Skadoodle's gotta fall back to. Everyone's coming there with them, so they're gonna be able to salvage it, but look at this firing squad. Skadoodle gets 1. That's Abe. Arya comes jumping out, gets 1 more, but there's Skadoodle again, but still, 1 more kill, and Shroud's able to clean it up and salvage that AWP, but what an expensive round for Cloud9. Scary, scary stuff. Jason R gets away with the Famas. That's a huge investment that just got destroyed by 3-Sup.
And now off of this, of course, as you mentioned before, they're actually going to get a decent upgrade. They could go for more if they wanted to, but not looking likely at this point in time. And indeed, that's going to be the only rifle, apologies, that they'll have going into this round. Cloud9 still definitely having a superior arsenal, but with a round like that, losing 4 out of 5 players, definitely not going to do too much in terms of building up their money either. Scoodle will still get his op back, apologies, and is going to be able to buy up armor and all that behind it this time, but for the rest of the team, down to an MP7 for Freak, and for nothing once again on the Galil as well here. Trying to work the control of outside, but so far 2 kills for Threes Up, none for Cloud9. Arya is hugging that E-box right now, but now Freak's going to pop out. Nothing catching Arya as he comes out from his hiding spot too. There's Abe finding a 3rd kill now for Threes Up, but Freak just running him over one by one. Leaves 2 still left alive from Threes Up, but they've also been able to recover 2 of the big guns here. Abe now has the op off of Skadoodle's corpse, and Professor Chaos still working with his FAMAS.
Yeah, he's got the AWP and he's got his eyes on the bomb as well. This is a really scary stuff, so Professor Chaos just has to be a little bit patient. He's playing over by the bomb train, not really committed too much to swinging out of that cover, and I mean Cloud9 as well. I don't think they know where he is because they're playing this so patiently, waiting for that rotate to come in, waiting to find that intel because they know Abe's got that AWP and choke point. This is a really tough spot. There's a kill for Professor Chaos, on to nothing. It's just Freakazoid left. He's in Old Hell, right behind the green train. And he's going to pressure the Professor Chaos. He's going to pressure Professor Chaos and loses the battle. Excuse me.
Say that 5 times fast. So, Threes Up again will strike right back here, pulling off the bit of an eco upset there. Didn't really invest too much besides having that FAMAS being saved from the previous round, so they actually escaped with this one. That op is basically going to get tossed around once again. It goes right back into the control of Threes Up now. And they'll be able to use this against the members of Cloud9. They'll go for a bit of a force-up, just trying to rebalance the equation as we're getting into that very awkward situation that often happens where teams bounce ecos back and forth until one team just decides to say, screw it, and save, or they basically run out of money and can't do it anyway. So Cloud9 go for the Deagle play once again. They do have the 1 AK on Freak, and also the P250 on nothing at this point. But opening kills, not really going to go by the way of anybody. Shroud tests the patience of Wabbit a little bit too much, and he is going to be able to execute this kill, but nothing running through the fire gets a great pop flash over here. But now Wabbit's going to pop out. He misses his shot, though, and nothing's not only going to be able to find this one, but he takes down Jason R as well with the P250. Now he's got the up to work with, and they're a man up. The outside take is going to begin here, but Professor Chaos trying to work his flank. He pops out. The reaction, though, from Sean Garris is going to shut down Professor Chaos with what was almost a flick shot on the Deagle. He shuts him down, and now it's just 2 left alive here for Threes Up. There's nothing picking up 1, and all they've got to do is shut down Art. If he comes down ladder, he's going to be a dead man at the hands of Sean.
This is straight insanity. Arya gets that kill, but there's nothing he can do. He's got a kit, but 3-on-1, nothing able to bring up that op. He had a beast round outside of Ivy, coming out with the P250. Here's Wabbit rotating over with the AWP and just cold clocks him, just right in the face. So really, Arya's got to save this M4, and Threes-Up will be able to more than likely buy. If Arya can save this gun, he'll be able to drop one over. That would go to Jason R. That would be a huge find, but plenty of money on the Threes-Up side to buy in the next round. These are just getting traded back and forth.
And now Arya looks like he should be able to save this gun at the very least, but in terms of what this means for his team's economy, not going to be too good, of course. Probably, actually, no, they will be able to go for a buy, at least on some of their players. Professor Chaos sitting at 6.7k because he saved that FAMAS from a couple rounds back and hasn't had to rebuy since then, so he's still looking good. He's going to be able to not only do this, but toss out a couple guns as well, and they still have an op in play here that was donated from another teammate. The only player that won't get a rifle is going to be Abe, sitting over here on the 5.7, and it's pretty much the same exact story from Cloud9. Each player going to use at least 1 pistol, just in case they lose a player, so it can be easily picked up and they're not going to lose extra money.
Oh, look at Arya getting aggressive up this ramp. He's going to play around the smoke. He's going to find 2. He sprays 1 down, goes for a second fight, but he falls. Inner bomb site is a little bit open. That causes the rotate from Abe. Long range, the 5.7. He can't win that battle against Shroud. Just confidently peeks out, grabs it. Wabbit's got the MVP now. Misses the first shot. He's brought so incredibly low. Grabs the second one. Shroud's head was barely exposed. He finds that. So Professor Chaos can move into the bomb site, get a better angle. But the bomb's falling back. The bomb's going to come out ladder. And look at Jason R. He's on a flank through Whitehalls, through these bathrooms. One's going to jump around. That's Skadoodle. But there's the flank exposed now. The bomb does get planted. It's going to be a 3-on-2 retake.
Wabbit can be very proactive with this as well, down at 16 HP. He's going to have to hang back and wait for his teammates to get into a better position for this one. Jason R, actually with that molly that comes down over there, he's going to have to find another route into this site. And with nothing picking up the kill over here on the Professor Chaos, it doesn't leave too much hope. Wabbit's just going to have to peek right out, hope they can find something here, but they've got the op aimed right on this. You can see Wabbit's going to try to force out Sean to find a kill onto him. He's going to get it, and now it's all in the hands of nothing with that. Trying to work his way back out. Not going to catch the kill. Wabbit single-handedly closes out the round and should be able to defuse this bomb, giving Threes Up their round once again. And just like that, we're tied back up at 3 points.
Really smart play by Wabbit there with that op. He gets on the bomb, taps it, lures nothing out. A little bit of a mistake, Cloud9, the members do not peek together, so that allows Wabbit to readjust. He knows exactly where Sean is, so he's sticking to defuse, and he can actually spot Sean's leg underneath the corner of the train a second before Sean's able to peek out. So once he sees the leg, he stops the defuse, and he just takes the shot. Basically wins a 1-on-2. Really well done from him on that retake, and that was crucial. Cloud9 still able to buy with that plant. 4 AK-47s, Deagle onto Skadoodle, who can't afford an op of his own. But neither team able to stabilize in these first 6 rounds.
And we're going to see the default A setup coming in now from Cloud9 as they try to work their way in here once again. 3's up set up exactly for this now, committing 3 players to the usual spot. They do put 2 into the B site, which some teams tend to place only 1 in there, and they move the 4th just sort of inside of Z, and they're going to have to do that in a second with this play that could be coming back out. Jason R is going to try to challenge things back over here on Ivy, but as we can see, he's actually going to take quite a bit of damage by doing so, drop to 41 HP, and has to give Nothing a little bit of room so he can work his way down there and hopefully find the kill from a more superior angle. But Wabbit's going to come in to support this a little bit too. Doesn't see anything initially, and you can see all this time, Cloud9 have been very, very slowly creeping their way up to try to get themselves onto this site, and now Nothing pops out. He's going to find the opening kill on Professor Chaos, finds the second one. Sean also picking up a third, and they're just running over the defenses right now. Wabbit at the very least finds 1 kill, but Shroud so fast on the trade, brings it down the Abe, the only defender that was still left onto the inside yard, and with the utility he has and the fact that he's smoked off from Z, there's pretty much nothing he can do to stop this now.
There's essentially, yeah, you're right, essentially nothing whatsoever he's able to do. Speaking of nothing, he grabs that headshot, 3 kills for him on the round, and he's being given a lot of space to work with over towards Ivy. 3sup is going to have to rethink how they want to defend this, because that time he's able to get towards the end of Ivy with no pressure put onto him, and then he's able to just swing out for free. 1 player in Old Hell, he just falls, back's turned, he's not even aware that it's a possibility. So that kind of communication out of 3sup, that's got to change, because that's the second time now where he's just come out and beasted out of Ivy.
So for Cloud9, once again, now they're finally going to get themselves into a position where they not only pick up this round, but they should be in a likely spot to find another repeat one here, as they're only going to have pistols. However, Abe and the rest of the members of 3'Up, they're going to roll in. 2 for 2 trade, now a 3 for 2 in the favor of 3'Up. They bring things back, though, as Sean gets this nade kill over onto Aria, but nonetheless, Wabbit's going to be able to fall back with this preferred choice of weapon. He's got the op in hand, and Jason Ari's got the off-angle shot, and Nothing can't connect it, though, so he's got to fall back and keep himself out of harm's way. But now Wabbit going to slowly work his way down behind these 2 players from C9, looking to pick up the kill. He's going to pop out, but gets spotted by Nothing first, so that takes him down. And unfortunately, with Jason R being stuck out, Nothing is not only going to be able to find the second to last kill, but the final one as well. And now they finally got that 2-round lead rolling.
That was almost extreme, actually, not even almost. That was sloppy from Cloud9. Not prepared for that kind of a push, and 3sup almost catches him off guard. A good nade from Sean equalizes things in a 2-on-2. But still, coming outside at a really bad situation with Jason R pushed up middle. He had a good angle, just couldn't land the shots. So that round could have gone completely the other way. Cloud9 a little bit fortunate to get out of that round safely. Op in Nothing's hands, not on Skadoodle. But no purchase from 3sup.
And again, 3'Up just going to try to play aggressive. Abe, great headshot there to shut down Shroud. His teammates helping out with a pot flash. Now Cloud9 trying to work their way in, but they're facing trouble. Jason R, however, there comes Sean and Skadoodle, finding a combined total of 3 kills. Wabbit fishing for some Quandigs, but not going to be able to find one. Bringing it all down to Aria, no armor to work with, and stuck way back in the site. Cloud9 pretty much have control of things at this point after 3'Up. Trying to get aggressive, they find a couple kills, but Cloud9 do manage to bring it back together a lot more cleanly this time than the previous round.
Yeah, Arya still has an opportunity to do some damage here. More than likely can't win this round, but he's going to find an AK-47 over towards the blue train. Cloud9's got to be aware of this. He's a free kill. He's looking the complete wrong way. There's 2 for Arya, all of a sudden down to a 1-on-1, and there's still time left. He doesn't have a kit, but plenty of opportunity. He's going to be able to smoke off the bomb train as well. Nope, that's a flashbang. He jumps over, he pushes him towards choke, but Skadoodle just playing the time. He bails out. That essentially preserves the round for Cloud9. Arya's got to stick it from here. And Skadoodle, he's going to run out, make some noise, force him off the bomb, but with no kit. Even though it's a good effort, it's going to be a Cloud9 win. So Arya gets away with an AK-47 with 5 HP. The explosion does not kill him. That's going to be a 6th round for Cloud9. Arya's got 12 and 6 right now. He's having a big game.
And we do want to highlight, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, our second game, which is going on back over at twitch.tv/ESEA2. Now, they're still in the first game right now between WinterFox and NME. It's actually double overtime right now. So once again, if you'd like to check that one out and see the result there, you can go ahead and watch that over at twitch.tv/ESEA2. Yeah,
buddy. That's that new WinterFox lineup, I believe.
Indeed.
So here it is, 3-6, 3-Sup. Wabbit has the AWP. Arya has one as well, so a double op setup, and they're very aggressive towards the center bomb site. But Wabbit's going to open things up onto Nothing. That's down towards Ivy. I told you guys they were going to have to reimagine the way they want to defend about that. Wabbit gets an initial pick. That's going to slow everything down. He unscopes at the wrong moment, though. Now he's got to be aware of his back. He knows there could be one more player here. That's going to be Skadoodle with an op of his own. Still 2 members pushed up aggressively towards the inner bomb site. Arya with an AWP, Abe close up with the M4, and it's going to be Arya with that first kill. Sean can't find anything. Down to a 5-on-3, and the Cloud9 members are spread out across the map, not grouped up. And they are at a huge disadvantage in this round.
Shroud hiding himself inside of ladder room right now, hoping he isn't found out. Does have a little bit of team support a little bit farther away with Freak, but he's definitely looking to regroup now with Skadoodle so they can hopefully work a take through Ivy. The problem is that's basically the Hornet's nest as far as the CT defense is concerned, and Abe also actually looking to close the gap a little bit here too. They're not going to be able to find an easy way back over here to the back B halls should they look to recommit for that. They basically look to line up this default A. Wabbit's going to find the opening kill and also get some good damage on a Freak here too, but Freak did find another kill. Unfortunately, though, Wabbit picking up the second, and now he knows the location of Freak, so Professor Chaos easily going to be able to line up that shot. And now we see threes up, getting themselves back into things here. Now up to 4 points, just 2 more away from tying it up against Cloud9, and this is also going to break their economy, too.
All right, despite 3 rounds won for Cloud9, the previous round was that 1-on-3 by Arya, where he kills all 3 members but can't complete the defuse. But because all Cloud9 members die in that round, their economy is essentially shattered. So now we're going to be onto a save, and this gives a good opportunity for 3-Sup to build up money behind this double op setup. It's very expensive to run. The question is going to be, Cloud9 knows they have a double op setup right now. When the guns do come out for them, what are they going to choose to break it?
Abe, though, just holds off this ramp like an absolute champion. 1, 2, 3 kills, finds the 4th as he switches over to the pistol forward, and Arya picking up a kill there at the top entryway, too. So Cloud9 trying to go for a forced play into the B inside yard, but doesn't end up panning out so well.
That was a mowdown. Still, Cloud9, I mean, this is the thing. Now that they know they have that, they know they're going against 2 AWPs, so they've got to save one more. They've got to get an op in the hand of Skadoodle, and he's got to come out swinging. Just last round, he had an op of his own. He was basically stuck in Ivy for the entire round without being productive whatsoever, and then loses an op duel to Wabbit. So that's a good sign for 3-Sup. Down 5-6, but this is an opportunity for them to equalize as it's just pistols in the hands, and Arya, once again, aggressive up that lower ramp at the inner bomb site, gets the first kill onto Shroud, and on top of that, good nade damage down to Freakazoid to nothing.
Jason R, look at him too, popping back out all the way through Ivy. He's going to get rewarded with a kill. Falls back a little bit preemptively, as I don't think he's realized nothing is here just as of yet, but nonetheless, re-peeks it, finds a kill onto nothing. And once again, the offensive completely shattered, not a single point of damage going on to anybody from 3-Sup. And that'll be a perfect round to tie things up once again at 6 points.
A flawless victory. Nicely done. No damage dealt. Here come the AK-47s for Shroud, and Skadoodle even picks one up himself, so unless nothing goes to the op, which we saw him using earlier over Skadoodle, which doesn't happen, this just has got to be some kind of, wall of smokes towards the outer bomb site. Very quick execute, trying to neutralize those ops, get up close very quickly, use Molotovs to force them out of position and keep them uncomfortable. But it's going to be scary. If they get picked off entering towards the bomb site, coming out of these choke points, then this attack can just get whittled down by those AWPs. So Cloud9's got to be careful on this execute. They've got to make sure all these smokes are lined up perfectly.
Waiting for it right now, taking their good old time with it. We can see, too, that some of the members of 3-Sup already sort of aggressively working their way in. Already looking the other way just in case the flash doesn't end up coming in, so he can react quickly to this. But Sean, the only player here right now, and he is going to oblige by tossing the grenades back out there to reveal the presence. We'll see if the CTs move back up, and they are going to do so. So they've got this flank opportunity opened up. This leaves them very weak on the site, though. Professor Chaos has to come out in a big way with his op. Thankfully, he finds the first kill. Now they come back down to ladder him. Shroud quick on the trades, though, but he only gets one. Arya Jason R trade out 2 kills directly after this. Nothing finding one for C9, but now he's the last player left alive after he takes out PC. Still in a 1-on-3 situation. Arya very low at 2 HP, so he should be able to shut him down, but that's not going to happen. Arya picks up his second kill with only 2 HP left and closes things out for 3-Sup for them to take the lead.
What a defense from 3-Sup. They just spell all of them down. No, not even spelling the bomb site as Cloud9. They just get destroyed. And with that money that they've been able to build up through these 4 rounds straight on 3-Sup, they can just afford to buy that op right back. So it's a double op setup once again for 3-Sup. They're up 7-6. And it's going to be a forced buy out of Cloud9 as this losing bonus builds. Nothing still has an AK-47, but it's going to be Freakazoid on a Deagle, Shroud as well, and Sean full utility on a Tech 9.
So we'll see once again what exactly Cloud9 will be able to do here. They go for a little bit of a force-up, nothing buying up the AK. Some Deagle armor buys here behind Shroud and Freak too, but beyond this, really not all that much being brought into this round. Wabbit, again, very confident, and just as a play here, we can see 3-Sup playing it aggressively. 3 men just sitting in the way of Cloud9. Abe's already going to pick up one. Pops up for more, but Sean does get the trade. Now they've got the operator deal with Wabbit finding one. Doesn't get a second, but already's there to cover for him as he starts to fall back. But Sean's also there for the trade.
Oh my god, that's
Wabbit.
brutal.
Oh no, man.
He breaks his legs on the drop.
Misses the ladder on 2 where Cloud9 basically pick either site.
There it is, though. Professor Chaos rotates over out towards the outer yard, gets that pick onto Sean. That's going to be the bomb, and now Shroud's got to be very careful. He knows that's possibility for a repeat, so he slows things down. This buys him time for them to rotate around to the other side, and there's Professor Chaos again. 8th round for 3-Sup in this first half.
And now 3-Sup again, after that little bit of a mistake, still managed to come out on top. They're actually going to be able to still preserve this double op strat here too, with basically, this is another thing we haven't even brought up yet. It should be fairly obvious to most viewers, but just all the money now on every single player should be able to rebuy for themselves, some with multiple round rebuys available now. Jason R specifically has barely died from his position. He's sitting at, I think, like 12k after the buy coming out there too, so he's in a really good spot. And for Cloud9, just struggling to get the basics here once again as they go for another bomb down onto a Tech 9.
Arya has been very aggressive up this lower ramp, basically this entire half, so he's going to grab an angle around this smoke, and it looks like Cloud9, they're being patient. He's going to jump up on the other side. He's trying to clear it out. If he spotted anyone, there it is, over the top of the smoke. Sean falls. No return frag as well for Cloud9. Arya is able to get away without taking any damage. He's going to stay aggressive. He actually rotates to the upper side. He's going to push up again. But still, a really good advantage for 3-Sup at a 5-on-4. Cloud9 has completely slowed things down. One member down ladder. That's Freak. He's stuck behind smoke, but all they seem to be doing is regrouping towards the center bomb site, where Arya being aggressive. He's going to have an early spot on this, and actually he does. He spots one. That's going to prompt Professor Chaos with the AWP to rotate towards the inner side as well. Arya's going to fall back. This time no one's going to die as they jump off that ladder. And Cloud9's got to switch things up because they've been spotted so early. They decide to wheel out. It looks like one member... Nope, they're going to keep coming into these box halls. One member went down ladder, but here we are as they line up for this execute in the box halls. Arya on top of this first train. This has got to work for Cloud9. They've been blanked in the last 5 rounds, and this is a crucial one for them to win. But still, taking it very patiently, waiting for any kind of counter grenades. They haven't committed, but this is going to be so tricky.
And as we see them trying to work their way back into this site now, Ari's going to get right in their face. It doesn't pan out so well, though, again, as he plays this aggressive spot. And Freak is going to be able to dispatch him, maybe finding another kill, but again, Cloud9 seeming to handle themselves. Unfortunately, the timer is so low. You can see their Shroud just barely gets that angle in order to plant the bomb from, but still 3-Sup having the man advantage will slowly put... And they've got a lot of time to work with. Already having the knowledge of where this is being planted too is going to help out. However, Professor Chaos completely caught by surprise there as Shroud is going to be able to take him down. Thankfully, it's a quick trade, and now it's all about dispatching nothing. He gets that molly onto the floor, though. This is a big problem because they just use another smoke to throw it up towards upper. Now they've got to wait for this to expire. They still don't have that kill onto nothing. He's still alive in this. There's no time left. He kills the diffuser, and that's it. He's just got to run and save it now. There's no time for this diffuse to come back out, and he even comes out for the closer in the process of this, but it doesn't matter because it's the last round.
Huge mismanagement of nades by 3-Sup on that retake. They actually had 3 Molotovs to use when they came in, when the bomb was being planted, and 2 of them blew up in midair. The third one lands on the ground, but it doesn't connect with the planter, so that's brutal. And then that last smoke, it could have been just dropped on the bomb to extinguish the flames and keep going. But, I mean, instead they used it to block off the upper ramp, so that defuse gets delayed and then nothing wins it out in the end. Good T-half for Cloud9, 7 rounds on it. It's going to be 7-8 going into the second half.
And 3-Sup, we'll see just what they can do, guys, as we're going live immediately into the second half. And for 3-Sup, looks like they might go for the raid boss buy here. Trying to see now as they're tossing around a couple guns. That could be a very straightforward strat if they do decide to go for it. And, nope, looks like I'm wrong. Not gonna go for the raid boss buy.
Well, it's very curious that there's this kind of a buy because there's no, Ape has dropped a Tech 9, but he doesn't, maybe he thinks he bought armor, but he didn't. He's got $800, so that's a little bit of a mistake. There's 3 members on the side of 3-Sup without armor. Look at this, aggression by Cloud9. Shroud swings up the lower ramp. There's aggression underneath ladder as well. Cloud9 trying to pinch above ladder. There goes Arya. He comes down trying to clear things out, but that's a little bit silly. He just gives back the equalizer. So back to a 4-on-4. There's no reason for that kind of a kill. And now you can see 2 members of 3-Sup pressuring over towards Ivy while the rest of them are split up.
And we can see Cloud9 as well, just splitting themselves up, waiting to see where they can find the aggression from 3-Sup. They're going to catch some of it back over here through Ivy, but the main take is going to be coming in. Freakazoid does manage to find 1 kill, but traded back out. Nothing picking up an additional one, and 3-Sup very slowly making the progress here to try to take it, but not a whole lot of damage going on to these remaining Cloud9 players, as they've been untested as of yet here. Sean with that little bit of a duel to the player on green train, and he manages to pick up the kill back over here onto Wabbit with some assistance from Ska, and now it's just Jason Arya with only 2 HP left alive. Not much you can do, and more than likely we'll see Cloud9 close out the pistol.
Very curious round from 3-Sup. You can see though, because he forgot to buy armor, just didn't realize that he didn't buy it. He's got 2,200, so that's pretty decent. He can choose to do something if they afford to invest in this round, or just keep it for the 4th round so they can have an AWP. He can drop it over to someone. More than likely Wabbit. But you see they are going for the force up. Tech-9s come out. Armor comes out. So do smokes. There's 4 smokes to utilize. The only person who hasn't really bought anything is Wabbit, because he wants to save for that AWP. He's got 1,800 right now, so that'll be good going into the 4th round. But here they're just trying to go for this plant, and everyone is going to be towards this inner bomb site.
And working it in very slowly, trying to keep themselves as quiet as humanly possible as they attempt to go for this once again. But Cloud9 also ready with 2 players here to try and defend things. It'll be Shroud and Skadoodle. Already hoping to see pushes from either way. Shroud will be mainly looking out for the push coming out there from Ramp, and again, already starting to move more into here too after catching absolutely nothing. They've been given free reign onto every other portion of the map. Nobody watching out for flanks and whatnot, so nothing creeping up here through White Halls as well is going to be a very, very big deal. He should be able to see this just as it's happening, so all the attention's going to be forward here for 3s up. And now here comes Shroud. He's going to pick up 1 kill there, finds a second, and again, nothing is coming in behind to clean things up too. Everybody getting a piece of the action basically from Cloud9, and that push gets reduced to dust so fast that Cloud9 just closing out there, only losing Shroud along the way.
Nothing with a very aggressive push, had all the information that Cloud9 needed. So they had 3 members at the inner bomb site when that hit, especially with him on the fast flank, just drops a Molotov in the middle of their execution, throws things off, gets a kill, and you're right, they just get mowed down. So 9-8 now, and that investment into the 2nd round from 3-Sup does absolutely nothing for them. That's huge. So that's going to put a dent into their 4th round bye with no real progress to be talked about.
And now Cloud9 once again just going to spread their wings a little bit here. 3-Sup go on to another eco round for themselves. Pretty much a full eco with the exception of Jason R investing into this Deagle. Take nothing, a couple shots to take him down, but he is going to be completely flashed, so can't really respond to too much of this. They work for the outside yard, but again, nothing really happening. And Shroud even working with the dualies here in the back. He's not going to catch any action as it's all going to be on nothing to close things out. Gets just 1 kill, but turns his back. So finally, at least something's going to be picked up here by the members of 3-Sup, but that may end up being the only thing they grab, as pretty much nothing else being allotted here for Abe, with them still being outside of Ivy.
Yeah, gets tagged by the scout. Sean's going to clean him out with the MP9. A lot of money made by those SMGs into this round. Now here comes the question for Cloud9 is how many players are they going to upgrade? Is Skadoodle going to keep that scout? Are they going to keep some of these SMGs and be aggressive because there's an op on Wabbit's hands, AK-47s across the board for the rest of them, and everyone is going to upgrade on the Cloud9 side. Excuse me, double op setup actually. Sean picks one up as well. So this is a huge investment into this 4th round, but they built up enough money for it to be, you know, an okay buy for them going forward. And fast out T choke is 3-Sup.
Sean can't really see too much from his position, so he's going to have to relocate. Still hoping there's going to be something that pushes out the Rivy, but this is not the case. His attention has to be drawn outside of the yard, and now Jason R finds the opener, picks up a 2nd and a 3rd over here on his Skadoodle. Finally shut down by Sean as he gets a little bit too curious as to what's happening in the Ivy Tons. Now Shroud bursting his way back out. Perfect hot flash, but he doesn't find the kill. Goes aiming away too quickly, so Ari's going to be able to survive that encounter with 9 HP, and now it's just Sean. He's gotten himself to the bomb train, but he's completely surrounded by everybody on 3-Sup.
He needs to save this gun, and he's not even going to be able to, trying to clear out that green train, and Arya's just going to knock him over. Nice take from 3-Sup. Jason R coming in like a beast with those 3 kills. All the entries go his way, and you're right, Shroud thinks he gets that kill and turns away too quickly. And that pretty much sealed the deal, and Sean trying to win. That would have been a 1-on-2, would have been a winnable situation for him, but a 1-on-3 in this outer bomb site, just a little bit too much to ask for. And because of that investment into double ops, Cloud9, even with some decent money, they're just going to play it safe, upgrade some pistols, and move forward into this half, and the next round will be a really solid buy again.
So 3-Sup now getting themselves back into the action here once more. Cloud9 have to go for the pretty much full save here, but 3-Sup, this is a round where they absolutely have to come out on top, and in a big way too, to try and build up some money on their own into this. As Cloud9 have been looking a lot better on this CT side. We do see them try to put a presence back over here outside of Ivy, but it's not going to work out so well. There's already here 2 kills coming out. Sean lining that shot up, though. Shuts down Abe with the Juan Deeg there, sitting behind the train stopper. And now we can see Professor Chaos just waiting for that push. Come out there, he's going to pick up the kill on the Shroud. Wabbit found another one on the Ska. And this round, for the most part, pretty much over. We'll see if Sean can pick up anything else, but it's not going to happen. And 3-Sup survived that one, only losing 1 player along the way.
Very good anti-eco from them. Cloud9 throughout the evening, even back to Inferno, you'd think Complexity had really good anti-ecos. They just haven't been able to get it done on those pistol buys. They haven't been doing very much damage. This time, even with all that money built up, Skadoodle doesn't look like he's going to be able to afford an AWP, so it's going to be M4s across the board, except for Shroud, who's got the FAMAS. Skadoodle's got the only kit. I don't think he has armor whatsoever, so scary buy for him. But this time, 3-Sup takes things a little bit slower. They're not going for that super fast execute towards the outer bomb site. They're going to be grouped up in these White Halls and in Terrace Choke Point, just waiting for any kind of signal. But Cloud9's getting aggressive, and there's 3-Sup with the op. Finds the angle. Nothing, can't land the shot, so a 4-on-5 for Cloud9.
And now again, just lining up to get ready for the take. There is still a pretty big presence here from the members of C9 pushed up here as Freak's in the way, but the rest have fallen by the wayside, and you still as well have some of these players committed to the inside yard too, so they've got to call this rotation. This is a default take from Threes Up coming in from all directions, but there's no support on Ivy. That's going to be a free push angle now. Sean can rotate back in and watch for the push outside a tunnel, but beyond this, he's been completely smoked back, so he can't see anything. They're rotating back in. Freak finds the kill, but again, the trades are still strong here coming out from Threes Up. They're going to get that location on Sean, and Wabbit, what a shot. Shuts down Sean, still inside it. Skadoodle sits in front of Jason R, waits for him to plant the bomb, and just knifes him to death. Nonetheless, Threes Up still win the round, but that was a pretty hilarious kill.
Yeah, that was beautifully done by Skadoodle, completely blind, the only thing left for him. He gets the kill, but can't do anything after that. The defense collapses. Despite that knife, the rest of Cloud9 just can't get anything done on that outer bomb site, so they get eliminated. 3 members survive for Threes Up. 11-10 now, and Threes Up has surprisingly gained the reins of this match.
So now Threes Up, as we said before, they take a big lead. Cloud9 coming off of another lost buy round, of course, not even surviving with anybody there at the end of it. They're going to be forced onto another full eco for the most part. Couple deagles coming out, so hoping to maybe get lucky if they can find some good angles to work with, but no armor behind any of their buys this time. In fact, the only utility that they've also brought into this round is going to be that single flash sitting on nothing if they haven't already used some of it. So Shroud actually spots the big presence here from Threes Up in the back B hull, so we can call some of this rotation early. But still, it's going to be all about the execution once the take begins. That'll decide if they can pull off this eco or not, and unfortunately, Shroud's going to get hit dead on there with that nade. He's already going to fall. They work their way in. A little bit messy on the spray there from PC, but he still cleans up the kill. Abbott finding another one, and this round is all but over at this point now. Ska, though, hold on, not going to be knocked out just as of yet. Let's get that one shot there. Looking to see if he can do a little bit more damage. Almost does it, but not going to be able to pull it out at the end of the day. And then Threes Up will execute the round once again, keeping all 4 out of 5 players alive.
This is scary now. These past 4 rounds, I mean, there's so much money built up now on the Threes Up side. 2 members over 10,000, and that all comes down to Cloud9. Like I said, they haven't been doing damage when they upgrade these pistols. That time they only get 1 kill, and they're losing these initial battles. Even on gun rounds, they're losing the initial fights. Wabbit is doing some damage. He's getting some nice picks, and the executes are just too much for Cloud9 to handle when their defense is, a player down. So this is going to be a huge hold for them. They've got to start it soon, or else Threes Up is going to be encroaching onto a win here.
And for Threes Up now, they're going to push their players, spreading them out a little bit more. We'll make some noise over here into the inside here to try to hold the players from C9 a little bit longer this time. The previous time this happened, actually Cloud9 made the mistake and kept these players inside of the B yard for a little bit too long, and once that rotation came in, they weren't really able to get to defensible positions before the take began, so they basically had to go in and re-entry while the main entry itself was still going on there. But they're going to correct that this time. Freak's already rotated in from the inside yard, and Shroud's very close to the connector too, so if he needs to move in, he can very quickly do so. And now that Threes Up have sort of made this noise, they're slowly going to creep back over here to the ladder room to drop in and actually start the take.
Sean's got to be careful over towards Ivy. Shoulder peeks, baits out a shot from Wabbit, but he survives. That's huge. If he had gone down there, that would have been massive for Threes Up. But Wabbit's going to relocate back towards middle. This is still looking like it's going to be an execution on the outer bomb site. 4 members grouped up right outside Terrace Choke. Professor Cass is above the ladder. Looks like he's going to flash his way out, but aggressive plays. Skadoodle is close up, so is Nothing. Going to throw it a Molotov to try and slow this down, but here it comes. Skadoodle's got to retreat back behind the smokes with that op. It's not a good angle. Nothing. He gets one done eventually onto Jason R. He falls off that ladder, but Professor Chaos and Arya chime right back in. 3 on 4 now, and the hit onto this outer bomb site is on. Cloud9 in really, really awkward positions, playing behind these smokes. Sean's able to take one down. Bomb's getting planted. Sean leaps through it. Can't get anything done, though. Professor Chaos providing great cover, but down to a one-on-one. Shroud knows exactly where Professor Chaos is, but the bomb is planted. Here comes the smoke and the flashbang. Professor Chaos can't land it while blind. Nicely done from Shroud. Nice timing on that flashbang. Ruins the plans of PC.
Chaos there again. Cloud9 keeps up the pressure despite Threes Up making decent progress on taking the site. They trade things out left and right, but at the end of the day there, that flash saves Shroud's life, just barely there too, bringing him down to below 20 HP. But as you had mentioned, not able to track that spray through the flash while he's blind, so he's not going to be able to find it. He goes down to Shroud. Cloud9 do keep themselves in the game for the time being, bringing themselves up to 11 points. But still on the edge as far as the economy is concerned now. Threes Up still with plenty of cash left to burn, so we're going to see this buy, if not 2 to 3 more coming out here these next couple rounds. And Cloud9, if they drop this one, they're immediately going to be rebroken once again.
Fast execute towards the outer bomb site, though. This round worked perfectly on the fourth. This strategy, I mean, and there's Skidoodle with the first pick. Freakazoid playing behind the smoke. He gets eliminated. Great trades from 3sup. All of a sudden, this defense has collapsed. Skidoodle's still alive at the bomb train with Shroud. They're both here, but 3 members circling around him. Skidoodle can't land these shots through the train, and Wabbit, he misses his as well, but still the defense holding strong. Nothing quite yet. Wabbit has a Molotov to block him out of position. He's going to push up towards the bomb train with the angle. Shroud swings out. He gets eliminated. 3-on-1 now. Skidoodle finally chimes in. 1-on-2. He's still stuck at the bomb train, jumping on top. Tries to find an angle around this smoke over towards E-Box, but he's getting pushed upon from behind. That's Wabbit. He finally cleans out the round. 11-13, and Cloud9, their economy gets reset, and they have nothing to work with in this round.
And Scott just not able to perform in that round at all. He had at least 2 to 3 opportunities to pick up some kills there, but was unable to connect it, missing, I think, almost 4 direct shots in a row with his op, and you could see at the end of that round, never even wiped for the reload. He was down to just 2 bullets left at the end of that, so he would have had to been perfect, or he would have had to swap weapons anyway and try to clean that up with a pistol. So Cloud9 now down to nothing once again, and 3SUP might just be able to close out this the rest of this map pretty easily.
That's the scary part, right? Because this is the same situation Cloud9 was in on Inferno, where 11-13, one more round win and they have no more mistakes, but look at this interpush, trying to switch things up. The trades do go in 3SUP's favors, and eventually they're going to clean everything down. They do get 3 kills, but so many bodies up above the ladder for 3SUP that they stabilize, they win out the round. Now Cloud9 has to buy to prevent 3SUP from getting to match point. But what do they really have to offer? And it looks like they might even, 2 members upgrade to P250s, nothing in, oh no, those are P2000s, excuse me.
They are indeed going to go for the buy here once again, as we would expect. They're going to be very limited when you look at what they've brought into this, of course. The utility is half decent, but 4 FAMASas and 1 M4. And behind that M4, Skidoodle has no armor once again, so he's going to take the risky position. He's playing up front, too, which is another interesting thing. He's going to right into their faces in hopes he can just get off-angle kills, which he might be able to do. It'll be on Aria, along with his one other player, Jason R, to stop this. For the time being, he's sitting in. He does have another teammate nearby, which is going to be Freak. It drops down. Scott can't see anything, and Ari's going to quickly dispatch him. Freak comes back in, though, and catches the trade, so things are going to remain even for the time being.
All 4 members of 3SUP in these box halls, though, going for an inner bomb site execute. Nothing and Shroud are here, but no utility. They just have flashbangs to work with. So they don't have any smokes to block anything off. This is going to give free reign, basically, to Wabbit with that op to grab an angle. He's got to be careful, though. Nothing with the flash out. Did choose to push up this ladder, but here comes the execute. He makes a shot. They find him at Spindles. He gets the first kill. Slowed things down. There's Shroud bailing him out of a tough spot. Finally, Abe rectifies that situation and gets a second kill as well, so the bomb is going to get planted into 2-on-2.
And Jason just waiting so patiently for Freak, just basically makes him hit the ceiling on the way up as he runs into his bullets coming up the ladder there. Now it's Sean. He does pick up 1 kill. Stops the plant, though, so it's not necessarily the high-pressure situation Jason R is going to have to deal with just as of yet, as he's got 30 seconds to hunt down this kill. They're slowly going to run into each other here, but Jason R looks away, and Sean is going to be able to win that out to give Cloud9 a 12th round. They remain in this for the time being, but on a very, very thin rope, once again losing 4 out of 5 players and forcing those rebuys up once again.
Freakazoid has to be so angry that Jason R was watching the flank that long. You'd think in a 2-on-2 that the guy watching the flank would try and meet up with his teammate to help him really control that bomb site, but no. So Freak gets caught out, and that's what's frustrating about it. Is in a 2-on-2, you got to assume that they're going to be together, but instead he gets eliminated. Either way, still another buy out of 3SUP, and it's a huge buy. AWP on Wabbit. This fast strategy out mid once again that's worked so well for them. Can Cloud9 stop it this time?
They're going to work their way out so quick, and again, the Chaos is going to be the name of the game here in this round. 1 for 1. Scott for 2 now as he picks up another one on a Professor Chaos. Abe will find one more, but traded up by Sean, but now there's Wabbit with the op, bringing things into a manageable 2-on-2 for both teams. The bomb's on the ground. They know it's out here, obviously. And now it's just all up to 3SUP's members to hunt down these final 2 kills, and for Cloud9 to spot them first, trying to defend things. Wabbit looking out for that flank, but it's not going to be coming in. This leaves Jason R a little bit overexposed if they spot him first, as Wabbit won't necessarily be ready to find the trade very quickly, especially from that passive position. But as he pops out, no, misses the shot, and that's a great reaction from nothing to shut out Jason R. Now it's all on Wabbit. He's going to have to look for these op shots. The player from Heaven has dropped down, and now Wabbit just sitting behind E-Box, trying to see if he can catch something here. Going to be playing it very slowly. Just looking to see if he can grab that right now. Working his way out. Gonna slowly creep up on nothing. He's got to find the quick shot. Nothing. No reaction at all. And now he moves in. Shroud's still stuck inside of Z, but he's gonna peek. He spots it, and he gets the kill to shut down Shroud. No reaction at all from the Cloud9 members, and Wabbit just clears it up for 3SUP to put them on match point.
That's unreal. What a round from Wabbit. What a shot on the Shroud to end it. Beautifully done, just jumping around. Shroud can't do anything, and Wabbit, he said he got 29 kills, and that's the thing. That's what we talked about. Wabbit coming in for Mo. Obviously, there's a big difference in recognition across the community and accomplishments, but Wabbit is no slouch and just deletes the last 2 members. 15-12. Now, that was the last mistake Cloud9 have, and they might not get another chance because 4 pistols, 2 P250s, 2 Deagles, and a Famous on Skadoodle, not even armor on Skadoodle. And this is a really tough spot for them to be in.
Skadoodle's also very far pushed up here, too, playing just behind E-Box. He gets some more support from teammates. It's a little bit more warranted at this point, but still has to be very careful with his position, because if he goes down, that's going to be an undercoverable weapon, depending on the position he plays it from. So 3's up, of course. They know now from these shots that it's going to be Nico, and they should be able to predict this anyway, so it's all basically just going to be about here taking their time, finding those couple kills that they need to get into the site, and then just mop-up duty from that point forward for the most part.
But very slow and patient. 3-Step knows it's going to be a weak buy for Cloud9, so they're taking it very, very cautiously, making sure they don't lose to anything. Professor Chaos, once again, the only one watching this inner flank, and he's going to be the one dropping down ladder. There's a member in here. And PC trying to bait it out, and he clears the corner. Nothing, can't get anything done. Now they're streaming out. Wabbit adds one, and there's Arya and Abe. They clean house. It's just down to Shroud, and this is looking likely that it's going to go towards 3-7 unless Shroud has something magical for us, and he does not. He falls at the end, and with that loss, that is 5 losses straight for Cloud9 in the Pro League. And if you look at this, and if you look at the standings, that's actually brutal for them. They've actually dropped down to the 5th spot. Luminosity is in the 4th, Complexity in 3rd, Conquest in 2nd, Liquid in the first place. But I mean, these are losses they can't take. They're all of a sudden, you know, fighting for 4th, 3rd, or 2nd seed, but they're in real danger of just falling out of playoffs completely.
3's up is actually tied with them now because of that victory too. Both teams now sit at a 9-7 record, and very realistically, if they can bring that back, and if Luminosity sort of stays close, that could be a 3-way battle between those two teams. Let's not forget as well the fact that CLG still only has like 11 out of 22 of their games being played, but the rest of these teams have a lot more. So CLG still has a very good chance of just sweeping back in here and taking over that 4th spot, with leaving no contest at all here for the Cloud9 and even 3's up to get back into the season.
And it's also, I mean, leading into the major, Cloud9 wasn't playing well, and we saw they did it there. Coming up, I mean, they have some important, they have the iBuyPower tournament coming up, and then also the biggest LAN in North America, you know, to date for Counterstrike Global Offensive is going to be IEM San Jose. And going into that, where they've been invited, is also scary. Another big, big tournament where they're not looking likely that they can do a lot of damage. So scary stuff for Cloud9 moving forward. I mean, they've got to figure something out.
All right, guys. Well, our next match is going to be coming up here in just a few moments, and it's the big one for tonight. It's going to be Team Liquid versus CLG. Should be coming up in about 10 to 15 minutes, so stick around. We'll be back with that match here at the ESL ESEA Pro League right here on Twitch. CLG, it's always been weighted on JDM as one of the biggest fraggers for the team, at least in the previous couple months. That's often been the way that the team has ended up playing out. So if he can perform strong on the CT side and shut down these offensives like we've seen him do time and time again in the past, then that could inhibit that T side, and especially if they're a little bit weaker on the CT side because of things, you know, being a little bit off of them just coming back from travel, I think there could be a chance for CLG to squeak through and take a victory there as well.
This is certainly a good start, is winning this knife round. Getting that CT side, getting the easier side under their belt, so they can start off, hopefully build up a good lead into that second half. That would alleviate a lot of pressure. So Liquid starting off on the tougher side, they have a tall task ahead of them.
So we'll see how things go there. CLG will get their preferred start side here to begin things, and we'll go right into the first round here, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you that are just joining us, it's CLG versus Team Liquid here at the ESL ESEA Pro League, a best-of-1 match here on Inferno. Team Liquid currently first in the league. CLG floating down around like 6th or 7th place, but they've only played 11 of their matches, so still plenty of time for them to climb the ranks here as one of the top North American teams, at least hopefuls here in the league so far.
Tarek's going to push up, peek out over the balcony through the windows. He spots a lot of players, but still no movement from CLG. They've stacked that B bomb site with 3 players. This is a pretty big gamble. Now, Liquid haven't committed up middle or anything whatsoever. They're staying very far back in alternate mid. Just 1 player back at terrace ramp. That's Hiko, just watching for any kind of push down mid or down banana. But they haven't decided yet where to go. And this A defense, if they decide to go up mid, is going to be extremely weak. Tarek and Hayes are going to have a huge job to do if Liquid commits to this A bomb site.
And now they're going to work their way in, not actually pushing into the site just as of yet, but working it in now very slowly. And Nitro's going to start things off back over here by the choke as he slowly tries to creep his way up towards that, but they're going to run the timer down in a big way. Fug is going to get caught jumping in. Hayes actually gets dinked, so he's going to drop back down. He's down to 3 HP. Nitro finds the first kill, as does Fugly, and they just rip through the defenses there. No indication that it was actually coming into that site until it really began as well. So the rotations, they went for the risk on stacking 3 on that B site, and it's just not going to come in quickly enough, unfortunately.
This round's essentially over. Barely any damage done. There's no kit on CLG whatsoever. 3-on-5 retake into this A bomb site. They've only got one smoke to do it with as well. So Finesse does get a kill onto Fugly there, but they're not even. Doesn't even look like they're even going for this. I mean, JDM's already in the fallback, and this is a really weak pistol round out of CLG to open this matchup. Just a 100% gamble towards that B bomb site. Playing so passive with those three players as well that they didn't have any information about where Liquid is going, so they couldn't even break up the stack if they wanted to. So no information, and Tarek and Hayes just can't get it done in a 2-on-5, basically. In CLG, you don't often see two players just choose to save on a pistol round.
So now for Team Liquid, again, this is a great start for their T side. We had discussed this before about how the T side could sort of dominate the way that this map ends up being played out, and winning that pistol round is going to be a great way to do so. CLG will look for a response to it, though, as they're going to go for their Armor Pistol Force up here in the second round, but of course we'll have to see just how well they're able to coordinate that with the very, very slow rotate coming off there from the B site, and that take happening very quickly from Liquid. It could be another one of those games where it's swift takes and poor communication on the CT side that sort of dominates who takes the lead.
No pressure from Liquid so far on the anti-eco. Only one SMG. That's going to be onto a Dren. And it's going to be him and Elige pushing up middle. A nice pop flash, though. JDM gets an early kill onto Elige. Just swings out, grabs the frag, falls away. They've got to salvage that AK-47, and they do. But it's a 5-on-4 for CLG so far in this eco round.
And now Team Liquid going to start to swing back a little bit here after not having much success with things that pan out back over there towards the mid-choke. Hiko already here and causing some noise just on the outside of Banana. And CLG actually are biting on this a little bit too, as JDM, he did move, was on the side initially, but is now going to start to really recommit to this, as he was partially rotating after that aggression had come in towards mid-choke. Cutler also going to stick pretty close to Arches too to be a quick rotator. And they do actually have 3 in this site too, I believe. One's boosted up over here on the first Arches. That's going to be Tarek waiting for the push to come back in. Liquid getting low on time, so they're going to have to go for this eventually. They still have the bomb back over by Crossroads too, so if they get shut down back over here at the mid-choke, then that could potentially really screw with them. Thankfully, they are going to get found out here. And Liquid, again, starting to move back, actually. Not committing to it yet, just trying to throw them off and hopefully catch their rotation back over towards Highway, but so far, they don't really seem to be falling for it. Now the flash of the smokes come in, but they're only going to leave themselves 13 seconds for this take. That Molly's going to force Tarek to relocate. He might actually burn alive. Nonetheless, caught out in the open. Hiko finds the first kill and the second on the JDM. Still a player from Newbox, and he's wasted all this time, but thankfully Adren's going to be able to dispatch him. They get that plant down quickly, and now it's just 2 left alive from CLG. So they take a big risk on running the timer down that low, but they should still be able to come out on top here, unless we see some nice one-shots coming out here from CLG. As you just look at how low these players are, Adren and Nitro, especially after Cutler and his 1 kill on the Hiko, they're all so low at this point, but CLG doesn't really seem like they realize this.
Yeah, CLG is, or I mean, Liquid's going to lose a lot of guns trying to exit this bomb site. This is well done from CLG. Dealt so much damage. Now they can just try and clean up. Hayes, if he gets this kill, and he does. But one falls. Cutler towards the Banana, so that's going to allow Fugly to at least get away from this bomb explosion. But what a round from CLG. Hayes is even able to salvage an AK-47, which is actually huge moving forward. Not only could that turn the tides of the next round, but just more economical damage can be dealt to Liquid. So early on, they win the pistol, and they win that second round, but they're still in a very rough spot here.
Going to deal with them dropping all of that. CLG not going to go for anything too big here in this round, of course, but as you already mentioned, they do have that AK. Hayes still has armor sitting behind this one as well, coming in from the previous round, so he's going to have this and still is going to save the money that he needs to, just in case he does end up going down. Liquid are going to be only on 3 AKs this time. They've got the UMP along with the MP7 sitting over here on a Dren, and for the most part, just going to be a straightforward push. 3 players moving up and Banana to cause some ruckus, apologies. And then you've got one more back over here in T-Apps and another one playing over towards middle too, but CLG very much like some of the CT sides we saw back on our last match here on Inferno today too, playing it very far back. JDM really the only player that's sort of peeking out, looking for trouble at the beginning of the round. The rest of them very much holding to their default positions, expecting a quick take from Liquid.
Tarek's boosted up right behind this fountain. That's a pretty tricky spot, but he can't land the shots initially. And Liquid's able to fall back with taking just a little bit of damage, but nobody falls. Nice return nade comes in. They're going to boost Tarek up, but still Liquid hasn't committed anywhere. Still probing up middle with Elige and Fugly. Last time this happened, a nice pop flash gave an early kill over to CLG, but it actually been dealt pretty decent damage, and CLG's sitting in a very nice spot. Liquid, awkwardly, just very slow paced on these rounds. The timer's still running down to 40 seconds about before they commit over towards this B bomb site. This time, though, CLG does not have it stacked. Just 2 members there.
And thankfully, the other problem here, too, is that Hayes is actually not really in this site, so they're not going to be able to contest it as heavily as they would like. Tarek does find 1 kill. Finesse is looking for another one over here onto Elige, but Looks like Elige is able to safely get himself outside, and there's going to be Hiko getting a quick headshot to shut down Finesse. The rotation's coming in, and again, some good damage has been done. You've got Elige sitting down at 21 HP, and Hiko down to 8, but it's all about finding those players, too. Hayes looking to tap, and we find a kill over here on a Fugly, but Fugly in the meantime is going to be able to execute another one on a JDM, catches him before he can flank his way back into this site, and Liquid have pretty much good control and should be able to close things out, but as you said in the last one, they might take some damage on the way out with their players being as low as they are.
Well, this time they all are able to evacuate safely. The CLG members just back off. Hayes had that AK-47, and there's no reason to lose that this round. They didn't get anything done with it, so it's not in a position to win it, so just keep that. Play the money game. It's so crucial on this map, so smart decision by Hayes. And Liquid goes out towards CT spawn, so Cutler has no real effect. So Liquid take a lot of damage in the last eco round. This time, they only lose one member, which is crucial. Cutler's going to come in at the end, but not able to salvage anything really useful. Almost gets a kill there at the end, a couple shots, but 3-0 for Team Liquid. Now it's the important round. JDM has that AWP, and he's got a good spawn for mid. I would look for him to be aggressive with it and just to peek down mid, see if he can get a quick pick.
And we'll see how that goes. Once again, Liquid, of course, still at full force, keeping 4 to 5 alive. They're going to upgrade everybody over to AKs now, and everybody's got a molly, everybody's got a smoke, almost everybody's got an HE grenade, so they're going to go very quickly into this site, I imagine, or at the very least, they're going to be at liberty to toss some of these nades out right from the get-go, and we can already see that pressure being applied back over. You were correct on JDM getting a little bit aggressive, but not a whole lot of a big presence coming out here from Liquid over towards the main middle area either, as the rest of Team Liquid moves up alt mid. There's one hiding himself back over here by the crossroads, but wouldn't be overexposed to JDM, so with him not really catching anything, he's going to be privy to the fact that there could be a sneaky push coming up their alt, so he does decide to fall back over towards Rap side and wait for things to move in through the choke point.
Yeah, Fugly's being a very aggressive out towards balcony. He's going to molly off the pole. No one's playing there, though. It's going to be Cutler. He's in the pit. He's smoking things off. He's eating a lot of flashbang. This is aggressive up lane. Cutler's got to stand strong. One dropped out, though. Can't find Cutler. There's the first kill, but Nitro trades out JDM immediately. Hayes still alive in the bomb site, doing some damage, but good trades by Liquid as they enter the site. They just haven't cleaned the Cutler out. He's in a crucial spot. Finally, he goes down. That makes it a 2-on-2 as Finesse comes in. But Tarek is a little bit delayed on the rotation in a 1-on-2, just now exiting Library, and Liquid in a good spot to win this.
Tarek looking to work his way back in. He knows Hiko's sitting behind the box. Molly's perfect. It forces him forward. Dowie's in the duel. Tarek ducking down, or apologies, Hiko ducking down out of the way. And Adren's just going to be able to pop out from his cover spot and close things out. So Liquid, again, taking some heat on the way into the site, but they do manage to clear things out, and they're going to pick up their fourth point here, forcing CLG onto possibly another eco. With Hayes sitting at 5.8k, though, that could open up the potentiality to go for another force, but he's just going to hand out some pistols to teammates instead.
Yeah, playing it safe. They've got to stabilize this money the first round they win so that moving forward they don't get reset immediately. But there's the entry power of Liquid. Just so many players capable of being aggressive entering a bomb site. They trade those kills out very, very well. Oh, Duran, nice shot out of Hayes, who just tries to shoulder peek with that deagle. He gets dropped, though. So already in a 5-on-4 in this anti-eco, Liquid looking good.
And now these members of Nitro's going to try to push forward, but that pop flash is perfect. Finesse just able to roll right out, find the casual kill onto Nitro. Now the rest of the members back over here on Banana, they've got to hold back a little bit. They'll still push forward, and Tarek's going to get flash too, so that holds off some of the extra aggression that could come out from him. But after it fades away, still Liquid, not really moving forward up on this angle as of yet, and they're going to try to get rid of some of those guns. They'll succeed in doing so there, just so they can't get the extra pickup on the side of CLG. And now Team Liquid again, still actually trying to decide where they make this take, and a big mistake on the call side of things from CLG. They've decided that since there hasn't been any extra aggression, they've been able to scout things out, that it is going to come up middle, and it looks like they're going to be right on this, but for a moment there, Liquid were holding back, so as I think they were still going to commit to that B site. Now everything coming through that mid choke, and we'll see how well they're able to hold it off. Not so well, at least on Rap side. Fugly just lines up the headshot on a Finesse, and although they take it very slow once again, Tarek is going to be allowed to pop out. He gets some damage in, but still Liquid very much so having the man advantage, and definitely power advantage too as they move into this site.
They're about to run into a nice crossfire though. Cutler's in the pit, 2 members in the bomb site. Liquid taking it very slow, cautiously clearing everything out around these smokes. Elige gets 1 kill, but Cutler finally chimes in. He gets traded off by Adren, and Adren also grabs JDM, who peeks out of the site. So a scary situation for Liquid as they're walking into a 4-man stack on their anti-eco. But they manage it well, and they get to 5-0. Now we have JDM with that AWP again, and pretty much a full buy with everyone else. Good money on the side of CLG with that save coming in. 4 M4s. They also have 4 smokes and 4 Molotovs to work with and plenty of kits to go around.
The other thing, too, is they've been able to do a semi-decent amount of damage. You know, normally, if we were seeing Liquid just run through these rounds with somewhere between, like, 3 and 5 players alive at the end of each one, Liquid could be sitting somewhere between, like, 6 to 10k on some of these players at this point, but that's not the case. They've got, at most, enough for 1 rebuy on about 3 to 4 of their players at this point, so they're not necessarily in a very secure position, and 1 to 2 rounds from CLG could shut down this economy and enable a comeback now from CLG, and JDM's opening shot is definitely going to be a good start to this.
That's they're going to need out of him. He finds them an opening kill, which is crucial. So now they have a little bit of an easier time. They can boost one up on the balcony. They can fall back as well, but JDM's going to get another one. And all that has left for Liquid, they've ceded complete map control. It's going to be this B hit, but a smoke just gets deployed. Nitro's going to run through it, though. Almost catches one off, but he can't. He's standing in the fire now. He's burning alive. Can't get away from the fire. There's a Dread with the trade onto Tarek, so the B bomb site has opened up a little, but the bomb isn't committed inside just yet. You see the rotations coming in. JDM on his way. Hayes on a quick flank. All that Liquid can really hope for on this round is a bomb plant. They've got to get it down soon.
Hiko slowly creeping in. Doesn't catch Finesse, but Finesse hiding back sort of in the corner there too, so they're not really going to be able to contest that. Waits his turn. He is going to be able to pop up and find this one. Now it's Hiko. They've already seen him hiding out back over here at Dark Corner. Finds 1 kill, but quickly traded back out there by Hayes. And they will indeed execute this first round here in their favor, bringing things up to 5-1. Keeping 3 alive to keep the op and play on JDM 2, which is the big buy. And now heading into this next one. 1 more should seal the deal and force Team Liquid onto an eco.
JDM's 2 kills really won them that round. Just by taking out... You could see some of these default rounds that Liquid's been running. It's usually Fugly and Elige who are putting pressure on brackets while the remaining 3 keep control of Banana, spot up mid and everything like that. But those 2, Fugly and Elige, they've got to do work up mid, and when JDM takes them all out, there's no presence at the A bomb site. And because Team Liquid was so far away that time, committed deep into Banana, that was their only option as the clock ran down. They were out of control of the map.
A little bit of gun management going on here as the round begins from Team Liquid, as they have to toss out a couple AKs to some teammates. They're still very proficient by coming into this one, though, but this will be the last one here. CLG back up to full strength themselves. A couple needs missing here and there, but they still have absolutely everything they would need to work a successful round take here. And Liquid definitely slowing things down comparatively to some of the paces from their previous rounds here. CLG gets aggressive too. They're working for some banana control. Tarek's going to be leading the charge with this one. Doesn't be careful with Hiko in play there, but you can see he's trying to bait out some of these shots. There's going to be JDM opening things up for CLG here in the 7th round.
Yeah, peering down mid so late into the round with 1 minute and 10 left on the clock. Adren's not prepared for it. Now rotating over to balcony. He gets that kill on Fugly, who's in the A apartments. Finesse, he's hiding into Cubby now, and he's going to have 3 members if he peeks this. He'll have a great chance. There's Hiko with the first kill, but FNS bides his time, gets one before being traded off. It's a 2-on-3 situation. Hiko and Nitro trying to work up this wrap side here. There's going to be a smoke from Nitro. This will allow them, if they want, to go towards CT spawn. When this smoke plumes, and it does, Cutler's completely blocked off, but he sees what it's for, so he's got to be a little bit wary. Team Liquid being very, very silent, walking up behind this smoke. They're going to head through it. It looks like they're going to pop flash Nitro through it. They're just waiting for it to clear.
Well, this is smart, too, because they don't exactly know where Tarek is as yet, so he could be through there. Unfortunately, the smoke that has been set up does end up basically screwing them over here, as Cutler's going to find that kill onto Nitro. And now Tarek can definitely just waltz his way back in from CT spawn. He's still watching out for a push on highways. They haven't exactly found out the location of Hiko, but as he moves in, he is going to find Cutler. Now he's been revealed. He has to plant this out, but Tarek, he's been hanging so far back. There's no presence in library, so he is given the free plant situation. We are going to see JDM rolling up, but he's shut down by Hiko, and now Hiko, he's going to try to clutch this out in the one-on-one. Tarek looking for that one single shot. Smokes it out to give him a bit of cover here as he starts to fall back out over towards Pit. And is looking for the flank here too. Tarek moving in. Not going to go for the diffusers yet. He is looking for that kill, but he's making some noise, so Hiko might have been able to hear him. And all this time has been wasted too. Thankfully, Tarek's got the kit, so he's got plenty of time to play with, but Hiko just messing with him at this point. Tarek does finally manage to take him down, and thankfully he's got plenty of time left for this defuse, but imagine if Hiko had managed to dodge those bullets for a lot longer. That could have just been the bomb timing out at the end of it.
Hiko actually outplays Tarek this entire round. Just with such low HP, the only thing left for Tarek to do is really spam through the smoke. He might have caught a glimpse of a foot and a crack in that smoke, but Tarek's able to come out with it. Very, very fortunate. He also salvages the AWP for JDM. A lot of damage dealt. And this is why you're going to see this force buy out of Team Liquid. With that plant, they can get 3 AK-47s, 2 Tech 9s. They know the economy for CLG is so low based off the fact of getting 4 kills that round, so they're going to go for it. And this could break the economy of CLG.
So Liquid once again now after their economy's been put into a very awkward position. CLG now finally give it a chance to solidify things, but bringing their overall players down to just one left alive at the end of the round is not going to do them any favors, unfortunately, in the long run. They need to make these rounds a little bit cleaner, but nonetheless, they've bought themselves a chance to get back into this game, and JDM legging Hiko, just barely going to be able to survive that as he falls back down over into spawn, and CLG, having been found out, they themselves are going to move over towards the B site too. Now the take is on, though. That's a perfect flash in the haze, stops him from doing anything about the fourth push. Nitro spots one, but he's going to get flashed out as well, and all this pressure, no push at all coming in from TL. They're going to find 2 kills on the side of CLG right at the beginning of this one. There goes a third there as Hayes picks up an additional one. Nitro finally finds the trade, but Tarek and Cutler just shut it down, only losing one of their members on the way in.
Really nice counter nades once that execute comes in towards lane. CLG just plays it patiently, throws some flashbangs in towards lane, in towards the truck side. It blinds all the entry fraggers for Team Liquid. It slows things down. It lets the CLG members find angles around the smoke, get unblind themselves, and they mow down that attack. So nothing comes from it. So that force buy from Liquid, not able to reset the economy, was an aggressive buy, but CLG now has their third round of the half, and they forced the Team Liquid side onto an eco. So good chance for them to build up some money behind everything.
So now again, this will be a complete save finally from the members of Team Liquid. Tarek already catching some frags there as some bit of unwarranted aggression comes out from Liquid back up Banana. Cutler catching one there too as he tries to push himself out towards long hauls. Tarek just barely going to be able to spot Nitro before that smoke blooms, but won't be able to execute the kill. He's done the damage though, brings him down to 28 HP, and as his take begins, it's just not going anywhere. They finally managed to surround JDM at the very least, and Nitro's going to pick up this op, but he just presses forward out into the open before he even has his gun drawn, so that'll be an easy kill for Hayes and Cutler to find out there at the end. And again, a very clean one from CLG, only losing one player that time.
That's huge as well. So you can see now JDM has about 7,000 before he bought. A little bit more than that, but he's down at 6,700 right now as well. Cutler at 6,200. They have plenty of money. Only Finesse and Hayes even in danger of being low in economy. But Liquid, they've got a full buy this time around. The biggest thing they have to worry about is JDM in these gun rounds that really spurred CLG forward into this 4-round streak has been those early picks, and he's going to go over towards window room again. He's going to look for one more, not too aggressive with it, but Finesse gets it instead at the B bomb site. They're aggressive, pushing down. Nitro gets one kill. He gets a second one onto Tarek. So well done from Nitro. The bomb is there. Nitro can take that B bomb site. But there's JDM. Gets a kill onto Elige, but still, it's a 3-on-2.
Pops back out, finds another one over here on a Fugly now, brings things back down into a manageable 2-on-2. The bomb just now being recovered, and also Liquid's player is very, very low at this point too, so they're going to catch on to this very swiftly as it begins. Nitro potentially having himself a free kill lined up should Cutler go to this position, but I think that smoke is going to end up fading out before he gets the chance to do so, and that is indeed is going to end up what's happening. Now for the rest of CLG, 2 kits, so plenty of time to work this with, both holding out over here towards library, so they can easily shut down a player that works in there. They're actually not going to go for it. They're going to go straight forward, and now Nitro's out of position. He's going to have to try to push in towards this. They don't expect him, and this counter flash is great now as it's going to completely blind JDM. Still nobody looking in this direction. JDM trying to cover both at the same time. And Trent just patiently waiting. He gets shut down by Cutler, and now Nitro. It's all going to be on him in this time, and they wrap it back around. They're going to start this defuse right now. They actually aren't even securing it. He has to go for it. One kill's going to seal the deal. Cutler has to defend his teammate, and he succeeds in doing so. And off of the hands of that, CLG, they're going to pick up the 5th point and tie things up.
Oh, what a ridiculous save by Cutler. Nicely done. And Nitro just tries to bait out that Molotov, knowing they might think he wrapped around just because that choke point is blocked off. But Cutler with the awareness swings back just in time. Even so, that defuse was just a half second from, blowing up. That bomb was just so close to exploding. So CLG stabilized, but once again taking a lot of damage. It's going to be another buy from Liquid as the losing bonus is built up. They also get the bonus from the bomb plant, so plenty of money on their side. But they've been stuck at 5 rounds for quite some time.
So Liquid, again, looking to make some progress here on the Bananas. They've actually been struggling. I mean, much like the Cloud9 match we watched earlier, they've sort of been struggling to get themselves up here just because of the deep smoke that's been coming in every time. JDM far too aggressive upon this, though. Sitting up on top of the car as he gets flashed. That's an easy frag for Nitro to grab here at the beginning of the round. Now that's going to force the rotation from Tarek. Good thing, because of course we see Liquid committed to this now, but also a free op if they do want. It's going to be sitting on the floor by car. Tarek looking for the spray, can't find it. Nitro just rolls in, finds the casual entry on a Finesse, and now they've already got control of the site for the most part here. Tarek's going to try to resist it, but he's rolling in. They already know he's here, gets one kill, falls back, and miraculously survives that.
Yeah, beautiful job from Tarek. FNS in the bomb site wasn't prepared for that kind of aggression, but Hiko sprays through the smoke, finds Tarek. Also does damage to Hayes right through it, and then he comes around and gets a headshot through the smoke. Beautiful shots from Hiko, grabbing the angles despite not being able to see anything, and he gets 2, and Cutler not even close to a retake. So it's all over for CLG in this round, and Liquid, Nitro steps up the aggression level and just bullies his way up towards that B bomb site.
Now Cutler is going to have to try to survive and hopefully save this AK. He's got a lot of utilities hitting behind this, and technically a P250 too. If that planter wasn't in the way, he could have just killed Fugly, but that would have also been a double-edged sword as it would have revealed his own position. So he's not going to find anything there just as of yet. And I don't think anybody's going to get close enough to find him here, so he should be able to make it out of this round with that very, very big arsenal. Fugly does jump down, and we can see the shots coming in, but not going to be able to find him in time. So he makes it out. That'll be another gun that's saved, and he's sitting on 7.7k still as well, so that could be definitely a couple guns tossed at the teammates.
And we see a change in the strategy for Team Liquid. Dren's picked up the AWP, which we don't often see on the terror sides of Team Liquid's terror sides. So this is more than likely to combat JDM, who might be going to peek down mid. We'll have to see how Dren can put this to use. More aggression out of the B bomb site. Tarek and Finesse trying to play towards the car. They get mollied off. They're both stuck at sandbags. It's a bad spot to be in. Finesse escapes out of it. No aggression whatsoever from Team Liquid, though. Just two members working their way up ultimate. That's going to be Elysian and Fugly working together to clear out these A apartments. And now you see even more push with the smoke in place. Tarek gets aggressive through the pillars. Drops a smoke for himself. And he's playing aggressive, so now FNS can fall away if he chooses to.
Tarek's got a lot of room to work for here as well with that smoke going back as far as it did. Doesn't really give Liquid a whole lot to see, and as well doesn't really limit CLG at all. They can pop out and work their way back in here. And as for Liquid, they're sort of being forced into the A play too, which is great about this. As you said, Finesse could safely fall back, but they're going to hold it. They seem to want to make sure that the presence can stay back here. But there's another smoke coming in now, as it'll be re-smoked for a third time. And that's going to hold them back even longer. But the time you're getting this slow, unless they want to risk it and push through this, which with two players present, and they should know there's two players present, might not be worth it. They're basically going to be forced into going for an A play. And this opens up a flank too, if they don't leave anybody behind to watch it.
Here it comes, executing up mid, just as the smoke clears JDM. He's blind, he's over in the arches with the AWP, gets that first kill, but immediately traded off. Very important trade to get for Fugly. He's going to push towards CT spawn. Now, there's two members here already. He's not clearing it. Finesse is going to get that first kill. But still, the remaining members of Team Liquid are going to hit this B bomb site, which is wide open. Both Tarek and Finesse have fallen away. There's Adren with the op, chimes in onto one. Tarek's all alone, coming from two angles. He's got to be very cautious. Playing construction, and he misses the shot. Now his position is given up. He's got to win this duel, but he can't fight it. He's down to 3 HP, but there's Hayes. He comes up from Banana. He gets that first kill. And that's huge. That ends the round right there.
So, also Tarek single-handedly probably could have clutched that out too if he had dropped the bomb carrier. A bit unfortunate that he misses it, but he buys enough time there by doing the damage and forcing the bomb carrier into emo corner. He basically wasted enough time to get a teammate in a position to stop the plant from happening. So good plays from Tarek and the rest of CLG. He get caught off guard by a little bit there when the push did end up coming through Banana, but thankfully the players in pit were able to secure that, and the call came out preemptively enough so that they could rotate it and stop the plant from happening. As Team Liquid, as they've been doing for quite a few of these rounds actually, they ran the timer down very low once again. It did not leave themselves enough time for the plant.
It's a couple times the B bomb site has been, their intended goal. You remember, think back a couple rounds where Nitro gets those two entries and they just didn't commit to it fast enough. So Fugly works his way up into halls very quickly, does a lot of damage to Cutler. Down to 17, he's got to play in the pit very low, and Liquid look like they want to pressure this A bomb site early on into this round. We just saw him slow things down. This time they're going to speed it up, be aggressive, but Hayes is boosted up. Adren's not ready for it. He gets picked off.
That nade just rips apart basically 1/3 of the health pool on almost all three of those Liquid players there. Fugly, Elige, and Hiko all sitting around about 2/3 of their health pool now because that nade lands right in the middle of all of them. So that's a huge amount of damage that's done. And now they've got to be very careful when they actually proceed forward here if they still decide to go through with this A entry.
They're actually going to choose to wrap, and JDM has a bad read on this. He thinks it's going to be towards CT spawn, but it's not, so he's got to rotate around, and he could get smoked off. He misses the shot with the narrow angle. Nitro gets that opening kill. It's just Cutler and Pit with no HP, and JDM, he gets swarmed by Hiko, but Finesse gets the trade. He's got to do some damage with his op, though. The bomb just got planted. It's a triangle of doom set up, one in halls, one in graveyard, and one in the bomb site for Team Liquid.
And now we can see, too, Finesse creeping his way out. There's not a lot of restriction, but it comes into play here in the fact that they don't have anything revealed from the current push coming in from Tarek. He's going to move in, almost catches that first kill on Elise, but now the call comes out. Nitro can peek up. He catches Finesse, looking for the second frag on a Tarek, and he's going to be able to find that. Tarek not quick enough on the response, and Liquid are going to be able to reclaim the lead once again. A big round from Nitro, coming out with 4 kills that time as well.
He's really came alive. Once CLG went on that 5-round win streak, it's been Nitro with some very, very important kills in these rounds for Liquid, and that's what he's here for. Him, Elysian, and Fugly are a very scary front line, and finally they've whittled down the economy of CLG just enough to force, I would say, I mean, it was looking like an eco, but actually with 2 rounds left in the half, CLG is just going to buy this round. Knowing they won't have a solid buy next round, they just choose to force buy 2 rounds in a row. So 1 M4 onto Hayes, the rest have pistols with some utility to work with on Finesse and Hayes.
And we'll see exactly how they position themselves here, too. Liquid spreading the wings. Again, there's not any of that pressure that we've been seeing a lot of from CLG coming out back over here towards Banana this time. They try to do it a little bit later, but it's only going to give the members of Liquid a chance to strike back a little bit better. And unfortunately, they're not able to restrict the movement as heavily as they would like. So there's still, of course, that doubt that things could be pushing in over here up Banana. And they've got a little bit of action happening here, too. It's going to be JDM that almost manages to find a frag with just that measly little 5-7 over there onto Fugly. Both will take some heat, but JDM definitely coming out on top of that trade as the rest of Liquid solidify themselves back over here by the crossroads, getting ready for a push-up Banana once again.
This is scary, though. Look at Liquid. They have no map control. They're all grouped up in towards mid. There's one pushed up in halls. That's coL. He's going to push down, and he's going to have so much information. All of CLG cheating over towards the B pop site. JDM's in library. Hayes is on his way over. coL's on a massive flank and alternate mid, and if Liquid doesn't spot this out, that'd be scary. He's going to be able to get one kill. That's the bomb carrier Nitro. He falls with an AK-47. Meanwhile, Hiko pressures. Oh, coL almost gets another one, but he can't finish off a Legion. Liquid, now they're just dominating.
B-site's wide open at this point, too. Hayes is going to try to rotate back in through construction, but fortunately with his teammates faltering, it's going to leave things very overexposed now. We'll try to hold this. No initial smokes coming in, so he's going to find one. Almost hit the second, but thankfully Adren finds the trade, and now it's JDM. But the big thing here is he's got that AK, or apologies, no, he still has just has that 5-7 to work with, but he's one-shottable. Everybody can move in and finish them off with just one hit. So if he can move in and clutch this out, that would be absolutely huge, and of course would bring CLG a very big way back into this game. It could lead to them taking the lead off of the next round as well.
Fortunately, with no kit and everything smoked out at the moment, JDM can't find anything, but you're right, look at this health. This is just how close Liquid was to this round being botched and won by CLG. So JDM just going to go for some exit kills, maybe try and grab an AK-47 at the end of the round, and he's going to lurk out this connector and try and chase him down Banana, and they don't hear these footsteps, but this bomb is going to explode, and JDM's going to fall with it. So a little bit unfortunate for him. Couldn't find an AK-47, couldn't find any of those last kills. That's going to be an 8th round for Liquid. And CLG's going to have much the same buy, except this time Hayes doesn't have an M4 to work with.
So CLG now, unfortunately, not having too much to go on in this final round here. Team Liquid, they pretty much have the advantage here coming off of the T-half, but that's sort of to be expected, to be completely honest. We've seen, I mean, not just tonight, but in a lot of matches that have been happening recently in North America, it's sort of been the T side that's been dominating things with the communication, having the problems it's been having, and overall the just general issues that popped up on so many of North America's CT-sided teams here on Inferno. It's not too uncommon to see that T-sided team take the lead right off the bat.
Early pressure onto this B bomb site from Liquid. Molotov comes out so Nitro can grab an advanced angle, and with this much pressure and just with pistols on Tarek and Finesse, you can see they smoke it early. Normally try and hold those smokes till about 1 minute, but it comes out at about 1 minute and 12. Meanwhile, huge lane presence from CLG. 3 members over here. coL underneath the balcony. And they're all just waiting at the moment. 3 members of Liquid in these halls, in Boiler, waiting to pounce, but the bomb's being left alone, so this is a little bit scary for Liquid. They haven't decided where they want to go, slowly clearing things out, but they might run into the stack, and that would be brutal.
coL sitting up on top. That pressure comes in. Nobody checking the top of ports, though, so coL is going to be able to spot a leash a little bit late on it. It's actually going to be JDM that picks up the kill, but he's quickly traded out by Hiko. coL found out there, too, now. So Hiko and Nitro finding the first 2 entries. They move in from the balcony here as well, but the smokes come in from both sides of the equation. They'll be able to keep hazed up for the time being, but as they move into the site now, that's going to be a Dren finding the kill. Tarek and Finesse up to 2 more, and that brings it into a 2-on-2. Now in the advantage of CLG, Fug is going to be the last player alive, but in an unlikely turn of events, CLG somehow picks up that 7th point.
Yeah, I don't know what Liquid did. It seemed like they all just like shut their monitors off for the end of that round. They had the bomb site. It's like a 4-on-2, and they lose battles to 5-7s at long range. So Liquid, a little bit of a goof there, but a crucial round for CLG to win. That gives them 7 on their CT side, which is ugly, but I mean, any extra round that you can grab, that's the thing. Now, yeah, you mentioned it. North American teams in general have difficulty on the CT sides. So we have to see what CLG can bring out here, but it's going to be tough because you saw a lot of the success they had on their defense was from JDM finding early kills, opening kills with that AWP, and just giving them a man advantage or a 2-man advantage, and they're not going to have that kind of luxury on the Terra side so much. JDM is going to have a tough time finding those kills, fighting through choke points, fighting through smokes and flashes, and if they're starting to get beat up, he's not even going to be able to afford an op later on into the half.
And we'll see just how that pans out as we go into things here for Team Liquid. Of course, they're going to have to come out in a big way. We didn't see a very big op presence coming out from them at all this time, and this sort of harks back to some of the things that we have seen, and this is not a very uncommon thing and not necessarily a bad thing for Liquid. I mean, when you look at Adren's history, he's often avoided that T-sided op time and time again when he hasn't been feeling super duper confident with it. He started to pick it up a little bit more when this team had the really, really good spree sort of earlier on this season, but now in these sort of closer matchups, he's sort of gone back to that more recluse sort of thing where he doesn't really like to go for it. But on the CT side, it comes out to play, and on that CT side specifically, he's been a very big player with it time and time again for his team. So that's going to be another factor that CLG are going to have to look at going into the second half.
Well, we're waiting for the second half to go live. We've mentioned a couple times as it goes live here. We've mentioned a couple times throughout the evening the IEM San Jose tournament coming up in just a couple weeks. If you guys are thinking about going, there is a promo code ESEA on Ticketmaster that'll get you 20% off your tickets. If you guys are debating on whether you want to go, all the VIP tickets are sold out. We did have an ESEA member. There was a one-on-one event that was ran, and an ESEA user got two free VIP tickets as well as being flown out to the event. That's going to be in 2 weeks. There's also going to be an ESEA meetup and more information released. But look at this aggressive fist around CLG. They come up banana, and Liquid's just going to crunch them. They've got to hurry this up. Nitro comes in from behind, but he can't get the kill into FNS, and now it's just Adren. He's stuck out in the open, and this is turned around. CLG finds 3 quick kills. It's just ESEA in this B bomb site, and Hiko over towards mid. He's got the dualies. He's got an angle. He gets that first kill. Swings out. He gets a second one. He hasn't even been dealt damage quite yet, so all of a sudden, Hiko brings Liquid right back into this round.
Hiko, aka Get Right, killing things there with the dualies at this point. Bringing back the situation, CLG gonna have to do the 1-2 switcheroo as they work now back over here towards the B site. The Flash does some work onto ESEA. He's forced back over here inside of construction for the time being. And now Hiko looking for some more kills with this one too. Pressing his way forward. He's got a smoke to try to give himself some room to work against JDM, but as it pops out, it's gonna be very predictable to see, and they're gonna look for the kill onto him. Not really considering ESEA at this point. Only have one player focused on his attention, so as Hiko draws pretty much all the aggro from CLG, that's gonna give ESEA some room, but he's not really working upon this. Still steal with Hayes back over there in Emo Corner, and they just can't seem to make any progress to get back into this site. Hiko works again, gets another kill, but quickly after that, the final 2 kills are picked up by CLG, and they are going to win out the pistol.
That aggression just gets shut down. Finesse, very, very fortunate, just jumps out of the way just in time, and Adren and his teammate, they fall prey. So Hiko's almost able to bring it back, but ESEA can't find anything over at the B bomb site, so CLG, they do squeak that one out. It was a little bit sketchy there for a second, but they win the opening pistol round, so it's tied up at 8-8, and you can see 4 rifles on the side of CLG, 1 P90 out of JDM, and Liquid is fully invested into this round. Upgraded pistols and armor. No kits, but they do have a smoke and an HE grenade on Hiko, 1 flashbang onto Fugly to use, and 4 members closely geared up towards this A bomb site.
So now Liquid, now Liquid sitting a little bit further behind. CLG, of course, given a couple free rounds to work with here, assuming they don't get ecoed by Liquid with their sort of heavy investment, at least as much as they could afford going into the second round now. See if they can pull it off, but pretty typical setup as we expect. 4 rifles, a little bit heavy on those, but JDM goes for the P90 buy up too. Real looking for that security, just in case. We did see a more preserved buy from Liquid, and they went for a really risky 3rd round buy, but that won't be happening. They're just going to go right for the rifles, and CLG will be in a pretty good spot so long as they don't run into too much trouble here on this second round.
Legions playing solo B, so CLG might walk into this A stack, and the trouble with 4 rifles, they have this P90 on a JDM, but they don't have anyone who can really clear things out and check for a stack whatsoever, so when they do hit a bomb site, it's more than likely going to be a complete committal. And they're making a good call here, although they don't know it. Like I said, they haven't gotten information. Heading back towards Banana, it's going to be a split towards that B bomb site. Hiko's going to have a huge role to do. He hears the footsteps. He hears him going into CT spawn, so this should start causing a rotation from the members in A. There's ESEA with that first kill, but he can't get anything more than that. Hiko's coming from behind. Makes some shots, can't connect long range, though, and he falls. Just Adren, Fugly, and Nitro. They're just going to choose to save these weapons, except Nitro's too far committed. Finesse drops him with a very nice shot.
And site control being gained, Liquid now falling back. This is going to be with just enough time left on the clock here, too. CLG taking a small page out of the hands of Team Liquid there, running the timer down that low. After that initial kill does not go their way. They do have to slow things down a little bit, but they rein it back into their corral, and now we should be able to take the lead here and grow it by at least 1 more point going into the 3rd round.
And there's no reason, yeah, this is a good call from these last 2 members. If they're CLG, there's no reason to chase, especially with the 4 rifles still up. Losing one of those would just be a disaster. So Fugly and Dren, they're going to keep their guns, but an early lead for CLG, this buy doesn't do enough damage to really be worth the investment. So Liquid's going to go forward with these 2 pistols and armors. But This is what CLG is going to need. They can't take too much damage on these anti-ecos because we mentioned JDM. He wants to have that AWP, and he needs to have that AWP. His production when he has an AK-47 and an M4, it just drops off so far. So when he has those over an AWP, it's kind of like CLG's. Their attacks are much weaker. So stabilizing the economy, making sure they don't take too much damage early on, is going to let them have that going forward.
And now the members of Liquid here pressing forward a little bit. They'll see if they can hold a close angle and at the very least pick up some kills, but already on Banana, things not going their way. The 4-stack here on the A site, if CLG roll into it, that could be a couple kills they pick up, but if Cutler gets a little bit more aggressive and decides to scout out and see what's going on the B site, they're going to find absolutely nothing there. Nobody else from Liquid has rotated off A to try and figure this out, and if we do see CLG figuring this out and they just waltz right into that site, that'll be a free take and another round with pretty much no conflict. But for the time being, they're actually going to be able to pop out, and now they push out for middle control. Crossfire here at the edge of the choke point, though. They're going to be able to return 2 kills right back onto the members of Liquid, and now they've got back control of this matchup here at this point. JDM finding an additional one just down to Hiko. He's going to get shut down by JDM as he's going to be able to stack up 3 kills in this round.
That's huge, just to build back on that fact that JDM needs money in the bank. He gets 3 Mac 10 kills. So all that bonus money, now he can have an AWP into this round if he'd like it. Can also have really good utility, and he does pick that up. On the other side, Liquid, they have 5 M4s, no AWP out of the field for them. They also have no kits.
So that could be troublesome if we get down to a very close situation, as they're basically going to force it up as much as they possibly can, but with them forgetting kits, if we get into a close situation, which we've had happen numerous times, at least on the first half, that could prove to be a bad thing for Liquid, of course. So we see again CLG spreading their players out for the most part here. Pretty typical split at the beginning. The A site not going to commit just yet. They're going to use the members back over here on Banana to make some noise at the beginning. Hiko, though, very far pushed up and could catch these guys. JDM, though, he's going to look to get him first, and indeed, he's going to find that opening kill. So they open up the wayside, and they've gone for the 3-man stack over on this B site, too. So the A defense is limited to the double pit stack back over here. Fugly, along with Nitro, just sitting themselves. Nitro is going to relocate back over now, assuming that there may be some presence on B, but that's not the case. It's only been to make a ruckus back over here towards B, and now they're going to rotate back over towards mid to have the take go into A.
This is going to have to be a very, very aggressive play from Nitro. When it gets here with 3 members, they need to push out and see if there's anyone at Banana. And actually, they're going to get a little bit fortunate because they have the 3 members over here. This is a big gamble and big investment in terms of their firepower. Fugly's going to push Halls. He doesn't get that kill, and that's brutal because now Liquid, 3 members stuck at this B bomb site. CLG's just going to throw a fake execute and head back towards A, and all 3 members here, there's nothing for them to do. They basically have to save their rifles at this point.
So they're going to push in. Elige finds the first kill now. And that's going to press them back here, as unfortunately that take on A is going to go without too much else conflict. And as you said before, Liquid don't really have anything else to do. They get wiser to what exactly is going on. Almost run into some trouble, but they end up getting wiser to this one, and now they should be able to close out this round. Liquid can't do anything about it.
Really, really unfortunate, just losing every battle across the field. Hiko was set up in a nice pop flash setup. He was going to have a teammate as soon as he heard anything over at Car, they were going to pop flash for him, but not expecting JDM to entry onto that site with the AWP, and that's the thing. Because it wasn't smoked off, JDM felt the freedom to try and grab an angle and get that kill, and it worked successfully. So CLG now going to get up towards 11 rounds. They're going to win that crucial 4th, but because these 2 rifles are being saved from, or these 3 rifles are being saved, it's going to be another buy going forward for Team Liquid. They may be able to drop some Thomases over as well. So CLG not out of it quite yet, as Liquid still in the fight with a pretty solid buy in this round.
So Liquid, of course, we'll see what they can toss out. As you said before, they're going to be sacrificing utility in order to get those extra rifles onto the board, but they do decide to go for it here, so that's going to be another full buy coming out from these players. Liquid, though, definitely dominating the game as far as the scoreline is concerned, and their money building up to a pretty big contention point here, too, when you take a look at that. 8.4k on Finesse now, 8k sitting on Tarek. Cutler almost had enough to go for his own rebuy up at 4.5, and even Hayes floating at around 7k. So these guys getting a lot of money. Team Liquid has to try and do some damage back here, otherwise, again, these extra gun rounds aren't even really going to matter, as CLG are just going to be able to buy and buy again, all the way through their losing bonus to a point where they're just going to have to deal with guns almost every single round.
Complete A-Halls control for CLG. Nitro's underneath the porch. Adren's over towards Cubby. They've got a decent crossfire set up. Looks like CLG might put some pressure here. Hayes working his way towards Boiler. He's going to flash out. This will allow him to grab some angles in mid. This is where JDM might come into play, but Rapside is smoked off. It's going to be all on Nitro and Fugly. Adren goes down through the smoke, so that's critical. That's the kill that, with 1 kill, CLG can just fall back from this. Now they don't have to move forward anymore. Elige does even things up over towards the B bomb site, so they've lost Banana control, but you can see Hiko's worked his way over towards CT spawn. It's just Elige at this B bomb site. He's going to play behind the car. doing some spam, trying to see if he can connect with anything or get any kind of return shots for information. But he's going to be alone when this execute comes in. Hiko's got to get back there quickly.
CLG still taking their time with this too, running things down to about 30 seconds. The flash does come back over, so this is going to bring the attention of Hiko, and he gets the smoke going into this one too, but they're going to have to push through this. They no longer have a choice, and the molly right outside of it. I think there may be a smoke to counter it, but nope, it's going to be burning there as they work their way in. Tarek chases Hiko down. He doesn't even notice it. That's going to be able to shut him down. Elige still going to pull outside a dark corner here once again, finding one kill, but JDM trades it out, and now these smokes are going to bite them in the butt because they get this plant for free, and the retake can't come in quickly enough here from Liquid. They've got a lot of free time to work with. Unfortunately, they're just going to have to roll right through construction and try to work something from there.
Yeah, Liquid's got to go for this one as well. No utility. They have one Molotov on Nitro. He's going to throw it over towards Triple, but that's not going to find anyone. No one's there, so that's not going to flush anyone out of position. So now stuck in this spot. They do both have kids, but Nitro gets that first kill. They know where JDM is, and he gets that kill. Ugly can't even get finesse in dark, so that's going to be the 12th round for CLG. They have complete control of this match now. And they're looking like they're just going to run away with it.
And unfortunately for Liquid here, should technically still be able to go for a buy, but it's sort of at that contention point where maybe you can go for it, maybe you cannot, so they're going to do a sort of half buy up here. Pistol with armor sitting behind it, the shotgun buy from Fugly to maybe work something with this one, but for the most part here, it's a pretty preservative round for these guys, just hoping to save up for the next round. 2 shotguns, actually. Apologies, Hiko's going to buy one as well.
Tarek wins that last round for him. That entry onto Hiko, just running through the smoke, coming behind him, timing the spray, so Hiko reloads and he's trying to rotate back, but Tarek gets him. And you're right, this half buy, this is just so they, they spend about $2,000 because they have the full losing bonus, so they can get whatever they want next round as long as they don't spend it all here. So they can do some damage and maybe even pull out a win if these shotguns can get lucky. But CLG looking very, very strong at the moment.
And now Hiko just sitting back right now, hoping to see if he can catch these players. A big aggressive move coming up. Gonna pull out this shotgun now as the smoke comes in. Not giving any indication that push is going to be coming in just yet, but this is a great spot. If they don't expect him to be here, he can just shut them down one by one, working their way in. And the noise is going to come in a second. Not 100% sure, however, if CLG are going to commit to this or if they'll fall back, but nonetheless, now we can see Liquid are starting to move out. They're starting to get aggressive on this to try and see exactly what is happening. It is indeed going to be a fake as the bomb and 2 more players are going to start to move back there. We see Elige popping out, trying to get lucky with a couple pop shots off the deagle. He's not going to find anything. And the smoke that's been thrown out by the CTs actually prohibits them from seeing anything at all. So they're going to roll their way in. They go in through troops, but this creative move here to hide 2 players inside a boiler, it's going to work out great. As Nitro can pop out and find the initial opening kill. There's going to be a Dren coming outside the library. He finds the second one onto JDM. Finally, Tarek turning that back around over there onto a Dren, but now we see the timer has started and Tarek is cleaning these players up left and right. Finesse is working his way and he's going to catch 1 kill. Fugly's trying to work a long-range kill with a shotgun, but he can't grab anything. Leaves Finesse down to just 3 HP, but now it's all going to be at the hands of Hiko, who's just now getting into this site through arches.
Tarek is making plays right now for CLG, clearing out the wrap side. He's looking a little bit sketchy as 2 members fell for the terror side, but he stabilized. Hiko, for whatever reason, is not very committed to running away. He's got the SOT, misses the first shot. He's getting hunted down. Would have been nice for him to save that gun, but Cutler's going to make sure it doesn't happen. So 13 rounds now for CLG, and Liquid, this is where they have to make a stand. And this is a really nice call from them to take this pause. They need to talk things over. They have all the money they could want. They can do any strat they have in their playbook. They just have to figure out what's happening, where are they losing, and go from there. But, I mean, they have to go on a run here if they want any chance at coming back in this matchup.
And as a side note, too, this has so far been a flawless half from CLG, so far sitting at 6 rounds in a row, and pretty much running over the members of Team Liquid. Some close contests, but as of yet, no CT-sided victories from the members of Team Liquid. And CLG, go ahead.
I was just going to say, this is a really important match for CLG overall. They're at 8-3. They've played a little bit less matches than everyone, but they're sitting at 7th place in the standings. Liquid's at 12-2. They're in 1st place, so a loss here isn't like their season is ending, but for CLG, they need to rattle off some rounds in these last 2 weeks of the season, or some matches in the last 2 weeks of their season. They need to get these wins and climb the standings because, I mean, there's, like, basically every team in the league is still in this. No one's statistically been eliminated from that 4th spot.
And now as well here, when you look at the money from CLG, even if Liquid pick things up, it's going to be a long way to go before they actually break the economy and pick up some free rounds, essentially, to really work themselves back into this match. CLG, they've really had the sort of strategical advantage in so many of these rounds, and Liquid, although they've been close, haven't had that bit of an oomph to come back and really clutch out the round. So it's going to be aggressive right from the beginning. A decoy back over there behind the logs area, too. Let's try and make it think that there's a little bit more of a presence. Probably not going to work out, but after these smokes and whatnot come through, only Elige is going to be left in play. They've caught on to the fact that CLG have been playing things very, very heavily over towards that A site, and they're not going to take a risk on putting 3 on that site. Hiko's going to commit to it as well, and only leaving Elige on Banana to try to hold things.
Only 1 smoke left for Liquid with about a minute left, and it just gets used. So they're out of smokes now. That smoke is going to expire just about 37 seconds. So a little bit scary. And look at all this pressure up middle from CLG. 4 members. Elige is the only one at B, so there's 4 members on the defense, and 5 members for CLG are going to be here. Looks like they want to execute onto this A bomb site. Adren has to fall back with that AWP. Hasn't found anything quite yet. Here's some of the smoke starting to rain in. It's going to be Fugly and Nitro with a nice crossfire and sight and pit to defend against this.
Nitro sitting back. He's going to get the first bits of action as most of this is coming back around through porch side. The smokes rattle in. Nitro's going to be forced back down, but the pop flash from the CTs are doing work too. The jump kill, but Nitro responds. Cutler picks up a kill, but so does Fugly. Nitro looking to hold, gets that head on the JDM, shuts him down. 2 left alive for CLG, but they're still making this push back into the site. Tarek's going to find a kill on the Nitro. Tarek finds a second one over there on the Fugly. Now Elige responds back, and it's all on Tarek. He's going to have to come out with 4 kills, but he gets surrounded by Hiko, and we will see Liquid coming out on top finally with a round on the board in this half.
Tarek almost makes huge plays again for his team with 2 nice entries, but the defense was just a little bit too much. The smokes came in for CLG, but they kind of actually blocked them off. They couldn't find any of the member in pit. They couldn't clear out the bomb site quick enough, and they just got whittled down. But here comes the tough part. 3 members were killed, so the economy for Liquid's still not that strong. Meanwhile, CLG built up so much money by their 6-round streak that they can buy, again, whatever they want. So now Liquid's got to stabilize.
Only 1 possible rebuy of the op unless the teammate wants to donate some guns over to him, though, so far from JDM, as he's been reduced pretty low down to 2150, but again, looking at still 8 and 9k on Finesse and Tarek respectively, that could be another gun coming his way, but the big story now is Liquid. They've also got the op in the hands here coming out from Adren, so he's got a little bit of work to do with this one as well. Maybe again could cause a bit of a bigger impact, especially considering he was able to spot the bush initially last round. That was a big key in allowing them to come out on top. So CLG spreading things out, not going to commit from the get-go, and the good stack sitting on top of the flower pot there is going to let JDM finally catch some of that early aggression to take down Elige from Liquid.
This is exactly what Liquid could not allow to happen, was JDM have success on the T side with this AWP. He's been able to rebuy it because of all the money they've had, and he's had a couple of rounds where he's found them opening picks, and Nitro runs out with a flashbang in his hand. He gets dropped, so it's a 5-on-3 now. CLG, they can slow play this if they want, but they're just going to head up lane. And they know exactly where the member inside the bomb site is. He's behind the box. Fugly gets that first kill on a Finesse, but so much pressure being put on him. Molotov comes out from Hayes. Now the rotation is in. Adren with this AWP has got to do something, but he's going to be smoked off. So it's going to be all Fugly inside the bomb site as Hiko falls on Rap side. And Fugly, they line up for him. He gets 2 and Adren in a 1-on-2. He knows he can push through the smoke towards the bomb site, but he's being very cautious of Cutler coming up behind him still.
Adren slowly trying to find a way through this smoke, but he is pretty much restricted over here towards Cubby at this point. Trapped now that the smoke goes away here too. Unless he's got a flash or something, which he doesn't have, but he finds his headshot. Finally shuts down JDM after he's found 3 kills. Goes around the Rap side here, but is only going to do is to try and trick Cutler and make him think it's coming over towards Porch. So he's going to pop out. Cutler taking a risk and directly peeking that, and Adren trading things out to an M4. He's going to find the kill, and Liquid again maintain their advantage for the time being. They're going to be able to come back into this game now, bring it up to 10 kills, just 3 more behind CLG.
Yeah, Cutler could have repositioned himself, but he was a little bit wary of the AWP of Adren just grabbing an angle on those default boxes, so he doesn't want to move. Meanwhile, Adren's picking up an M4 for the retake, which is a much better gun in that situation, and he's able to clean it out. A huge 1-on-2 to win for Adren. That's massive, but still, 4 members fall for Liquid, so still a little bit of a sketchy buy out of them. You can see Nitro's on a P90, and still a lot of money on the CLG side, especially with that plant. They have this buy, and actually they have 3 members over $3,000. So moving forward, even if they lose this, they're going to have another buy behind it, and heavy pressure towards the B bomb site.
Elige will be looking to counter it out here, tries to get the opening kill. Tarek's all kills himself. I think he hits with his own molly, but he finds a kill before he goes down, and JDM is also going to pick one up over here onto Elige, but there's Adren now with that up, throws down the molly to hold him back, and now he's got support coming in from Nitro, and CLG might have to switch things up and go towards A instead if they can't find a way through, or at least a way to kill Adren here before he does too much more damage.
Actually, it almost looks like they just want to stay committed to Banana and just, make Liquid think that he's falling back. Adren's going to be all alone, and once this smoke goes away, they've got 3 Molotovs and 2 smokes to use to get into this bomb site, so they could actually smoke off the spawn choke point and the spindles where Adren's playing and have free access into the site. So Adren, once the smoke clears, he's got to make the right decision because rotations are so far away. Fugly's in pit, Nitro's in this A bomb site, and actually CLG, they're just going to fall all the way back.
So now Nitro from inside of the site works his way out over here, has a chance to spot this before it comes into play, but that flash is way too early. He's still going to catch these guys and try to kill him with a P90. He takes some hits, brings Hayes down to 20 HP, but not enough to find the kill. What he does spot, though, is this play coming in, and because of that damage being done, there's going to be Fugly. Gets one kill, gets the second, and gets the third, shuts down that offensive, and Liquid again with another swing back round. They're still in this game and bringing themselves back now in a very, very big way.
What a hold from Fugly. The damage is done by Nitro. He also gets all the information, so the nade and a spray down cleanup from Fugly gives him 11. And without a plant, actually, never mind that, because CLG just delayed buy out of them. They didn't fully invest into this round. It's Finesse with an AK-47. The rest only have Tech 9, so it's a half buy, trying to keep the economy low on the Liquid side because they know it's low, but it's not a full purchase. So CLG going forward, this is not a round that they look like they're... I mean, they have to have a strategy to just at least get a bomb plant. Just a very curious buy. They could have bought up completely if they had chosen to, but they don't.
I personally think that I don't know if they would have been able to get the op, but I think that's like one of the key things that they're looking to get here in the full buy rounds, making sure that JDM has that op power to work with. And without that, they just don't feel so confident. But thankfully, these mollies, at least, is going to give them a little bit of confidence, as Elige, I think, gets trapped inside of that. Eco, though, hiding in the corner, pretty big factor. Only gets one kill, unfortunately. Cutler finds a trade, but Adren with the molly, once again, that's 2 kills for either team now with those mollies. And now the pop flash from Nitro, going to look for some blind shots here. The pop flash does work, but the positioning from Nitro, not so much. He's going to have to work his way back in. Still having the op on Adren, too, and that's been a very key factor for the members of Liquid. CLG, not even technically in the site just as of yet. They're holding from below the platform there. The plant's going to come in just on the edge, and now Nitro rolling. And there's 2 kills with the shotgun. Finesse gets one more trade, but that's all they're going to find is Fugly coming in for the assist, picks up the final kill onto Finesse, and Liquid once again will come out on top here.
Nitro with that shotgun doing some work there at the end, but CLG almost makes it in. A good strategy. Elige gets blinded, and he's standing in like 3 mollies, and he just burns so quickly. So he falls, and you might be right on that op buy, or on the reasoning for that half buy. With that plant and with the losing bonus and factor, JDM's able to get that AWP. Adren has one as well on the CT side. And this has been such a scrappy comeback for Team Liquid. They haven't won any of these rounds cleanly, so you can see there's not a lot of money built up. They're just barely able to eke out full buys in these rounds.
So for CLG now, they're going to press forward again, not making any full commitments just as of yet, but JDM, however, it's the complete opposite. He's going to go for the op-on-op battle right from the beginning. The question now is since Adren has been performing so well, is he finally going to make the choice to get aggressive here to push up towards Car, or is he still going to hold a little bit more preservatively? This is still a pretty overexposed position if both of them rush him at the same time, but he's not going to bite on it. Falling back for now. The flash is going to force him back into the site anyway, but nonetheless, no additional action going to be taken from CLG at the time, as they're screwing around over towards alt middle as well.
Complete Halls control again. Liquid hasn't really contested that whatsoever. It's going to be Hayes who's working his way towards Boiler, ready to flash out for his team, but they're just going to fall away. So he's going to be left all alone in here to do whatever he wants, maybe turn him into a little bit of a lurk role, as 4 members of CLG rotate back towards Banana.
Great flash. Good.
That's where Elige was pushed up, but he just falls back into the bomb site, so Adren's going to grab the angle. He's going to be the first line of defense.
So again now, the timer getting a little bit lower. CLG forced into making the play. Adren going to find that opening kill as he forces himself back now into construction, but that molly on the ground going to do some more damage to Tarek, down to 8 HP, but still pressing forward. He's going to find a kill onto Elige, and
oh my
moves
God.
in to find a second one onto
my
Adren. There we go. Tarek goes huge, and now they've got full control here, and JDM cleaning up one shot there. Nitro's going to come in for the trade, finally killing Tarek. He picks up a second one too, but JDM's going to catch the trade over on Hiko at the very least, and now it's just Nitro trying to clean this up in a 1-on-2 situation. Falling back here, he's going to work his way back in slowly, very slowly. Finesse, no balls at all to pop out, but thankfully JDM's there to hold him. He's going to close things out, takes the shot on the Nitro, and there's finally another round for CLG to bring it up to 14 points.
Can't believe what I just saw to Tarek. But he gets the job done, jumping off spindles, wrapping around, and Adren cannot react quick enough. And like I said, because those were such scrappy wins, 4 rounds in a row, never surviving with more than 2 players, Liquid, they make the comeback to 12-13, but they get put onto an eco as soon as CLG wins one. So no armor invested in, just upgraded pistols. That's going to allow CLG a really good chance to get up towards 15. And then there's no more mistakes left. Liquid's got to make a 3-round streak to force overtime. So
Team Liquid again now, unfortunately pushed to the edge of themselves. CLG in a pretty good position to try and close things out. Tarek, for some reason coming in here, he's got to push JDM out of the way, but does take that route for some peculiar reason, and now they're going to regroup themselves back over here on Banana as they work themselves for a push. Elige, along with Hiko, here to pressure it though, and Tarek should have been able to see Hiko, even if some shots connecting over onto him too. Down to 74 HP. Elige is going to pop out. No kills being gained, though, as Elige falls back. Finesse finds the first one. Cutler finds the second. And now the pathway is open. If they were smart with this, they could fall right back and go for the A-take, but honestly, again, they know they're on an eco now, so there's no reason to be worried about this. Cutler pushes in, kind of spelling his own doom, unfortunately, as the smoke comes in for the CTs to close the gates back up. But now Tarek sitting on top. He's going to catch the easy kill here, looking for another one. Not going to find it just yet, but now it's just the Dren as the final player alive in a 1-on-4 with the 5-7, so more than likely, we'll be seeing the simplistic closeout coming up in right about, not right now, but Dren's going to go for this pop flash. Maybe going to find Tarek, but no, not going to happen. Tarek closes it out. And that's 15 points on the board for CLG.
Nice try to time the end of that round.
Let's try it,
Tarek throws you off. So now we have the last buy of Team Liquid, the last gasp of defense here. See Fugly picks up the Famas, so does Nitro. Dren does have an AWP, but I mean, there's not much behind these. Fugly's got a kit, there's some decent flashbangs and smokes being brought out, but that's only because they have the Famas. So CLG now with 3 match points in a row, and JDM, even though this is a very hard map for Oppers to be successful on, JDM's been beasting on this Terra side.
So they get 24 kills and 16. Next highest teammate is going to be Tarek. Actually, and that's a bit of a rare thing. Oh, nice nade there too from Cutler. Brings Hika already down on 21 HP. But to go back to the point, like, we haven't really seen Tarek performing as well in some of his matches, but tonight's a pretty big exception to that. He came out in an absolutely huge way, at least on this half, and is sitting right behind JDM right now at 21 frags.
Yeah, there have been segments where he just seems to go full yellow, you could call it. But he's done a very good job with those entry kills. I mean, it's working for him. So Dren gets flashback with that AWP, had an angle over towards truck side, but he's pushed back. Heavy pressure by CLG up mid. All 5 members here. Hayes is just going to be lurking in these halls, and it's going to be a complete wrap. And no one from Liquid seems prepared for it. No one's watching it. There's a kill from JDM onto a Dren. Once again, the opening kill in a double pit. JDM's going to find a second one as well. Fugly gets one, but he's almost out of bullets, and Cutler's not going to let him live very much longer. Now it's just a retake for Hiko and Elige. Hiko doesn't even have armor. There's no kits. There's 3 flashbangs to work with and a 2-on-4. So this round is all but over. And there's JDM with a third just to cap things off. He pulls out the pistol. Gets a 4 kill on that last round. So a good win from CLG, a necessary win.
And a satisfying one, too, when you consider the fact that, as I brought this up earlier, but out of most of the teams, CLG has probably played the least out of a lot of the teams in the league right now. So that, of course, being probably one of the harder matchups they would have still had to come, being able to win that out, and, you know, still considering they've got a lot more easier matchups against some of the lower teams, that obviously boosts them up by quite a big margin here in terms of their overall standing in the league coming up over the next few weeks.
Yeah, and that's going to be crucial, and you guys can keep up with CLG trying to get that last few spots in the playoffs, making this comeback late in the season by downloading the Score eSports app. It's going to be available on the iOS store as well as the Google Play Store. Check that one out. Keep up with all the different Counterstrike leagues, all the different League of Legends as well. They do a couple different games. And then also make sure, guys, if you're thinking about going to IEM, there's that 20% off code. That's going to be ESEA on Ticketmaster. Our last match of the evening was going to be 3-sub versus Luminosity Gaming, but because of some weather and some inconvenient weather and some delayed flights, Luminosity is not back yet from the major, so we have rescheduled that match for another day. So that is going to end our evening.
And guys, thank you all very much for tuning in tonight. We'll be back tomorrow. I'll be on the second stream, but it'll be Moses along with Mega Man joining you guys tomorrow here on the main stream. So be sure to tune in for that. Same time, same place, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, right here on twitch.tv/ESEA. We thank you once more for tuning in, folks, and we'll catch you tomorrow for more of the ESL ESEA Pro League.